Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Sage in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 71, Clouds 9. Time's quill is quick to spill ink onto a new page. Dan Bull. The misty darkness seemed to tremble with rage as Naruto took a step forward to stand beside Shin, the golden eyes of his sage mode burning with chakra. Thin tendrils of the fog seemed to flinch back from his form as if visibly burned by his sheer presence. With one hand he held a tight grip on his Shakujiao, with the other he kept a firm hand on Shin's shoulder, to remind the girl she wasn't alone in this dark, dismal place. No, this is impossible. How could you possibly be here? Naruto ignored the voice for now, turning and looking at Shin, making sure her full attention was on him and not on the demon. You've done great so far, Shin, but there's still something we have to do. The priestess nodded uncertainly, unable to tear her gaze away from Naruto. As a priestess she had an inherent connection with the natural world and chakra, and right now it was like looking straight into the heart of the world itself. The chakra emanating off of Naruto was so unbelievably pure and powerful it was as though she was next to her mother again. Not only that, but it was so bright, so very bright that even the dark, malevolent chakra surrounding them could only flee from it. We. She barely registered his words, too lost in the deep molten gold his eyes had become, a symbol of his connection with nature and its energy. Naruto simply grinned as he turned away, breaking the spell over Shin to gesture out at the abyssal world they had entered. Of course, we have to do something about this, don't we? His voice was so confident, his stance firm and his eyes so warm, Shin could do nothing but nod as he turned back, his gaze softening once again. Come on, Shin, I can't do this without you. The darkness seemed to vibrate around them as the light only Shin could see surrounding the blonde became visible, almost blindingly so as Naruto's chakra levels soared to unprecedented heights. You are the one that bears the accursed samsara eye. Naruto paused for a moment, the bright glow around his body fading just a little as he turned back out towards the darkness. You know about my eyes. The darkness almost immediately reacted to the teen's dimming, dark tendrils of fog twisting and contorting around the two until a large amorphous face appeared made from fog. Its two burning red eyes glared at the pair, but more so Naruto, as rippled eyes filled with confidence met red eyes filled with millennia of hatred. Of course, even in my world I hear whispers of those eyes that felled even the mighty Shinju, the one who came before, the God-man. Naruto's eyes narrowed a little as the darkness continued to twist and writhe around them. He was the epitome of you humans, but while he was a man, you are just a child. The face in front of them grinned as it moved closer, only to grimace as Naruto sent it reeling back, the light around his body only burning hotter and brighter. With my power and those eyes, there would be nothing on this earth that could stand in my way, even my own body of flesh and blood could not compare. Naruto just grimaced as he felt the great demon's eyes roam his form with greed and desire. Sorry, I already have tenants and I don't think they would appreciate the company. Morio screamed as Naruto soon became too bright to look at, the face of mist and fog dissipating back into the all-consuming darkness of the murky world. However, to Shin it was just a warm, comforting light that bathed the monk, casting away the shadows. You will regret this, monk. I will destroy you, this world and all of the worthless humans that inhabit it. Naruto ignored the demon though, turning back around to Shin and gently clasping her hand in his own with a small smile. Come on. This world is far too grim, we should really do something about it. Shin didn't even know what to say for a few moments before she found her voice, smiling back at the monk. Right. She felt as though the blonde's grin lit up the darkness even more than his powerful aura as he reached across, pulling her small crystal bell off her jacket. You know, I thought there was something special about this, I guess I'm about to find out. He held out the hand holding the bell and Shin quickly placed her own around it, both feeling it as the small ornament began to glow with its own light, equaling that of Naruto's. The blonde could only watch with amazement and an ever-growing smile as pure, harmonizing nature chakra burst from the bell, rushing through Shin's body as it naturally molded with the chakra already present. I feel it. Before his eyes Shin seemed to change, her body glowing with an unearthly light as pink markings appeared below her eyes and in the center of her forehead. Naruto almost wanted to laugh from the revelation. It was Sage mode. Nature chakra rushed through both of their bodies like raging rivers as their glow only grew brighter and brighter, casting back the shadows and causing Morio to scream as the purifying light burned away his blackened soul. Fyu dashed down the darkened hallway-like cave as fast as she could, her sandaled feet pounding against the hard rocky floor. Ahead of her something roared loud enough to shake the entire cave, causing the ceiling to crack and a few loose rocks to fall down overhead. She skidded to a stop in the massive chamber, staring with wide eyes at the enormous construct of dark chakra at the center. It was as if some nightmarish hydra had burst from the lava that filled the floor, roaring and thrashing about as the demon tried to gain purchase in this world. Naruto was nowhere to be seen and Fyu was worried. She had completely lost track of his chakra not long after he rushed in here, lost amongst the oppressive feel of Moryu's. However, even as she watched, she realized that the dragon-like heads of the demon weren't moving randomly, it looked more like they were writhing in pain. Sure enough, a single long streak of pure white light suddenly burst from whatever dark dimension the demon had come from, shortly followed by another, and another. Soon a multitude of great cracks of white light appeared over the beast before with one last deafening cry of pain the body of Moryu exploded outward in one massive dome of brilliant white light. When Fyu finally lowered her arm from protecting her eyes, she looked on in shock as she saw Naruto standing right at the center of it all, bathed in a slowly fading glow. Around them great chunks of a dark ash-like substance floated down from above them, burning or smoldering. With a start, Fyu realized it was what remained of Moryu's body after whatever Naruto had done to it. However, she quickly saw the monk wasn't alone, as in his arms, peacefully asleep, Lation, a light, lilting smile on her features. Naruto. When the blonde caught sight of her, he waved with a grin, causing Fyu to smirk. Leave it to Naruto to act so nonchalantly after destroying an evil that had been plaguing the country for hundreds of years. He stopped though when the sleeping priestess in his arms stirred lightly. It made him smile to see the younger teen so peaceful. You did great, Shin. You'll make a fine priestess yet. As he and Fyu left the ceiling ground, neither of them noticed the small blush accompanied by a tiny smile spread across the younger girl's face. I'm sorry you couldn't find what you were looking for here. All 5 teens stood in the ornate hall of the Oni no Kuni temple. Shin sat before them, the picture of elegance and regal bearing as she addressed them, wearing her full regalia as the proud priestess of her nation. The 4 teens knelt opposite her in Seiza positions. However, despite the formal feeling in the air, they were relaxed and the atmosphere was purely friendly. It's alright, a friend once told me that it isn't necessarily about finding what you were looking for, just as long as you find something worthwhile. Naruto sent a subtle glance Haku's way as he spoke, making the darker-haired teen smirk. Shin sat before them in silence for a few moments, still appearing perfectly poised and rigid before a grin broke out over her face, any tenseness in the air breaking immediately. I really will be sad to see you all leave, you know, even Taewa. The redhead naturally scowled at the young priestess, but there was no venom behind it, it was just playful. The days they had spent at the shrine after Moryu's defeat had gone a long way to mending any problems Shin might have caused between the two. After her outlook on life had changed, the girl had become carefree, happy, and it became hard to stay mad at her. Although that wasn't to say she had lost that certain spark about her that just made her uniquely Shin. And we will be sad to go, it always is that way when leaving friends. Shin chuckled lightheartedly at Naruto's words, relaxing out of her rigid Seiza into a more comfortable position with her legs folded to her side. You speak as though we will never see each other again. Naruto just grinned at that, his shakujiao jingling as he tilted his head. Oh, we'll definitely meet again. Shin smiled amusedly, her eyes light and carefree. A prediction. Naruto simply grinned right back as he stood up, hand held out. A promise. Shin nodded concedingly, standing up and gently taking the offered hand. Very well, but don't think I won't hold you to that. She sighed a little wistfully as she looked up at the teen that had changed her life, in more ways than one. Such a shame that your heart already belongs to another. She looked around at Fyu, whose orange eyes were observing her carefully, looking for any underhanded moves from the priestess. It didn't take a genius to see that she had developed more than a small crush on the young monk after everything he had done for her. Perhaps you could have been the one to help pass on my power to the next generation of priestess. She smiled lightly as she saw Fyu's gaze harden slightly before waving the girl off congenially. Maybe, but as you said, my heart is with someone else. Shin nodded, the sad smile on her face sliding away as Fyu settled back down, still eyeing the priestess carefully. I almost wish I could come with you. I think it would be amazing to travel so freely like you do. Naruto chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. You make it sound so glorified. There's a lot of sleeping in forests and long days of walking too. Shin just smiled softly, gently laying a hand on Naruto's chest, a small part of her knowing this would be the last time the two would see each other for a long time. Oh, I don't think that would be so bad as long as you share it with people you care about. Naruto just nodded. It was what made his life bearable having those people by his side. But I must stay, this land will always need its priestess. Moria was not the only evil to call this place home. She looked up, a slightly hopeful look in her pale purple eyes. But perhaps you could stay, you would always have a home here, recognition from the people and... She leaned forward so she could whisper into Naruto's ear quietly, I think I would be okay with sharing. Naruto's eyes widened a little as he took a step back, just the tiniest hints of a blush spreading over his face. He took a moment to collect himself as Shin smirked, glad to have finally gotten a rise out of the young monk, even if it wasn't quite in the way she had originally intended. I'm afraid I couldn't, I still haven't fulfilled my purpose in this life yet. Shin just nodded with a sad but still satisfied smile on her face as she stepped back, bowing slightly to each of the teens. Then I wish you the best of luck, remember you are always welcome in Oni no Kuni. All of you. Naruto just smiled as he stepped back to join his friends. Thank you all for everything you have done for this land and its people. Naruto nodded again and was about to turn around when Shin placed a hand on his shoulder. Wait. One last thing, Naruto. The young monk was a little surprised when Shin took the bell off of her jacket and held it out to him. I want you to have this as a token of thanks. Naruto froze, his hands immediately coming up to refuse the gift. It meant too much to Shin. I couldn't, it was your mother's and we already accepted the pay you were going to give to Konoha. Naruto wasn't exactly proud of that, but Shin had insisted, after all their supplies had been dwindling lately. Shin just smiled softly, prying open Naruto's hand and gently placing the small glass bell on his palm. No amount of money could ever repay what you have done for both this country, and for me. Behind them Teiwa was about to speak up, no doubt asking for more money. Luckily Haku managed to grab her and place a hand over her mouth before she could ruin the moment. So instead have this, and always remember me through it. It has lost its power anyway, thanks to you it now resides within me again, as it should. Naruto froze for a moment before allowing his hand to close around the little trinket, a light smile on his face. Of course, thank you Shin. He reached around, placing the pin of the bell through his hair tie and securing it in place. He experimentally shook his head and Shin had to giggle as he let off little jingles with every movement. How is it? The younger blonde simply smiled and nodded. It's perfect. This time Shin turned to Fu, surprising the Jinhiriki as she walked over to her, making sure to look her right in the eye. Orange met purple for a few moments of terse silence as the two girls stared each other down before Shin spoke in a low, hushed whisper. I hope you understand just how lucky you are to have somebody like Naruto. Fu just smirked back at the girl challengingly. Every single day. Shin nodded once approvingly as she stepped back, never breaking eye contact. Good, because I'll be right there, ready to step in if you falter. The two continued staring at one another for a few seconds before they broke away. I wish you all a safe journey back home, wherever that may be. Taraho will escort you to the docks where I've made sure there is a boat waiting for you. Naruto nodded thankfully as the two groups parted, a small part of him wishing he really could take the girl up on her offer. After all, it was hard saying goodbye. Naruto sighed as he allowed the gentle rocking motions of the boat relax his body, his eyes dropping contentedly as he sat up on one of the sails of the surprisingly large vessel. They had left Oni no Kuni a few hours ago, and after the usual scuffle for rooms each person had gone off to explore the ship. After a while Naruto had found himself up here, Fu sitting next to him as the two enjoyed the serene air, gentle noises of the sea and a comfortable silence. So Naruto, what was it Shin whispered to you? Naruto nearly fell off the high beam as he turned to Fu with a small bead of sweat on his temple. What had happened to the comfortable silence? It was nothing, she was just wishing me good luck, that sort of thing. He chuckled nervously as Fu stared at him evenly for a good few moments, her orange eyes boring unblinkingly into his own. Naruto. The blonde just chuckled again nervously as her monotone, deadpan voice caught his attention again. You are a terrible liar. The monk's head immediately dropped down again, however he was a little surprised when his chin was caught in Fu's hand, the girl forcefully bringing his eyes back up to meet with hers. "And you are lucky I don't care." His ringed eyes widened in even more surprise when the girl suddenly ducked in, stealing a quick kiss from his lips. However, they immediately became lidded as she deepened the contact, sliding her tongue out to gently pry at his lips. Naruto gladly allowed her entrance, slipping his own tongue out as the two began vying for dominance. Even though she began the kiss, it was Fu who gave in first, moaning lightly as Naruto began to explore the inside of her mouth as he had so often done during their time on the island. It had taken them a while to come to understand their feelings for one another, but both were in agreement when it came to the physical side of their relationship. For two attention-deprived and generally unloved orphans like themselves, it was something they had been sorely lacking from their lives, and they threw their heart and soul into it. "Geez, would you two get a room or something? The whole ship can see you from up here." The two quickly broke apart, their faces sporting identical blushes as Teiwa's voice cut into their making out. They looked over at the girl, straddling the sail on the other side of the mast from them, and both glared at her, making the older redhead raise her hands defensively. "Whoa, don't get your panties in a twist, lovebirds." Naruto just sighed as he ran a hand through his hair. His ponytail had come a little loose during their kissing. "Why are you up here, Teiwa?" The volatile former Oto Kunoichi just grinned as she punched a fist into her palm. "I was looking for femboy, bastard took the bed again, and I was just looking for him to recommend he take a little swim in the sea." Naruto just leveled an even look at the girl while she grinned defiantly back. She lived for riling people up after all. A person is only really honest with themselves when they are well and truly annoyed after all, at least in her mind. "Well, he isn't up here." Teiwa just smirked as she stood up, showing amazing balance as she stood on the thin pole without even using chakra to cling to the surface. "Well duh, I go that." She was about to drop back down to the deck when she looked back over the pair, still smirking at their slightly flustered appearances. "Fuck, why don't you two just do it already and get it over with? All this mushy will they want they crap is just lame." She laughed at the two's blushes as she dropped down, easily dodging the shuriken Fu threw at her from seemingly nowhere. For a while the two sat in silence up on the beam, trying to get what the redhead had said out of their minds. However, after a minute or two, Naruto finally looked up, a hint of pink dusting the bridge of his nose. "You know, maybe she isn't wrong." Fu's head shot up so fast you would have thought she'd given herself whiplash. What? It was rare to see Fu flustered, or even showing her emotion in any meaningful way, but right now she was about as embarrassed as you could visibly get her. Naruto just smiled sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head, finding it particularly hard to meet Fu's eyes. "Well, I love you," and he didn't get much further as Fu suddenly launched forward, capturing his lips again in an intimate and deep kiss. It was almost 3 breathless minutes later before they finally parted again, Fu practically straddling the blonde at this point. "Please, say it again." Her voice was low and a little husky as she panted, trying to catch her breath after the heated kiss. Naruto just stared up in shock, never having really seen this side of Fu to this extent before. I love you." Fu just smiled with her eyes closed, taking in the moment before breathing out a long breath, a rare smile alighting on her face. Both of them were so caught up in the moment that neither noticed when the sky above them darkened considerably. "I love you too." Her voice was barely a whisper, and it almost surprised her how easy it was to say it. She had thought that such an offering of trust and intimacy would be difficult to say, yet, looking down into Naruto's deep violet eyes, it was the easiest thing in the world. This time it was Naruto who initiated the kiss, reaching up to gently cup the mint-haired girl's cheeks and guide her down to his lips. They stayed in that embrace for a long time, or it could have been a few seconds, neither was really sure. However, when they finally parted, rain had begun to fall heavily, soaking their clothing. Wow, this rain came out of nowhere. Finally having somewhat snapped out of their stupor by the sudden and bitingly cold rain, both teens looked up, noticing the odd storm clouds that had appeared overhead. "That's weird." Naruto could have sworn the skies were clear a few minutes ago, yet now they were overcast with dark, dangerous-looking clouds, and the seas were choppy. Below them the sailors had begun to scurry about, changing the rigging and making sure things were secured on deck for the apparent storm that had come out of nowhere. Fu suddenly turned down to the blonde, a new blush staining her cheeks that was mirrored by Naruto when he realized just how wet her thin clothing had become. "Maybe we should go inside." Naruto gulped at the implication of the otherwise innocent statement. He was so caught up in it that it was only at the last moment he managed to grab Fu and throw her away, just in time to get her out of the way as the place where they had been sitting was engulfed in a bright explosion. Real, actual lightning struck the ground in a thousandth of a second, which was why Naruto considered himself lucky to have only been at the fringe of the blast as he fell awkwardly to the deck below, his right arm twitching as blue arcs of electricity ran across it. Chakra-based lighting was one thing, but the real thing? He couldn't absorb that. "Damn it, Kakuzu, I told you that stupid idea to get a real lightning storm going was a dumbass idea." Naruto groaned lightly as he got to his feet, using his Shakujo as support, looking over through narrowed eyes at the two men approaching him through the smoke caused by the various fires erupting over the deck. Above them the mast slowly collapsed, making a slow arc through the air before practically slicing through the ship from its weight. His vision was a little blurry from the smoke, but he could make out the bright red clouds emblazoned on their cloaks easily enough. Akatsuki. The one at the lead of the two, a man with slicked back silver hair and a large tri-bladed red scythe slung over his shoulder, grinned as he walked forward. "Look, Kakuzu, the little runt recognizes us." The man behind him, a much larger, more imposing figure with most of his features covered, merely stayed where he was, even as the ship around them burned. "Shut it, Haiden, I'm still annoyed with you for constantly killing the crew of our ship. We would have been here days ago if you could just control yourself for once. You wasted my valuable time, and as they say, time is money." The first man just snorted dismissively, swinging his scythe about experimentally as he continued to walk forward. It at least gave Naruto time to collect himself, allowing him to work on healing the damage the lightning had caused. He cursed at not having sensed it earlier, but lightning struck from almost 2 kilometers in the sky and it happened so fast. Plus he had been a little distracted. Those heathens? They were barely worth the blood on my blade. A hungry look overcame his features as he looked around at Naruto. The blonde had managed to straighten himself out, but he really wasn't looking forward to fight two Akatsuki members in his condition. Already he was working on gathering senjutsu, but with the involuntary muscle spasms in his arm it was proving difficult. This one, on the other hand, he would make a glorious sacrifice for Jashin-sama. He took a step forward but found his path barred by his partner, a firm arm held in front of him. "You are not to kill the target, Haiden, we get paid for bringing him in alive." Haiden just grimaced as his hand tightened around his scythe. He raised it up to hit Kakuzu out of the way, but of course lifting up a long metal rod was the worst possible thing to do in a lightning storm. Naruto was once again blinded as a bolt of pure white lightning struck the idiotic Akatsuki member. The resulting explosion blew both him and Kakuzu in opposite directions from the man. Not only that, but the energy from the strike finished the work the fallen mast had started, successfully tearing the vessel in two. Naruto saw none of this though, as he was violently thrown overboard into the thrashing waves of the stormy sea. He tried to flip his body so that he could land safely on the water, but unfortunately for him another arc of pain rushed through his body as the lingering after effects of being in close proximity to two different lightning strikes reared up. He lost control and plunged straight into the broiling waves, finding himself tossed and turned about underwater by the violent and unpredictable currents beneath the waves. Finally, when his breath was burning in his lungs, he broke the surface of the water and managed to climb up onto it, his legs a little shaky but his control quickly returning. Immediately he looked around but was a little shocked to see he had lost sight of the boat somewhere in the confusion. He wasn't sure how long he had been pulled under the water or for how far, but with his ability to sense through the water being disrupted by the irritating electricity in his system he couldn't find out. Normally he would simply jump up and try and spot it amongst the roiling waves, but as the Akatsuki member had proven, being high up in an ongoing lightning storm was a terrible idea. He took a step forward, nodding when his foot didn't sink into the water before taking off at a run. He had no particular direction, but he generally went with the direction of the large, rolling waves. Hopefully that would be the way the ship had gone, or at least the remains of it. He considered summoning his friends. After all, if he had survived, then that other Akatsuki member probably had, and that meant Fu was still in danger from them. However, he couldn't be sure what condition they were in and didn't want to risk bringing them out here to the middle of the ocean. He resolved to simply run faster and hope he could get to some form of land fast enough that it wouldn't be an issue. Unfortunately for him, it was almost 2 hours later before he finally found land, and by that point he was severely drained. Even his large reserves weren't infinite, and 2 hours of pure water walking took its toll. However, on the plus side, when he finally staggered onto the shore, he could see evidence of the ship, bits of wreckage and wood that had washed up on the sandy shores. Taking a moment just to catch his breath and make sure he had gotten rid of the last traces of that lightning, he quickly molded his chakra. Cookios. He slammed his hands down, waiting with bated breath. However, nothing happened. The usual sealing matrix did not appear. In fact, it felt as though something was blocking his chakra from actually spreading out in the desired way. He frowned, figuring his control must still be a little off, as he tried again, only to get the exact same result. This time his brow furrowed deeply as he stared at his hands, wondering just what that lightning strike had done to him. However, before he could try for a third time, he couldn't help but look towards what he assumed was the center of the island, where he could feel a large amount of chakra gathering for something. Welcome one and all. I am your game master, Hiruto Misaka. Of all the things the blonde might have been expecting, it certainly wasn't for an enormous projection of a man almost a mile high. He spoke with an enthusiastic, eccentric tone, only backed up by the odd clothes he wore. It seemed to be an all-white suit with a very high-collared white robe that fanned out at the back. Going with the theme, his hair was also a startling white, spiking out in random directions to give him a slightly crazed look. However, his eyes, hidden partially by a set of rectangular glasses, glinted with the light of a conniving intelligence. Now that all the contestants have arrived, I would like to formally welcome you all to Uzunokuni. The projection grinned broadly, pausing as if for some invisible audience to cheer or clap. However, the news still startled Naruto a little. He was on Uzunokuni? That meant the place where the man was projecting his image from was probably Uzushiagakur, nearer the center of the island. This was where Onoka had gone, wasn't it? I know, you must all be excited and confused, but fret not. The man enthusiastically raised a hand to the sky, a much more significant gesture considering the projection could actually reach into the clouds. The rules for this little game are very simple. You, the contestants, must fight one another in order to progress further into the island. You will meet in pre-designated areas guarded by special seals. The instructions given by the seals must be followed or the consequences will be. The man grinned a more devious smile, unpleasant. His expression lightened up again quickly as he clapped his hands together excitedly. However, for the winner, only riches and wonders await in the ruins of Uzushio itself. You may notice that you are unable to use your chakra. Those are the legendary seals of the Uzumaki themselves. They span the entire island. You will only be able to use your chakra in one of the designated areas for fighting. The massive projection began to flicker and fade, obviously running out of chakra to power it. Now, good luck, contestants. I have high expectations of you all. The man gave a final grin as the projection finally faded away into small specks of light, his final words echoing across the entire island. Let the games begin. Chapter 72, Clouds X. You can't have everything. Where would you put it? Stephen Wright. Teiwaya grumbled to herself as she walked through the island's unnaturally thick forest, ducking under low-hanging branches and slicing through the irritating vines that hung in her way with a kunao she always kept tucked into her waistband. First, she wakes up on some god-forsaken jungle island, floating on a stupid piece of driftwood. Then she finds she for some reason can't use any chakra. Next, that massive projection tells her she's entered some kind of messed up fighting tournament across the entire island. Just what the hell was going on here, and why hadn't Naruto summoned her yet? She just continued to mutter profanities to herself as she stalked through the foliage, hoping to get some answers in this Uzushio place the projection mentioned. It was her own fault really. She saw those two Akatsuki guys on the boat and just had to rush in to try and help Naruto. Being caught on the edge of a full-on, genuine lightning strike was bloody painful. She could definitely attest to that. She never noticed as she crossed an invisible line on the ground that began to glow as soon as she stepped in. However, she definitely noticed the slight hum as a very complex seal activated. Acting on instinct, she dashed to the side, expecting some kind of trap like an exploding tag or a barrier. Well, she was half right anyway. After a moment of nothing happening, she looked up, blinking in surprise when nothing appeared amiss. Just to be safe though, she turned back, looking to skirt this area in case there was some other trap that wasn't a dud. However, to her intense surprise and immediate irritation, she didn't take more than 2 steps before crashing into some invisible wall. Arg, damn it. She bounced back off whatever it was onto her ass, sitting there for a moment just rubbing her forehead. When she looked up against, she saw the barrier she had stepped into slowly fade away, only an almost invisible ripple in the air revealing where it had been. Experimentally she reached out and brushed her fingers along it, marveling when floating kanji sprung up wherever her fingers made contact with the invisible wall. Teiwaya was no novice when it came to sealing. Orochimaru had always told her she had certain knack for it, especially barriers. However, the sheer complexity of this warding barrier was so unbelievably beyond her she couldn't help but just stare for a few moments. Kanji flowed from one array to another like an ever-moving masterpiece, all done in flawless calligraphy that simply hung there in the air, impassable. So was this one of those pre-designated fighting areas that stupid projection had talked about? Teiwaya turned and walked a bit further into the sealed-off area, trying to remember what the white-haired crazy guy had said. There was some kind of condition she had to meet, right? Or some rule she had to follow. Teiwaya groaned piteously, suddenly wishing she had paid a little more attention rather than just writing the man off as insane. Hey you. She looked around, eyebrow raised as someone new made themselves known. It was a large man in the typical dress of a sailor. Teiwaya didn't recognize him, but he was probably from the crew of the ship they had been on. Figures she would get someone like this as her first opponent. Hey, you were on the ship? What's going on here? Who was that white-haired guy? Why can't I leave this place? Teiwaya just sighed as she slipped her flute out from her chest bindings, confusing the man as she spun it in her hand once. Didn't you hear the guy, you moron? We have to fight to get closer to the center of the island, and knowing Naruto and the others, that's exactly where they're heading. The man still seemed confused, causing Teiwaya to grunt with irritation as she brought her flute up to her lips. Ugh, seriously, it means that I'm moving on and you're going to sleep, so pipe down already. The man continued to stare confusedly as Teiwaya played a quick melody over her flute, the rich tones drifting about the clearing as he just stood and watched her. What are you doing? Teiwaya paused in her tune, taking the flute from her lips as she blinked in confusion. She was definitely molding her chakra into the sound waves, yet for some reason they were dispersing almost as soon as they left the instrument. She might as well have been whistling instead. What the hell? She stared at her flute in surprise as it had never stopped working like this before. However, in her momentary pause the man seemed to get over his own shock, staring down the much smaller girl. So what, we have to fight? Then I can get the hell out of here. Teiwaya looked back up, slipping her flute back down into her bindings as she took up her taijutsu stance. She may not be able to use her flute, but she could still kick this civilian's ass. She had just wanted to be quick about it. Oh wonderful, we have our first contestants. Both of them paused as the silhouette of the same man who had projected himself over the island appeared between them. It was hard to tell who it was as the figure was blurry and indistinct with no colors or visible features save his outline, but the wild and spiky hair gave it away somewhat. Hey you, let me out of here, you asshole. Teiwaya tried to hit the man, but her fist went straight through the insubstantial projection, almost falling over as she suddenly lost her balance. I know you must be excited to begin, but there must be some patience first. After all, I haven't even set the rules for this little fight, have I? I know. The man suddenly crouched down, messing with something by his feet that the two contestants couldn't see due to the limitations of whatever projection technique he was using. There, perfect. Both Teiwaya's and the man's eye were suddenly drawn to the normally invisible wall of their barrier where a few kanji had lit up in a deep, ominous red. No chakra? What the hell does that mean? While the sailor was confused, Teiwaya understood perfectly. Somehow this barrier could be altered from some base point, negating or limiting certain aspects of whatever was inside. Sure enough, when she tried to channel chakra into her limbs, it refused to respond to her. In fact, it was a little bit painful to try. What the hell, give me back my chakra. The projection of the man simply turned to her, or at least Teiwaya assumed it did. It was hard to tell when it had no eyes or discernible face. Oh, but then that would hardly be fair, don't you think? The projection chuckled, an irritating, mocking laugh that set Teiwaya's nerves on edge as it slowly began to fade away. Good luck, you two, there are other games that await me. Just like that he blinked out of existence, leaving the two alone again. However, this time it wasn't a kunoichi and a civilian sailor, but a very large, very brawny man and a much smaller, physically weaker girl. Arg, damn it. I don't care about this shit, I'm getting out of here, and if that means through you, so be it. The very large man suddenly rushed the younger redhead. However, even without her chakra, Taewia was still trained in taijutsu and she was easily able to sidestep him, almost wanting to laugh as the man barreled straight into the invisible wall of the barrier. Man, I can't believe I was worried there for a second, it's like fighting a toddler. She slipped back into her stance with a mocking chuckle, her slight concerns by the man's size and her sudden lack of chakra eased. The man simply turned to her, rubbing his forehead and glaring at her. He took a swing at her with one of his big meaty arms, but Taewia easily slammed it aside, using the man's misplaced momentum against him as she slipped around him, soundly striking him on the back of the neck. Pfft, too easy. The man slumped to the ground, completely knocked out as Taewia stepped forward and looked towards where the barrier still displayed the no chakra rule. Alright Hirato, or whatever your name was, drop the barrier. I won, didn't I? She didn't get a direct answer from the man or one of his projections, but the barrier slowly faded away in front of her, the hum dying down to nothing. The redhead just smirked and strode forward, breaking into a jog as she headed further inland. She wanted to get this whole game thing over with as soon as possible. However, she had to groan as a few minutes later she took a step over yet another invisible boundary, the familiar hum starting up behind her as she walked into yet another barrier. Damn it. She stomped her foot on the ground and was a little surprised to see a small crater erupt from the contact. The former Oto Kunoichi grinned as she felt her chakra return to her, flowing through her body like a warm, revitalizing elixir. Alright then, bring on the next weakling, Hirato. Almost instantly the projection of the man buzzed to life next to her, and despite its lack of face she could almost feel the irritation radiating off the man. It's Hirato. He collected himself quickly, coughing into his hand as he gestured further into the forested area. And I believe your newest opponent has just joined us. Taewia looked to where he was gesturing, expecting another civilian sailor to come stumbling out of the tree line. However, her eyes widened in shock when her opponent finally did walk out. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Damn right I'm here. And you better be more of a challenge than all those other heathens. I can tell Jashin-sama was displeased by their pathetic sacrifices. Fia frowned as she dusted off her hands. Yet another of the sailors that had populated ship lay behind her, swirly circles in his eyes from the swift blow Fia had dealt to the back of his head. She knew Naruto had to be on this island somewhere. Something this crazy going on would undoubtedly have drawn in the blonde's incredible penchant for unbelievable situations. She wasn't sure if it was bad luck or good luck that brought him into all this craziness, however she did know she had to find him. The Akatsuki members could be here as well, and she probably didn't stand a chance against both of them if they managed to find her. Naturally, the first thing she did after the boat sank, or at least what had remained of it had, was take to the skies in order to find one of the others. However, they had been scattered, and in the storm it was like trying to find a single pebble in a pond. Then she had managed to find the island, or Uzunokuni as Hirato had called it. However, almost as soon as she passed some invisible boundary around the country, her wings had just faded away as she lost control over her chakra. It was only thanks to the large leaves of the forest breaking her fall that she hadn't broken something herself. Now she had been forced to enter some ridiculous game, as the madman had said, playing around with people's lives, forcing them to fight. It was barbaric, not a game. However, she had no one to voice her opinions to, so she simply moved on, dashing off as fast as she could into the forest as soon as the barrier came down. She remembered the first conversation she had with the projection of Hirato. For the most parts she had ignored him, which seemed to really get to him. After that it had been one opponent after another as she slowly worked her way inland. Hirato seemed incredibly annoyed by her lack of reactions to his various attempts at weighing the fights against her with his ridiculous rules. First it was taking away her chakra. However, she had been trained to fight in such conditions before and was barely fazed. Next he had taken away her sight. However, the man she was fighting was similarly affected, as the so-called rules of each barrier appeared to be indiscriminate. Likewise, she had swiftly won that fight too, easily finding the man as he panicked over his loss of vision. Finally, in the last fight she had been forced into by Hirato, the man had not only taken away her chakra, but increased the gravity within the barrier by almost 5 times the normal amount. The white-haired maniac had hoped that because of her smaller build the much larger sailor would have been at an advantage. Fia quickly disproved that idea. And now here she was, running as fast as her chakra-lacking body would allow her towards Uzushio, hoping to find Naruto there. She did almost sigh as she crossed the invisible threshold of yet another barrier, wondering just how many opponents she would have to face before she could reach Uzushio. However, to her confusion, as she walked further inside, she could hear what seemed to be a conversation. Quieting her footsteps and taking it slow, she crept forward, peeking out around a large tree to see a rather strange sight that instantly put her on edge. Standing in front of her, facing away from the min-haired girl, was a man wearing an Akatsuki robe. "Damn it, I'm bored, we've been waiting here for almost an hour." Fia frowned, though when she got a better look, it wasn't one of the ones she recognized that attacked the boat, not to mention this one seemed to be part plant. Large Venus flytrap-like extension rose from his shoulders and his hair was a rather shocking shade of green. Which, coming from her, was saying something. "Well, whose fault is that, huh? Toby told us to simply observe, and yet here we are, trapped in this stupid barrier without even a way to get a message to him." Fia's frown only deepened when another voice emerged, seemingly from the same man, only it was darker and raspier, much more unpleasant to listen to. "It's not my fault. You were the one that wanted to get in closer." Fia took a step back. The Akatsuki member seemed heavily unstable, considering he was actually talking to himself with 2 different voices. How was I supposed to know that the Mayfly technique wouldn't work once we were inside one of the barriers? Fia's eyes narrowed as she tried to come up with a way of getting past this Akatsuki member. Usually by now Hiruto would have shown up in one of his projections, but he was conspicuously absent right now. "Well, you shouldn't have underestimated the Uzumaki then. You know, Madara-sama always talked about how irritating they could be with their fuinjutsu." At that, Fia froze. One did not need to be a walking encyclopedia of shinobi to know the significance of the name Madara. "Yes, well, it seems it doesn't matter anymore, as our opponent has finally resolved to stop hiding." Fia jumped backwards into the air as a massive wooden vine suddenly burst out of the ground beneath her, trying to ensnare her. She managed to keep her composure as her wings burst from her back, keeping her hovering in the air, but inwardly she was beyond shocked. First this man talks about Madara Uchiha, then he goes and uses something suspiciously like Mokuton. Oh, I was sure that would have caught her. The first, lilting, slightly effeminate voice seemed genuinely disappointed, in an almost childlike way, as the Akatsuki member finally turned to the Jinchuriki. Fia saw for the first time that the man seemed to be completely divided into a white half and a black half. "Then you are naive as always, can't you see this is the Nanabe Jinchuriki? Toby warned us about her." Fia's eyes narrowed again, wondering who this Toby person was and how he was so knowledgeable about her. If there was one thing she had come to genuinely dislike, it was lacking information. "Oh dear, I don't think we're ready to face a real-life Jinchuriki, we never were the front lines type." The black half of the man just seemed to growl his agreement. "What should we do?" Fia didn't really appreciate them talking as if she wasn't there. However, she couldn't really do anything until the rules of the barrier had been set up. For all she knew, she could be in mid-attack and completely lose her chakra. She couldn't risk that without knowing more about this Akatsuki member's techniques and fighting style. However, from what she had seen, it didn't bode well for her. A Mokuton user was like a Jinchuriki's worst possible opponent. "Quiet, idiot, I'm thinking." However, Zetsu didn't need to think much longer, as at that moment the wall of their barrier rippled, the new rules of the fight appearing in bold red kanji. 2 enter, 1 leave. Both halves of Zetsu seemed to grin viciously at that. Perfect. Fia watched with increasing disgust as the Akatsuki member suddenly shucked his cloak, revealing that the divide between them covered their entire body. However, before her eyes the man-thing began splitting down the middle, into 2 completely separate halves. Fia had to contain her look of revulsion as thing, as it certainly could not be human after doing that, fully separated, each new half regrowing the missing leg but not their other arms. For a moment the 2 just stood there, flexing their new legs and suddenly independent arms before the black half grinned. "I hope the game master doesn't mind too much if we bend the rules a little, after all, there aren't just 2 of us anymore." With that the black Zetsu began to sink into the ground, his presence vanishing entirely. Fia could only gawk for a moment before the tree she was hovering in front of suddenly moved, the branches suddenly swiping out to grab her. She zipped away, but it was close. The wood was surprisingly fast for having just been an inanimate plant. When she stopped, she spotted the white half of Zetsu still on the ground, a part of his foot seemingly merging with the earth as it grinned playfully up at her. I may not be a combat type Jinhiriki-chan, but don't underestimate Zetsu's power. I am the land itself. Naruto steadied himself with his Shakugao as he walked, using it to support himself. Whatever this seal was that was affecting his ability to use chakra was having severely debilitating effects on him. For someone like him, so used to having massive amounts of chakra running through his system on an almost daily basis, it was incredibly disconcerting to have it so easily ripped from him. Although whatever it was didn't actually seem to affect his ability to mold it, as it hadn't affected the 8 trigrams seal on his stomach, that would have been dire. For some reason his Preta path seemed unaffected by it all, and if he wanted to he could easily absorb the chakra powering this island-wide seal. However, that would have been severely inadvisable, as right now he could only absorb chakra, not expel it. To absorb such a massive amount of chakra only for it to have nowhere to go, he would more than likely explode. Without disabling the seal as a whole, it would be pointless to siphon off little parts of it, not to mention the fact it must have something feeding chakra into it, or such a massive, complex array would quickly lose energy. He had to admit, the Uzumaki that created it surely were masters of their craft. Having so long to work and play with Fuinjutsu, they must have come up with countless scenarios to prevent people simply circumventing them as a whole. As he moved further inland, his respect for them only increased. Things that were invisible to others were lit up like glaring neon signs in his eyes. Almost everywhere he looked, seals littered the island, some looking old enough to stretch right back into the Warring Clans period. The best part for him, or possibly the worst considering his current situation, was that he couldn't recognize a single one. They could literally do anything. As he walked, he noticed he wasn't encountering any of these so-called pre-designated areas Hiruto had mentioned. Not only that, but small signs of civilization began to become apparent. The occasional fallen pillar covered in vines and shrubs, or the broken remains of a statue, the face long since eroded away. The air was incredibly serene, and as he walked he couldn't help but simply enjoy the air. He could see why this had been chosen as the ancestral home of the Uzumaki. He didn't really focus on it, but being here, actually standing amongst the ruins of this civilization, that small, childish part of him that had yearned to know about his family growing up was being rekindled. Finally the forest began to give way to stone paths, littered with the signs of nature beginning to reclaim its lost territory. Here and there he could see evidence of what might have been buildings, small homely structures that had long since been torn down by either war or time. Occasionally he would spot that recognizable spiral that so marked the Uzumaki clan, carved into the walls or on a faded, ragged banner. He closed his eyes for a moment, just trying to imagine what it must have been like to stand amongst this small village in its prime, with the walls still standing proud and fresh, colorful banners fluttering gently in the breeze. He released a breath he hadn't realized he had been holding as his eyes opened again, that image in his mind fading as it was once again replaced by ruins and shattered stone. He shook his head as he continued on, his footsteps softly echoing around the small outskirts village. He paused though in the middle of the road, looking up at the massive, seemingly endless wall of floating kanji that stood in front of him. It glowed with its own unearthly light, seemingly stretching on infinitely in both directions. He quickly realized this must be one of the fighting areas Hiruto had mentioned, and also guessed that you weren't supposed to be able to see the barrier itself, otherwise it would be a fairly obvious trap. It made sense, he guessed. The only documented Jujutsu capable of seeing chakra other than the Rinnegan, which was thought to be extinct anyway, were the Sharingan and Byakugan. Both of those were solely in the possession of Konoha, an ally to Uzushiagaku, so naturally anybody else would be at a disadvantage against them. Naruto frowned for a moment, considering circumventing the barrier entirely. However, it seemed to go on for quite a distance both ways he looked, and he really needed to get to the center of the island quickly so he could try and put a stop to this pointless game. With another few moments of deliberation, the young monk finally stepped through, watching with interest as a ripple of light spread through the kanji where he touched the barrier. Sometimes he forgot how truly blessed he was to be able to see this invisible world of chakra and how beautiful it was. Excellent, excellent. You know, I knew there was something special about you the moment the sensory seals picked up your chakra levels. I've been waiting for you to enter one of the battlefields this whole time. Almost as soon as Naruto entered the barrier, a wispy, indistinct silhouette of the self-proclaimed game masters buzzed into life beside him, a grin on his non-existent face. Hiruto. Naruto inclined his head to the man. No need to be impolite to the man that effectively, or at least seemingly, controlled the entire island through its seals. Oh, and so polite too. The projection of the man seemed to lean against something wherever he was projecting from. The action made him look like some sort of mime. You know I've been dealing with curses and screaming all morning. It's rather refreshing to talk to someone level-headed like yourself. Naruto could somehow feel the grin the man was giving him as he talked. The blonde just took the opportunity to walk forward, further inland. Naturally the projection followed him, even if Hiruto himself wasn't walking, it just seemed to glide along beside him, keeping perfect pace. So? What do you think of my little game, eh? Excited? Thrilled? Angry? Disheartened? Do tell, I love seeing what people make of my brilliance. Naruto just rolled his eyes as he walked, his shakujiao and the bell in his ponytail jingling along to his steps. It just had to be an egotistical narcissist, didn't it? That one man with the scythe was my favorite, he seemed so happy about the whole concept. Naruto almost faltered, but he caught himself, passing it off as a small misstep. The Akatsuki with the scythe had survived? But Naruto had clearly seen him get struck by lightning. No, it had to be someone else. Why? What is the point of it all? The projection just looked at him for a moment as if considering the words, although it was very hard to tell what Hiruto was thinking when his face was hidden like it was. Isn't it obvious? I wish to simply show people what is inside their own hearts. Nothing does that like pushing the boundaries between life and death. There was a moment's pause as Naruto actually though the man was being sincere before the projection chuckled. Plus it is all very amusing. I have to do something to pass the time, you know. Naruto just sighed as they finally reached the other side of the barrier. He looked up at the massive wall of kanji and frowned. He couldn't just wait here for some opponent when his friends might be in danger elsewhere. You see it, don't you? Hiruto's voice pulled him out of his thoughts as he realized he had been staring at the barrier for a few long seconds. Do you see it? The beauty of the seals? The Uzumaki really were artists, you know, constructing something as magnificent as this. Naruto blinked as he looked around and spotted the projection staring up at the barrier as well, even though the blonde was positive he couldn't actually see the chakra. You didn't create it. The projection scoffed, throwing a dismissive wave the monk's way as he turned back to Naruto. Of course not, I am brilliant, yes, but the expertise and the sheer genius of the Uzumaki clan is still beyond even me. No, this was created long before I stepped foot in this country. I simply commandeered it for my own use. Naruto nodded slowly. It made sense. It would take years to set up something this complex and ingenious all over an island this large. What was its original purpose then? Once again the blonde could feel the projection grinning at him in response as it waved a hand at him, finger pointed up tauntingly. I wouldn't ruin the surprise. You will have to simply seek me out in Uzushio. And with that the projection faded from existence with a small buzz of static. Naruto stood there a moment before sighing. It was tough being courteous with such an obviously insane man. After a moment or two he reached forward to touch the barrier, reaching out through his Preta path to absorb the chakra powering it. However, as soon as he tried to do that his eyes widened in surprise. Where he touched the barrier the floating kanji turned a sudden and startling red. A moment later he had to grit his teeth in pain as a lance of electricity shot from one of the kanji, shocking and numbing his arm. He breathed heavily, severely irritated by the amount of times he had been shocked recently. Although he had to admit that it was yet another ingenious move by the Uzumaki that had designed the barrier. All forms of chakra-absorbing jutsu were just that, designed to absorb chakra. Nobody would be expecting them to seal actual lightning or electricity as a defense mechanism. Given enough time Naruto was sure he could get around it, but fate had decided not to give him that time as a presence behind him made itself known. You know, for the amount of time you have managed to elude the Akatsuki, you aren't exactly subtle. I could hear your shakujiao and that little bell from almost a mile away. Naruto turned with a pleasant smile on his face to look up at the tall, imposing figure of a tan-skinned man with most of his features hidden by a cowl and a cloth face cover. However, his interesting green eyes, backed by deep maroon sclera, were perfectly visible as they stared down at the blonde, Kyuabijin Hierarchy. Haku sighed as he finished creating the ice restraints for what must have been the fourth or fifth sailor he had come across and had been forced to fight. Naturally he had taken them all down as swiftly and as painlessly as he could, but it was beginning to grow tiresome. At least he was making decent progress into the island. They were just civilians after all, not on the same level as shinobi, even with his chakra taken away. As the barrier faded away he dashed off into the jungle, moving as fast as he was able. He may have kept a calm and cold exterior, but he was worried for his friends. Almost 2 hours and he hadn't seen a single sign of them. They had to be involved in this sick game as well. Finally he breathed a small sigh of relief as in the distance he heard a very familiar string of profanities echo through the air. Immediately taking off in the direction he could hear Teiwa, he dropped down a small cliff face, rolling to cushion the fall. However, he almost blanched as he looked up only to see a practically labyrinthian construction of degraded buildings and shattered walkways in front of him, no doubt the remains of some fringe town to Uzushio. However, now it might as well have been built as a maze, because without chakra it was going to take him a while just to get through it. The sounds of fighting he could hear in Teiwa's direction didn't do anything to ease his mood as he took off, trying to pick what he thought was the best path he could through the twisting, dilapidated streets. After a few wrong turns though he finally seemed to get on the right track. He skidded around a building that was in slightly better condition than the others and crested a small hill before he finally caught sight of Teiwa's long red hair. As he got closer he saw she was fighting an Akatsuki member, and that alone made him pick up his pace. However, something seemed to be wrong. Teiwa was just standing there, unmoving, and the Akatsuki was doing the same, standing on some kind of red symbol on the ground. However, before he got any closer he ran into an invisible wall, kanji rippling out from the contact. His paused in confusion though as the Akatsuki suddenly lifted the long, extendable spike he was holding and plunged it straight through his own heart. For a moment he thought Teiwa must have gotten to him with a genjutsu and won, and he breathed a small sigh of relief, only for it to die in his throat a moment later when Teiwa collapsed to her knees, clutching her chest. No. He could see the redhead cough up blood while the Akatsuki member stayed standing, a sick grin on his oddly transformed face. He pulled the spike out of his own chest like it was a toothpick, eagerly licking up the blood staining the tip as Teiwa fell even further, struggling to support herself on one hand before she finally fell forward. Even from this distance Haku could literally see her breaths coming out slower and slower. Teiwa. Chapter 73, Clouds 11. The loss of young first love is so painful that it borders on the ludicrous. Maya Angelou. What the fuck? How are you still alive? I watched you get roasted by that lightning bolt. Teiwa stared in shock as Haiden walked forward. The man's Akatsuki robe was completely burned away at the top, only leaving tatters to hang around his waist and expose his torso. Likewise his hair looked a little more singed and frizzed than it had before, and it looked like a poor attempt to smooth it back down again had been made. However, other than that, and unbelievably for the redhead, he looked perfectly okay. He didn't even have a scorch or a burn mark anywhere on his skin. Yeah, and I'm gonna get that bastard Kakuzu back for it when I catch up to him. That asshole caused my talisman to melt. He put his hand to his chest where a small metal, something, hung on a severely singed wire around his neck. It may have been something recognizable once, but a few thousand volts had seen it turned into nothing more than a warped metal lump. Similarly, the scythe held comfortably in the man's hand was worse for wear. The blades themselves seemed okay, but the shaft of the weapon itself was a little twisted and deformed from the intense heat. And no way, there's no way you could have walked out of that without a scratch when your weapons took damage. Teiwa took a step back, some base instinct in her body telling her to get far away from this impossible freak of nature. However, at the same time Haiden's eyes gleamed like a predator as he swung his scythe flamboyantly before slamming the end onto the ground. Of course, you heathen. Jashin-sama has bestowed his gift on me so that I can continue to offer him sacrifices forever. His head dipped lower as his grin became more vicious, the firm grip he had on his scythe tightening until his knuckles went white. Now come, share in the sweet ecstasy of pain with me. Teiwa took another step back, which made Haiden's grin only widen, the smell of fear becoming thick in the air. However, the redhead quickly caught herself, shaking off the strange vibe she had been getting as her features reaffirmed into her natural scowl. Fuck off, you freak. Haiden just laughed up into the sky as he twirled his staff into the sky, catching it as he took a loose but confident stance. That's right, It's no fun for me or Jashin-sama when they go down easily. Fight for your life, make the blood you spill on the floor even sweeter for Jashin-sama. Teiwaya growled lowly, trying to block out the man's hysterical shouts as he slipped her flute out from her cleavage in a swift movement, bringing it up to her lips before Haiden could even look down. When he did, the silver-haired cultist blinked in mild confusion as a sweet, haunting melody drifted throughout the clearing. Sorry harlot, Jashin-sama doesn't take musical offerings, only blood. The Jashinist suddenly rocketed forward, grinning as he swung his scythe in a wide arc to cut down the redhead's front. He didn't want to kill her after all, not yet anyway. However, he stumbled when the Teiwaya in front of him faded away, her body breaking down into ash and dust that just floated away, unaffected by his swing. The man looked around for a few seconds, slinging the weapon back up onto his shoulder as he casually glanced about, waiting for the inevitable counterattack. Pretty neat trick, girly, but did you really need the stupid flute to do it? Get a fucking cooler instrument, like a guitar. He whirled around, striking out with his scythe as he felt a presence behind him, only to gawk as the gleaming red blades passed straight under the disembodied upper half of his opponent. Teiwaya just grinned as her torso floated there, dust and ash streaming from where her legs should have been as she span the flute between her fingers, even though the melody seemed to continue on without her playing. Get a clue, freak, the flute's the best instrument there is. As if to prove it, the floating redhead suddenly lunged forward faster than Haiden could react and jammed the long metal instrument straight into his eye. The silver-haired scythe wielder staggered back, clutching the metal pipe as he cried out in pain and anger. Arg, damn it! Teiwaya suppressed a grimace as almost immediately the man pulled the flute out of his eye's socket, blood and viscera spurting from the wound as he put a hand up to cover it. Fuck you, bitch. That actually fucking hurt. However, as shocked as Teiwaya was before, it was nothing compared to when the man took his hand away, revealing his eye was now perfectly fine, if not caked with blood. The Jashinist wiped away the fluid covering his eye and grinned, swinging his scythe again. I knew you were going to be fun. Your sacrifice will definitely please Jashin-sama. Teiwaya took a step back, or would have if she wasn't just a floating torso. What in Kami's name are you, you freak? Haiden suddenly gained a look of intense rage as he lunged forward, looking to viciously bisect the redhead down the middle. However, his scythe met no resistance as Teiwaya's body once again dissolved away into ash and dust. Don't speak that blasphemous god to me. Jashin-sama is the one true lord. Haiden glanced around again for his slippery opponent, however he wasn't left hanging for long before the ground beneath him suddenly exploded upwards. Vicious black chains burst from the ground, each adorned with barbed blades or gleaming metal hooks that almost instantly drove themselves into the Jashinist's flesh. He cried out again as skin and muscle was torn open by the deadly chains, screaming profanities to no one in particular as Teiwaya reformed in front of him. Now stay down, you freak. She watched him for a few more seconds as the man panted raggedly, looking down at the ground as the rest of his body was immobilized by the tautening chains. However, the redhead couldn't help but take a step back as his head suddenly shot up and the cultist grinned at her madly. His hair was caked with his own blood and a thick stream of it dripped down his face between his eyes, making him appear crazed and deranged. No. I don't think you understood, you bitch. We're supposed to share the pain. Right now I'm taking it all myself. Teiwaya frowned as even more chains burst from the earth, grabbing onto every open bit of flesh on the man until only his head remained, appearing as though it was sitting on a small pile of dark black metal. Man, I wasn't expecting a genjutsu. That's such a fucking cowardly technique like that bastard Itaki uses. Before Teiwaya knew what was happening, Haiden suddenly reached down and viciously ripped out a chunk of his arm with his bare teeth. The world around them suddenly shattered, the chains breaking away into nothing as Teiwaya's form snapped into focus, no longer streaming ash and dust. She was so surprised by the manner the man had used to break her genjutsu she couldn't react in time as he rushed forward, grabbing her by the throat and throwing her clean across the clearing. She managed to turn in the air and just about land horizontally on a tree, but she couldn't rest at all before she had to suddenly lean back, watching as 3 gleaming red scythe blades sheared through the air in front of her face. All of a sudden she was locked in a deadly game of don't get hit by the vicious weapon wielded by the religious nut, as she dodged, ducked, dipped, and dived to avoid being diced into little Teiwaya pieces. She didn't even get an opportunity to raise her flute to her lips again as Haiden was just too fast for her. Her salvation came as Haydn began to get cocky, giving larger, more flamboyant swings that gave her the opportunity to suddenly grab the massive scythe and use the man's own momentum to push him over her shoulder. "Damn it, bitch, just hold still, this is starting to get annoying, you know." Taewia ignored the man as she jumped back, bringing her flute up again as she began a frantic melody. Haydn blinked as the ground beneath his feet seemed to melt away as if it had suddenly turned to quicksand. His entire lower body slowly sank down into the mire-like substance as the trees around them broke down and scattered to the winds. He grimaced as he brought his scythe about awkwardly, having to struggle in order to pull it out of the strange swamp the genjutsu had put him. "Arg, this ain't going to work on me again, bitch." He brought the gleaming scythe around and raked it violently across his chest, gasping from the pain but grinning as the genjutsu world faded away, freeing him. He laughed as he saw Taewia still crouching across from him, looking down at the ground as she stayed oddly still in a three-point stance. "Man, I thought you would at least run or something, bitch." Did the heathen finally decide to sacrifice themselves to Jashin-sama? Taewia finally looked up, confusing Haydn as her body began to change strangely. "I wouldn't count on it, you fucking freak, just had to keep you busy for a minute." Before the Jashinist's eyes, Taewia's skin darkened until it was almost the color of chocolate, her hair lightened at the same time, becoming a pinker color. Finally black marks appeared under her eyes like little spikes, as if she had been crying black tears. That was all he got to see though before Taewia suddenly launched forward, moving so fast that she just seemed to flicker a moment before pain erupted in Haydn's head. "Man, I still can't get used to how good this feels compared with the curse marks level 2. Taewia stretched her neck out as she flexed, enjoying the feeling of nature chakra running through her body, strengthening her and enhancing her far beyond her normal limits. "Damn it, bitch, that was a hell of a punch." Taewia's eyes widened as Haydn walked out from the smoking crater she had launched him into, steadying himself on a tree stump he had crashed through on the way down. Taewia just growled as she shot forward again, once again appearing within Haydn's guard faster than he could possibly react. In mere seconds she unleashed a devastating volley of senjutsu-powered punches all over his body before finally grabbing his scythe and throwing the man over her shoulder. Arg! He crashed into the ground with a small shockwave blowing out due to the force of it. Taewia smirked at the crater his body had made in the earth only for it to drop off her face as he suddenly coughed. "Seriously, there's no need to make this so fucking hard, one way or the other I'm sacrificing you to Jashin-sama." Taewia took a step back as Haydn picked himself up, cracking his neck with a sickening pop. There was no way he should have been able to get up after that, it would have shattered most people's ribcages at best and severed their spine at worst. "What the hell, you asshole? Stay fucking dead already." Taewia was on him again, wrenching the scythe out of his grip before turning it around and driving it soundly into his body. Haydn's eyes widened and he spat out a long stream of blood as the pole of the deformed weapon broke straight through his sternum. However, Taewia didn't stop there. She kept driving the shaft through the man's body until it completely skewered him, allowing her to lift him off the ground like some sick shish kebab. "Heh, not good enough, heathen." Taewia cried out as Haydn suddenly lashed out at her with an extendable spike he had hidden in the tattered remains of his robes hanging around his waist. She dropped the hold she had on his scythe to grip her arm, trying to stem the bleeding from the nasty cut he had give her. "Ha! It's finally over." Taewia took a few steps back as Haydn dropped to the ground, quickly picking himself up. The redhead just couldn't believe what she was seeing. Haydn was just standing there with his scythe driven right through his body like it was a splinter. She couldn't figure him out. It just wasn't possible for anybody save maybe Orochimaru and other freaks like him that had done something twisted to their bodies. This guy had to have some kind of unbelievable healing factor to take injuries like this as though they were nothing, or even be standing after them. No, Taewia frowned at that. No kind of healing factor would save you from a direct lightning strike. That was just unnatural. "What the fuck are you?" Haydn just grinned, a gleam in his eye as he brought the spike up to his mouth, still dripping with her blood from where he cut her. "I already told you, heathen. I bear Jashin-sama's blessing, because of him I am immortal." He laughed before languidly licking a long line of her blood off the pointed weapon. Taewia just tried to process that, stunned for the moment. There was no way this guy could really be immortal, could he? However, any chance of her trying to convince herself it was some kind of trick were dashed when Haydn suddenly grabbed the handle of his scythe, still sticking out of his abdomen, and wrenched it out. A deluge of blood poured from the wound as the man bent over, griping the bloody weapon with slightly trembling hands. Ha! Now that's what I'm talking about. Share in this pain with me, heathen, be cleansed by it before Jashin-sama. Haiden suddenly straightened up, and despite the large splash of blood across his chest there was no indication of a wound of any kind. Taewia was frozen as her mind simply struggled to come up with an explanation for what she was seeing. However, unfortunately for her, that was ample time for Haiden to draw out a large symbol on the ground using his blood that he had just spilled. It looked to be some kind of large circle with an inverted triangle at the center, and he drew it with his foot, using well-practiced, sweeping strokes. This is it, bitch. Slowly his tan skin faded into a deep, obsidian black as white markings that looked like bones appeared all over his body, as if tracing out the skeleton beneath his flesh. Standing there, with his scythe in hand dripping with blood and the devilish markings that appeared over his body, the man could have easily been mistaken for some kind of grim reaper, come to collect her soul. Finally though, Taewia had enough, snapping out of her shock as she growled, shaking her head to rid herself of the chilling feeling that had come over her. Put on some makeup, have we, freak? Haiden grinned maniacally as Taewia suddenly rushed him, not even bothering to move out of the way as her blow struck him straight in the stomach. However, in the exact same instant Taewia's eyes bulged out as her body was thrown back as if by some invisible sledgehammer. She skipped along the ground before rolling to a stop, blinking away her shock as she staggered to her feet, clutching her stomach as pain racked her body. She looked over, spotting Haiden doing the same. At least her punch had managed to do something, the markings across his body had vanished. Do you feel it? Haiden staggered to his feet, still grinning even as he spat out a wad of blood. He sprinted back to the symbol he had marked on the ground even as Taewia rushed to intercept him. Do you feel the pain we share? She was too late. As soon as he stepped inside the markings returned, faster this time, and in flash he took out the spike again and swiftly jammed it into his thigh. Taewia could only cry out as her leg exploded with pain, causing her to collapse to the ground. What have you done to me? She managed to get back to her feet, but her leg was shaking badly, threatening to give out beneath her. Slowly blood leaked from a stab wound in her thigh, in the exact same place Haiden had stabbed himself. Don't you get it yet, heathen? We are linked now, you and I. It is yet another gift Jashin-sama has bestowed upon us unworthy beings so that we can share in the agony and ecstasy of pain. Slowly he traced the spike up his arm, drawing out a thin trail of blood that almost as soon as it appeared was gone. Taewia wasn't so lucky and had to grit her teeth as that same cut appeared along her own arm as if drawn by some phantom blade. Slowly the markings that defined her sage mode faded away as the nature energy in her body ran out and a whole new pain exploded through her as the full force of her injuries caught up to her. Unfortunately, I don't have my prayer necklace anymore, so Jashin-sama will have to forgive me for cutting this sacrifice short. Taewia's eyes widened in horror as the man slowly brought the spike up, pointing it back down at his own chest. You were a worthy sacrifice, harlot, but now it's over. Taewia tried to move, but her legs just wouldn't respond to her. It was in vain though, as only a second later the Akatsuki member brought the spike home, impaling his own chest in one swift and brutal movement. Taewia! She faintly heard the scream from behind her as she collapsed forward onto her knees. However, before her body could fully hit the ground she found herself in a warm embrace. Opening her eyes she found herself staring into Haku's chocolate orbs, frantically examining her body. However, Taewia had hung out with Naruto long enough to know that her injuries were fatal. No medical ninjutsu save from probably Tsunade herself could save her right now. Why, you were a little late, shithead. When she looked down she saw that half of Haku's body was emerging from an ice mirror that had congealed on the ground in almost an instant. She tried to chuckle, but it only came out as a racking cough that sent spears of white-hot pain through her body. Suddenly Haku shifted, collecting her into his arms as he sank back into the mirror. The feeling was disconcerting, but through the pain and the numbness slowly encroaching over her limbs Taewia barely noticed. No, Taewia, you have to hold on. She almost wanted to laugh as Haku frantically looked over her injuries, green medical chakra flickering over his hands. With a great deal of difficulty she lifted an arm and pushed away one of his hands, the action feeling far too weak for her liking. Why, you're an idiot, you know that. Taewia wasn't sure if the wetness on her cheeks was from her own tears or the ones dripping from Haku's eyes. She tried to ignore it though as she reached up, grabbing the front of Haku's kimono suddenly and pulling him down. The brown-haired Yuki's eyes widened as he suddenly found his lips pressed up against Taewia's in a rough kiss. Slowly though the redhead's grip on his clothes loosened as the kiss lost its force before finally her head dropped back, unable to support itself anymore. He, I wanted to do that once before I kicked it. Taewia's eyes were beginning to droop now, they just felt so heavy while her body just felt so numb. Haku was shaking as he stared down at her boy, watching her breathing become shallow and irregular. He knew he had to do something, anything, but he just didn't know what. However, as he watched more of Taewia's precious blood spill from the wound in her chest, his eyes hardened. He could still feel the warmth of her lips on his as he began to gather huge amounts of chakra in his hands. He really hoped this would work. Fu's wings beat furiously as she flew straight down towards Zetsu, using her flight advantage to come at him from above. However, her orange eyes widened as an enormous vine burst from the earth, wrapping around the strange white humanoid like some kind of wooden cocoon. She tried to abort her dive but ended up brushing her foot against the wood as she did a mid-air turn. She winced as her control over her wing constructs was shaken and she banked too much on one side. She just managed to twist her body to land on her feet, but she still skidded back a few meters, digging little trenches with her heels. It's useless, Jinhuriki-chan. I know you'll defeat me sooner or later, but I need only buy time for the other me to find your friends. Not only that, but your Baijuyo chakra is useless against my Mokuton, even if it can't compare to his. Zetsu's voice came out muffled from behind his wooden barrier, but the lilting, childlike tone was still evident. Behind her, Fu's wings dissipated into a sparkling dust of chakra as water began to collect around her hands. Quickly, two long swords almost half the size of her body condensed in her hand, each with a gleaming edge that betrayed their element's liquid state. Then I will end this quickly. Fu's eyes set as she dashed forward, dodging and flipping over the multitude of vines that burst from the earth to try and ensnare her. Those she couldn't avoid she cut clean through, sometimes spinning to sever the tentacle-like wooden protrusions. Finally she touched down in a crouch only to immediately jump up, missing the vine that would have wrapped around her feet. Mid-jump, she twisted, stabbing her liquid swords into Zetsu's wooden shield and dragging them up as she completed the arc of her jump. Her feet touched the ground on the other side just as the great wooded cocoon split open, collapsing to either side to reveal a shocked Zetsu. Wow, you really are stronger than I thought, Jinhuriki-chan. This is a fun fight. Fu merely maintained her dispassionate expression as she turned on a heel, jabbing her swords forward to skewer the white man thing. However, one step away from him she suddenly found her movements restricted. She was so close she could make out the individual green strands of Zetsu's hair. Oh look! It finally happened. Zetsu seemed excited even as Fu continued to struggle against whatever was holding her back from stabbing him. Ugh! She grunted as she felt her chakra slowly being siphoned away. Zetsu had quickly backpedaled away from her when she realized she was immobile, so she risked turning her head. What she saw disgusted her. Surrounding her body was what appeared to be a thick white sludge that was constantly growing and changing around her. Worst of all, it seemed to have a face, more than one in fact, or at least the malformed mockery of faces. She could tell it was slowly sucking at her chakra, trying to drain it from her. Do you like it? They grow from spores I managed to plant over your body when the fight started and slowly siphon away your chakra. Fu took a calming breath as she managed to straighten up, fixing Zetsu with a chilling glare as her mind whirled to find a way out of this. Oh, so scary, Jinhuriki-chan, maybe by the end of this I could get a little smile out of you. Fu's eyes merely narrowed dangerously before they gleamed with slight amusement, a smirk appearing on her face. They absorb chakra. Zetsu just grinned and nodded happily as his foot once again merged with the earth. However, his smile became smaller as the white gelatinous mass surrounding Fu's body suddenly froze, unable to grow anymore. Slowly the white began to turn gray as the previously smooth texture of Zetsu's spore clone became rocky and rough. Hey Jinhuriki-chan. What are you doing to it? Fu merely remained still as cracks began to appear over the clone's body. After another few moments, large portions of it simply fell off, shattering when they hit the ground. Zetsu's eyes widened and he quickly ran through hand seals, trying to take advantage of Fu's immobility while he could. However, it was too late. As massive wooden roots burst from the ground to ensnare the girl, the last of the spore clone dropped away, completely turned to stone, and Fia was able to jump up high over the roots, wings once again bursting from her back. Oh hey, that's no fair, Jinhuriki-chan. My parasite clones can't handle nature chakra like I can. You don't have to be so mean. Fia frowned as she stared down at her opponent emotionlessly. It was like fighting a child. Although I am impressed you know Senjutsu. That's a really hard skill to learn, you know. The min-haired Jinhuriki quickly ran through her options before nodding once, taking a deep breath in before exhaling in massive cloud, enhancing the jutsu with the tiny amount of nature chakra she had managed to channel in the short time. Oh pretty. A bright, sparkling dust spread out from her breath, practically blanketing the ground below in a glittering layer of gold. Zetsu only had a moment to admire the beauty of the technique before he had to shield his eyes as light was reflected over and over and over again inside, becoming blinding. Fia watched on from above, immune to the blinding effecting of her scale dust technique. Slowly, almost languidly, she held up the tiger seal. In flash of light, the scale powder blanketing the floor suddenly ignited in a massive explosion that caused Fia to move a bit as the turbulent air waves created by the blast buffeted her wings. Slowly the smoke dissipated and the dust settled, revealing the ground below had been blackened and scorched by the technique. Cautiously Fia fluttered down to the ground, touching down as she kept a wary eye on where Zetsu lay on his side, his white body scorched in many places and his arm twitching. Slowly she walked up the man-plant thing, checking around for traps and deceptions before she found herself next to him, looking down at the odd creature. Oh, so mean, Jinhuriki-chan, I wasn't expecting that. The humanoid's voice came out a little raspier than normal as he coughed a few times. But then again, Zetsu's head suddenly shot up to reveal he had a complete face as opposed to the real Zetsu's half face. Gotcha! Fia was suddenly trapped from behind as the real Zetsu melted out of the ground, quickly wrapping his arm around her neck in a choke hold. However, the creature was a little surprised when Fia did nothing but smirk, a low chuckle coming from her mouth. No, I'm afraid it's the other way around. Zetsu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the girl in front of him a little closer before suddenly widening. Shadow CLO dash, he got no further before a long watery sword burst through his face from behind, causing his body to jerk violently. Fia allowed her feet to touch down softly, her wings folding back into her back silently before dissipating. You may have been able to sense anything touching the ground, but I don't have to if I don't want to. Zetsu couldn't reply as Fia allowed her water blades to dissipate into the air. At the same moment the Fia in front of them burst into white smoke, allowing the plant man to fall limply to the ground. She stared at him a moment before looking at Zetsu's clone, now melting into a puddle of disgusting white sludge. Finally she just wiped her hands with a sigh and turned to leave. However, out of the corner of her eye she spotted a small gleam of metal and stooped to pick it up. It was a ring. It looked fairly harmless, but it was embedded with a small green stone and bore the kanji for guy, which was often associated with yin elements. With a shrug she pocketed it. She had never really been one for the spoils of war, but it had caught her eye. Perhaps she could get it resized to fit her. Around her she heard the hum of the barrier fading, and without another backwards glance she darted off back into the forest. She could tell she was getting closer to Uzushio now. I don't suppose we could talk before launching right into fighting, do you? Naruto had to crane his neck a little to look up at the massive man standing in front of him. He really struck quite the intimidating figure. It depends on what you have to say, Kyuubi Jinhuriki. Naruto just cocked his head to the side with a lilting smile. You could call me Naruto if you want. The large man simply stared at him with his dispassionate green eyes with the odd red sclera. Naruto, Kyuubi. The name doesn't matter as long as I get paid. Naruto simply raised an eyebrow as he leaned against his Shakugao. He was glad he could at least speak with certain members of the Akatsuki. So you are a mercenary? The former Taki shinobi simply snorted, the veil covering most of his features rippling slightly. I suppose, although I care little for titles, a better word for me would be entrepreneur. My name is Kakuzu. Naruto looked up thoughtfully at that. He could have sworn he had heard that name somewhere before. He may have had a near-perfect memory, but sometimes something just got lost in the filing, as it were. Now enough talk. I have wasted enough time. Oh, this island dealing with weaklings not worth my time. I have to deal with you and go find my partner before he does something else idiotic like hold a conductor in a lightning storm. Naruto sighed lightly as he took a step back, planting his Shakugao into the ground firmly. So there's no way we could resolve this peacefully. Kakuzu stared at the young monk interestedly for a few moments before shaking his head. Not unless you have a few million ryo in your robes, which I doubt. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. Really? Money? Kakuzu just nodded, and for a moment Naruto considered it. Would it really be that morally wrong to create money just to get rid of a problem? The blonde sighed as his master popped up in his head, metaphorically thwacking him over the head for even considering it. Know this, Kyuubi Jinchuriki, I am not Sasori. I will not underestimate you like he did. I've lived long enough to know that any power that can harness the Baijuyo, such as Hashirama's Mokuton or the Uchiha's Sharingan or those Rinnegan eyes in your skull, are dangerous indeed. Naruto simply nodded with a sigh, taking a deep breath before his eyes snapped open, pulsing with chakra. Very well. Chapter 74, Clouds 12. I am prepared to die, but there is no cause for which I am prepared to kill. Mahatma Gandhi. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow as sand burst from the ground around him, swirling violently before suddenly constricting down on him. Naruto waited patiently from outside the localized sandstorm, eyes slowly roaming around. It was a shame he couldn't use his sand and water sense at the same time, but the two were fairly interchangeable. After all, he could still feel Kakuzu right in the middle. The blonde frowned as Kakuzu's chakra signature suddenly vanished from inside the small tornado of sand just as it violently bulged inwards. That would have trapped most other people, but even as he thought that he had to jump forward, just in time for a volley of odd grey tendrils, no thicker than senbon, to go flying over him. However, his dodge wasn't enough, as proven when those same tendrils suddenly diverted, slamming down into the ground with enough force to cause rocks and dust to fly into the air. Is this really all the Rinnegan can do? Sasori must have been far weaker than I thought. Perhaps I should have cashed in his bounty after all. The Akatsuki member reappeared with a flicker of movement, revealing that the grey threads had emerged from his arm. Slowly the smoke cleared around where his attack had impacted, and he heard a light chuckle. When it was clear enough to see, Kakuzu simply raised an eyebrow again. Wow, you're fast, definitely faster than me, that's for sure. At least when I'm like this. Naruto slowly stood up, revealing that the volley of dangerous grey threads hadn't even scratched him, even though Kakuzu had felt them all hit the blonde. Mildly impressive. You have some form of armor or defense beyond that irritating sand. Naruto just grinned as he dusted off his robes, now a little torn from the thin tentacles attack. And you are like a walking rag doll. What is that anyway? Kakuzu grunted as the tendrils retracted back into his arm like whips, returning to the separation in his forearm where they quickly wove back in like macabre stitches. Naruto imagined that wasn't the only place on his body those threads could leave or attack from, so he knew to be wary. I have no need to tell a brat like you anything. Naruto just shrugged as he lazily lifted an arm, tracking Kakuzu as the man suddenly launched forward. Normally it would have been far too fast for Naruto to react to an taijutsu, but he wasn't using his body for this. Shinra Tensei. Midair, a few feet from where Naruto stood, Kakuzu suddenly widened his eyes as he was sent flying back with the force of a small freight train, and he had been to Yuki no Kuni, so he knew how powerful those were. The man's body created a small trench through the ground as he ripped through it, tendrils lashing out at random into the ground to halt his crash. Naruto stayed where he was, gazing curiously into the small cloud of dust that he had created this time. Well, I suppose that is the so-called invisible attack I was warned against. It's certainly. A figure emerged from the smoke to reveal Kakuzu hadn't taken any damage either, although his Akatsuki robe was torn to shreds from the rocks he had crashed through. Formidable. He quickly discarded the bulky robe, revealing the gruesome form of his body. He had naturally tan skin like many Takigaku or shinobi, but nearly everywhere on his body those grey threads stitched him together like some poorly constructed doll. You interest me, Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Perhaps in a few years you would have had a bounty worth catching my eye. It's almost a shame you won't. Now let's try this again. Naruto grimaced as he heard a strange squelching sound coming from Kakuzu's chest, only for his eyes to widen a moment later as his hands both detached, sending another volley of the vicious threads his way. However, this time as he took a step back he raised his hand, causing the barrage of tendrils to suddenly halt in midair as they struck an invisible wall of force. The blonde frowned, knowing he couldn't let those near him again now, before the tendrils had enough force to actually dent his Azura Path's defense. However, now they were even more deadly as they were covered in a buzzing, faintly luminescent glow. Kakuzu had ran lightning chakra down the threads to increase their penetrating power. If they were to actually hit him, he was sure he would be skewered. However, even as his mind figured this out, the threads were pushing back against the wall of force they had encountered, and Naruto's 3 seconds hadn't quite counted down yet, so he did the next best thing. Banshou Tenin. As he held one hand out to maintain his Shinra Tensei, he crossed his other one over it, aiming at a particularly large tree on the other side of the clearing. Kakuzu was hardly unprepared as the enormous tree suddenly flew at him from behind, and instantly more threads burst from the ground, catching it and breaking it too before throwing the two halves to either side. However, it had weakened his concentration long enough for Naruto to move out of the way of his barrage of threads, leaving the two standing across from one another again. With every move you reveal more and more of yourself to me, bringing us closer to the inevitable end where I carry you back to the Akatsuki, where your Byakuya will be ripped out. It doesn't matter how powerful those eyes are in Legend, I am a living legend and experience will always beat you upstarts. Naruto just gazed at the man evenly, sizing him up. So far he had only displayed this ability with these odd threads and a lightning affinity, but he must be a powerful shinobi if he was in the same organization as Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigake. Alright, I'll play along. Really, he was just stalling for time, trying to gather senjutsu as quickly as he could. Kakuzu was definitely faster than him, like this, as Naruto was only 16 and he could only guess at this man's age. Kakuzu simply frowned as thicker, stronger-looking tendrils suddenly burst from the earth around Naruto, imitating what he blonde had tried to do to him with his sand. Do not think I don't know the signs for when somebody is gathering senjutsu. I know you need to remain still, so I won't allow it. The tendrils all shot at Naruto from every side, not leaving him any space to avoid them. Sand whirled around him defensively, but the lightning-enhanced threads sliced through it like it was water. Naruto was still getting over his shock that Kakuzu knew about senjutsu, that made the second Akatsuki member to recognize Sage Mode. His eyes pulsed with chakra, and the threads were once again halted by an all-encompassing wall of force centered on the blonde, but it didn't buy him nearly enough time to gather enough nature chakra. Instead he had to dash away, skidding to a stop some distance away as Kakuzu turned to him with a level stare. The threads simply vanished back into the ground, making Naruto glance about warily. He caught the tiny tremors before the tendrils actually emerged, pivoting his foot to turn and run in the opposite direction. However, he could only widen his eyes in surprise as he ran straight into even more of them. Blood dripped from the edge of his mouth as he looked down in shock, not even able to count the numerous places he was skewered on Kakuzu's threads. It was pointless from the start, Kyuubi Jinhiriki, you are too young and too weak to have lasted long against me. Naruto managed to turn his head to look at the man as he walked closer to him. The blonde managed to smile even as blood continued to drip from his many wounds. Oh, I think I lasted just long enough, to be honest. Kakuzu was suddenly slammed by a crippling force that sent the man crashing straight into the ground, creating a colossal crater and leaving a gaping trench in the earth that could have been mistaken for a dyed riverbed. The Naruto skewered on his now limp threads vanished in a burst of smoke after giving a childish grin. At the same moment the real Naruto rose out of the ground, his eyes flashing golden as he walked towards the crater the Akatsuki member still lay in. How's that for experience? Did you learn something? The blonde easily diverted his head to the side as another, tighter packed volley of threads suddenly launched at him from the smoke, reaching over and catching the gray threads without trouble. He felt the slight tingle from the lightning-natured chakra running through the tendrils, but nothing else. He grinned as he quickly absorbed the man's chakra. The threads were an amazing conductor for chakra like his rods, so it was almost too easy. His eyes tracked the incoming wave of the dangerous gray threads as though they were moving through treacle. When nature energy surged through his system, it was like the entire world slowed down. He was in harmony with it, able to understand the tiniest motions and predict how they would play out. As soon as the lightning-infused tendrils got near him, it was as though they had passed through an invisible bubble. The crackling aura of blue energy around them vanished, drained away into Naruto's body. The threads themselves managed to get through, however they could only uselessly pound against his Azura Path's hardened metal skin, not even managing to dent it. You were right, you shouldn't have given me time to gather senjutsu chakra. Usually using 2 of my paths at once like this is pretty hard, but I still haven't even found my limits when I tap into nature's energy. Naruto grinned as his grip over the loosely packed bundle of threads tightening, the veins in his arms bulging ever so slightly as he suddenly turned, throwing Kakuzu and his thin tentacles clear across the clearing with a grunt of effort. The man had been fruitlessly trying to anchor himself to the ground with more threads, but Naruto ripped him out like a stubborn weed. The Akatsuki member was surprised, but he still managed to twist his body to land roughly on the ground, his feet gouging out small trenches. HMPFT, you may know how to access Sage Mode, but you don't even begin to scratch at the potential of the Shodai Hokage. You can't stay this way for long, I know that much. However, Kakuzu couldn't help but widen his eyes as Naruto suddenly blurred out of his sight. Actually, you would be surprised. The aged Takenouken instantly lashed out with a vicious backhanded punch as Naruto's voice suddenly sounded right behind him. However, the blonde caught the fist with one hand, the force of the blow creating small shockwaves in the air. In almost exactly the same way, he caught Kakuzu's second punch, grabbing the fist tightly as the small crater that had formed beneath the pair only grew. I'm willing to bet I can hold on to Sage Mode long enough to deal with you easily. The blonde grinned as Kakuzu continued to struggle against the young monk's seemingly infinite strength. Unless you have any more tricks than these threads of yours. Beneath Kakuzu's mask, the aged shinobi smirked. It had been a long time since he had a bounty fight back like this. Oh, more tricks than your young mind could believe. Hundreds of threads burst from all over his skin, flowing out like a doll's stuffing to try and entangle the blonde. At this close range it should have been impossible to dodge, and he could leisurely strangle the monk until he had passed out. No need to kill the target after all when he was being paid to bring him in alive. However, he could only frown as he heard a light whining sound beneath him. Out of the corner of his discolored eyes he could the briefest flashes of light before he was sent rocketing back, riding a blast of what looked to be pure energy. Naruto simply maintained his grin as the can in his hand had become finished cycling with energy, deconstructing and reconstructing back into his normal five-fingered appendage that he flexed experimentally. He had learned a lot from his fight with his darker half. If he had power, then he was obligated to use it, but for the right reasons. After all, a jutsu or a technique is simply a tool and can be used for both bad and good. It was the intent behind it that mattered in the end. That was certainly interesting. Kakuzu emerged from the tree line he had barreled through, unharmed but not without a mark. The vest he wore beneath his robes fluttered to the ground, revealing even more of his macabre stitching and the large burn mark across his stomach. But if you want to turn this into a game of firepower, then you are 100 years too early to be challenging the likes of me. Naruto simply got into a ready stance, getting slightly irritated with the man's deep gravelly voice and all his self-hype. Get ready, Kyuubigen Hiraki. Naruto grimaced as that same horrible squelching sound came from the man again. However, this time he could see something move under his chest. Suddenly two masks burst from the man's back, as if to look over the man's shoulders. They looked somewhat like Umbu masks, except more stylized, one with a cartoonish red grin and the other with a short, distended snout. As one they opened their mouths, revealing a mass of black and grey threads that composed them. Before the first released a massive fireball and the other, a ball of pure wind. The two attacks merged in midair, creating a roaring inferno that barreled towards Naruto like a small sun. However, when the attack hit, there was no catastrophic blast, no intense shockwave, as the energy contained within the chakra-empowered fireball exploded like Kakuzu would have and had been expecting. Instead, he watched with marginally widened eyes as the attack slowly dwindled away in front of the blonde as he absorbed every ounce of chakra in the raging fireball. The ancient Akatsuki member stood there for a moment, grimacing beneath his mask as the monk finished up absorbing his ninjutsu. The blonde finally grinned as the last wisps of fire flickered away, revealing him to be completely unharmed. Come on, is that your trump card? Big ninjutsu. Even though he was taunting, Naruto was impressed. The man had displayed strong affinities for 3 elements already, an impressive feat. However, he was doing it. Come on now, you've put a fire in my belly, what else you got? Kakuzu frowned as 2 more masks burst from his back, this time one with elongated ears and a sick grin and another with a beak, making it look like a bird. The two seemed to charge huge amounts of chakra for just a split second before the second mask launched a drilling bullet of water and the first, a blinding bolt of lightning that as it passed through the air seemed to darken the space around it. Once again Naruto didn't even move from his position, absorbing the combination attack with ease. However, with each attack he was coming to understand Kakuzu better and better. Each mask seemed to represent an element and could fire off the respective ninjutsu. However, Naruto had yet to meet an elemental jutsu he couldn't absorb, and each one only made him stronger, giving him more chakra to mold with nature chakra. However, Kakuzu hadn't lasted in the cruel shinobi world as long as he had without learning on the fly. While Naruto was temporarily blinded by the ninjutsu in front of him, Kakuzu's hands burst from the ground behind him. If Naruto could have seen around the attack, he would have noticed they had separated from Kakuzu's body but were still attached to him through the threads. One hand latched onto the back of his neck while the other drove a powerful punch right into the base of his spine, aiming to paralyze or at least stun the blonde. However, what Kakuzu didn't know was that Naruto could in fact look around the attack with the two shadow clones hidden in the trees, sharing their vision with him. Gado, Kyuzeri. Leaving one hand up to continue absorbing the large ninjutsu, Naruto let his other form into a half-ram seal. As his chakra surged, black chains the width of his finger burst from his back, wrapping around Kakuzu's hands until they were completely immobilized. When the intense light of the combination ninjutsu faded, the blonde could easily see Kakuzu's intense frown from 3 different perspectives. How? Something like that should be impossible for a brat like you. How could you possibly do so many things at once? Kakuzu's voice wasn't hysteric or even urgent, but his deep gravelly voice contained a lot more irritation than before as the monk simply smiled. When you sometimes have to share your sight 6 different ways, you get good at multitasking. The chains suddenly constricted, making Kakuzu grimace again as he felt his hands slowly being crushed. However, before Naruto could do it, the masks on the Akatsuki member's back suddenly broke off of him, taking a huge mass of the dark threads with them that congealed into deformed, nightmarish bodies. Each creature rushed the blonde, forcing him to move out of the way and drop his ram seal, allowing the chains securing Kakuzu's hands to simply fade away. Once again the two were back to watching each other from across the clearing. However, this time the monster-like masked creatures had slowly surrounded Naruto. He observed them for a few moments. A Shinra Tensei probably wouldn't do much to them as they were simply a mass of threads that could evenly distribute the force. In that same vein, they were probably immune to most types of cutting or blunt force damage due to their unique makeup. That probably meant they were controlled through the masks, so he had to destroy those first. He grinned, deciding to test his theory as he placed his hands together. A burning purple flame formed around his clasped hands as potent yin chakra combined with life-giving yang. Banbutsu Suzu, Getsugazen. Slowly Naruto pulled his hands apart, and as he did, a long metal pole formed between them, tipped on one end by a large spade-like blade and on the other, a crescent moon-like extension on the end of a short chain. I may not be as skilled as Chiriku-senpai with this, but I've had a lot of time to practice over the last few years. He brought the monk's spade about so he was in a low forward stance, the spade itself behind him in a reverse grip so the spade pointed upwards across his shoulders. Chiriku? Of the Fire Temple. Naruto faltered for a moment as Kakuzu's deep voice cut across the silence. Yes, he has a bounty of 30 million ryo if I'm not mistaken. A worthy quarry. Naruto could feel the smirk cross Kakuzu's face as the black thread creatures tensed to attack. Perhaps after I am done here I should head over to Hinokuni. There are a few bounties I have been meaning to collect over there for a while now. When Kakuzu looked back around, Naruto's head hung a little lower, locks of his hair spilling over his horned headband to shadow his eyes. I'll never give you the chance, you will never hurt my senpai as long as I can stop it. Naruto's head suddenly flashed up at the same moment he spun, lashing out with his monk's spade at a seemingly invisible enemy. However, the attack he launched was far from intangible, as evidenced when Kakuzu's water mask suddenly split in two, the broken shards of the porcelain face falling uselessly to the ground as the creature simply seemed to melt. Before Kakuzu could compensate, Naruto had already lashed out 3 more times in an intricate dance of movements, launching near-invisible blades of wind in every direction. One by one the 4 masks shattered and broke, spilling blood to the ground as whatever was inside to control them was neatly bisected by the sharp blades of wind. Naruto let out a long breath as his hand slid down the monk's blade's staff as he twirled it a final time before gently touching it to the ground, watching as it dissipated into black dust that quickly floated away. He turned, catching Kakuzu's eyes with his own as he straightened up, walking forward slowly. You brat, this isn't over yet. Threads once again burst from the ground around the blonde, but he simply raised a hand as his eyes pulsed with chakra and they couldn't touch him, halting a few feet from him and allowing him to pass easily. Kakuzu took an unconscious step back as the blonde continued to advance, He was smaller than the Akatsuki, but at that moment he might as well have been a giant, for as much as Kakuzu could stop him. Threads continued to harass the monk fruitlessly as he walked forward, either bouncing off his hardened skin or deflected by his gravity attacks. Damn it, I refuse to lose to a brat like you. I've lived over 90 years and fought the Shodai Hokage himself. My legacy is too great to end here. Naruto ignored the man's words as he picked up his Shakugou from where it had remained planted into the ground throughout the whole fight. He never broke stride though, getting closer and closer to the man until Kakuzu's back was pressed up against the barrier, unable to retreat any further. The first desperate punch was easily diverted to the side by a swipe of his staff, and that was all Naruto gave him. Arg! Kakuzu cried out as the end of Naruto's staff slammed straight into his stomach, doubling him over as he crumpled against the barrier. You are an old man, clinging on to past glories, never having properly experienced life, too wrapped up in your own greed. Slowly Kakuzu's eyes widened as the red bled away from his sclera, leaving them white for the first time in over 80 years since he had stolen the Jiangu technique from his home. And I'll make you stop running from it. Slowly Kakuzu's body began to wither away, his skin losing its natural tan as it thinned and wrinkled. His hair changed from a dark brown to a snowy white as his eyes became sunken, spots appearing over his skin. What have you done to me? His voice had lost its deep commanding edge, becoming frilier and weaker. It looked as though the man had aged a few decades in a few seconds. Even the threads that stitched his body together slowly vanished, turning to a dark dust that retreated back inside his body, probably reforming the organs and muscles that had been broken down in his life-extending technique. I took away your chakra, the technique you were using has stopped, you're just an old man now. Absently Naruto heard the buzz of the barrier falling as it recognized his victory over Kakuzu, however he paid it no heed. Now tell me about the Akatsuki. Haku breathed heavily, his breath visible in front of him as a wispy mist as he looked down at Teiwa's form. Her skin was pale, much paler than what should have been healthy, and little ice crystals had appeared all over her body. It didn't even look like she was breathing, her chest rose so slowly, but even so Haku couldn't help but let out a small choked laugh, a single tear sliding down his porcelain skin. He had saved her. He still wasn't entirely sure how the stupid, reckless, idiotic thing he had done had actually worked, but it had. He hadn't even really known what he was doing, his body moving purely on instinct as he used a medical technique designed to give chakra to a patient. Except he had gone against all convention when instead of using the special healing Iryo chakra he had instead used his own Hayatan chakra. It wasn't exactly freezing Teiwa, that would have had catastrophic effects on her body as the water in her cells expanded, but it did slow her body's metabolism right down to the point where her blood barely even flowed anymore. He cringed as he knelt back, a small smile stuck on his face. It had taken a large amount of his chakra to completely replace Teiwa's, and it would still only buy him a few hours at best. He needed to get her to Naruto. Right now he was the only one with a hope of saving her as she was now. There was only so much medical chakra could heal when there wasn't anything there to fix anymore. The puncture wound to her heart had completely ripped through it. The only reason she hadn't actually died was because of her lowered metabolism, meaning her organs didn't need oxygen for the energy they weren't using. Unfortunately for him, he was now trapped inside the barrier with an Akatsuki member. He couldn't have performed the procedure outside of the barrier where his chakra was suppressed. Hell, he had nearly blown out a few of his tenketsu just making that one ice mirror to even get it. Even then he had taken advantage of the barrier, recognizing Teiwa as dead, to get in just as it came down. Unfortunately now there were two alive contestants inside. It had sealed right back up again. Come out girlie. You took my sacrifice from me, so you'll have to repay it with your blood. Haiden's voice echoed through the trees near where Haku had hidden Teiwa. He breathed out again as he stood up. The only way out of here was through Haiden, and that meant the only way to save Teiwa was to take the Akatsuki member out as fast as he could. His eyes hardened as an ice mirror congealed below him. His chakra was low from what he had done to Teiwa, which only hardened his resolve to end this quickly. Haiden slashed through another tree, scowling his annoyance that his sacrifice got away. Even now he could feel her through the bond he had created, even if the technique had ended. Her heart beat infuriatingly, sounding in his mind as the girl refused to die because of whatever that other girl had done to her. He roared out his anger as another tree was felled by his scythe, looking around furtively for any sign of them. However, he paused in confusion as he rounded another tree only to see himself. No, It was his reflection in a large mirrored panel jutting up from the forest floor. It looked as though it was made from a block of ice yet had the perfect reflective surface of a real mirror. He approached it slowly, looking at his own reflection before grinning, noting the large amounts of blood covering his body. "Hey there handsome, how yoarg?" The silver-haired Akatsuki cried out in pain, spinning around with his scythe bared only to pause in confusion again. In front of him, yet again, was himself, or to be more accurate another ice mirror had sprung up behind him, showing him the large bloody gash on his back that was slowly healing over. However, even as he gawked at himself he cried out in pain again, this time as a large slice appeared down his left arm faster than he could spot just who did it. Just like the last time, when he turned to attack his opponent there was simply another mirror, reflecting back his infuriated features. "Normally I don't like violence." The voice seemed to be all around Haydn as more ice mirrors slowly rose from the ground, encircling the Jashinist and caging him in. A normal man might have tried to escape before they could be caged in, tried to break through one of the forming mirrors only to fail as they found the chakra-infused ice too strong. However, Haydn had the arrogance of an immortal and simply stood his ground as more of his reflections sprung up. "However, you hurt my friend, so I'll make an exception." Haydn just grinned as he readied himself for the oncoming attack. He could practically feel, just waiting for the right opportunity to wear down his opponent and get their precious blood. For him it was only a matter of time. However, his opportunity would never come. As he stood there he suddenly cried out in pain as a long slash appeared down his back. Before he could even reach around to touch it though, another appeared on his front, then his arms, and his legs. Before long, in probably what was only a few seconds, Haydn had been slashed so many times that there was more blood on his skin than there wasn't, and for once it was all his own. "Arg, damn it, you bastard, show yourself, coward!" Haydn panted, noticing his wounds appeared to be healing a lot slower than usual. Not only that, but it was getting a lot colder around him. The attacks stopped for a moment before a figure appeared in the mirrors, all of them at once. Haku now wore his porcelain mask over his face again, casting a chilling image, the last Haydn would ever see as the man grinned. He rushed forward, scythe raised to slam into one of the mirrors bearing the ice wielder's image. However, as he ran it fell limply from his hand as a small senbon of pure ice lodged itself through his forearm, robbing him of movement in that limb. "Ha, this is nothing, you little punk." However, before he even finished the last syllable the more ice senbon joined the first, completely tearing away Haydn's control over his limbs and causing him to slump to the floor on his knees. "Damn it, once Kakuzu gets here and gets these dem shards out of my arms I'll kill you, you hear?" Haku stepped out of the mirror in front of Haydn, his eyes frosty behind the slits of his mask. "No, you won't, now disappear." Haydn couldn't even scream as his entire body was engulfed in ice, freezing him permanently in place. Haku breathed out a long, steamy breath as the mirrors all melted away around him. He felt weak from the loss of chakra, but he had enough to go on. He had to protect Tewa. Absently he cast one last look at the frozen Akatsuki member, stuck there forever like a living statue. Heal from that. Chapter 75, Clouds 13. 3 things cannot be long hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth, Buddha. Naruto stepped back from Kakuzu's withered form. The man was propped up against a tree breathing heavily. Apparently having his body suddenly catch up with around 70 years of aging all in one go was a stressful process. Naruto ignored the now aged Akatsuki member for the moment, a troubled frown on his face as he thought about what he had learned. However, as concerning as the information was, he still had to deal with the problems he had right now. His head snapped up though when he heard the faint buzz of the barrier coming down. He could actually see the glyphs and symbols of the kanji begin to change as it recognized his victory. Before his window of opportunity closed though, Naruto slammed his hand into the ground. Cookios. The area around him burst into clean white smoke that died away after a moment to reveal his friends. However, it took Naruto no time at all to realize something was wrong when Haku was carrying a far too pale Tewa. "Naruto." Haku immediately spotted his blonde friend after the mild confusion of going through a summoning. 1 minute he had been running with Tewa in his arms towards Uzushio, assuming that was where Naruto would be. The next he was here. "Haku? What's wrong with Tewa?" Naruto frowned as he gave a precursory glance over the redhead, not liking what he was seeing. She seemed to have multiple stab wounds all over her body, her skin was pale and she hardly seemed to be breathing. Most worrying through was the hole in her chest that seemed to be emitting a constant trickle of precious lifeblood. Haku gently placed the girl down in front of the blonde, giving her a worried last look before standing back up to look at his friend. She faced an Akatsuki member. He had some kind of healing factor or something, I don't know. But he used a jutsu unlike any I've ever seen. I think it connected his body to Teiwa's because he stabbed himself through the heart and now she's like this. Naruto blinked. He had never heard this kind of urgency in his usually stoic and quiet friend. However, he had to admit that had he not gone through Tsunade's training to remain calm and collected in situations like this, he may have been in a similar situation. Gently he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, never taking his eyes off Teiwa, and he need to know the full extent of her injuries before he could do anything. Calm down, Haku, whatever you did to prolong her life is working, we have some time. Naruto could see the Hayatan chakra running through the girl's system. It was a foolish and makeshift idea, but it had at least worked as a form of stasis. Although had he been there, Naruto would have slapped Haku for attempting something so untested and reckless. He was still tempted, but there was a time and a place for scolding people. What happened here? Fu's voice cut in as the girl glanced about the destroyed clearing. Many trenches and craters littered the area, as well as more than a few broken or crushed trees, the obvious signs of a very intensive fight. There was that, plus the fact Naruto's robes were slightly tattered and there was a particularly desiccated man lying against a tree not far from them. That's our other Akatsuki over there by the tree, don't worry about him. Fu just nodded, taking Naruto's word for it as she continued to glance about, marveling at the destruction a fight between Naruto and an Akatsuki could cause. How are you two so calm? Both Jinchuriki looked around at their friend with a little shock. He had descended to a knee next to Teiwa and was staring up at them, his eyes a little red from tears. Naruto just smiled kindly as he crouched, placing a hand on Teiwa's shoulder. Don't worry, Haku, I once promised I would never let another friend die while I still had power to prevent it. If we aren't calm, we can make mistakes. We know how you feel right now, trust us. His voice was sincere and kind, and Haku felt a little of the tension on his shoulders relax, enough for him to suddenly rock back. He was exhausted and had been running on fumes since his fight with Haiden, and it was beginning to finally show as the adrenaline wore off. Come on, we need to carry on. I can't do anything to help Teiwa while my chakra is suppressed like this. I only had time to summon you guys before the barrier came down. Now that his fight was over with Kakuzu, he was under the effects of the island spanning seal again. We need to find somewhere that's out of its area of effect. He looked toward the center of the island with narrowed eyes. I'll bet that's in Uzushio. After all, it made little sense for a village of shinobi and chakra-sensitive people to restrict themselves in their own home. Thankfully, carrying Teiwa proved to be little issue even with Haku exhausted and only barely able to walk. Naruto may have been prevented from expelling his chakra in any useful way, but techniques that were purely internal like Tsunade's strength were still fully accessible. The girl was light as a feather as he gently carried her bridal style. If Fu was at all jealous of the position, she wisely kept it to herself as the group moved swiftly towards the center of the island. One or two times they came across the barriers, but with Naruto able to spot and see them, they could skirt around Hiruto's commandeered arenas. However, it wasn't all that long before they came across a new problem in the form of an enormous wall that seemed to span the entire circumference of the village. That wasn't the problem though, the wall itself was shattered and broken, evidence of a long siege against its stoic facade. The problem was the massive barrier array that stuck to the wall like a second skin, not crippled with holes and damage like its material counterpart. All along it, Naruto could spot those same lightning-containing seals that mocked him, daring him to try and absorb the barrier's chakra. He knew the only thing that would get through this barrier was excessive force, the kind entire villages could muster with platoons of shinobi. Damn it! Haku collapsed onto his knees after being informed of their latest obstacle. Their situation just continued to seem hopeless as problem after problem was thrown their way. Naruto simply frowned as he walked up to the barrier. He traced his hand along it lightly and watched the floating kanji twist about his hand, unfortunately not letting him through though. Probably only a true Uzumaki can get through it. Gently he set Teiwa to one side as he continued to scrutinize the barrier, looking for a way to get through or bypass it. Hiruto obviously wanted them to proceed into Uzushio for whatever he was planning, so there had to be a way through it. Maybe it was just a matter of waiting for his annoying projection to show up, ramble on about inner selves or some other narcissistic nonsense before he grandiosely allowed them through the barrier. Then again maybe. Gah. Naruto blinked as Haku suddenly got to his feet, an icy expression on his face as he charged the barrier. Throwing all his weight behind it, he crashed into the unyielding shoulder first. No. No more waiting, we have to save her. Undaunted by his failure, the boy simply took a few steps back before charging the invisible wall again, letting out a small grunt of frustration as once again the barrier refused to submit to him. He was about to charge it again when he felt a strong hand grip his shoulder. Turning, he saw Naruto's blonde mop of hair as the monk looked at the barrier, seeing what Haku couldn't with his rippled eyes. You know that isn't going to work, Haku. There's no use exhausting yourself over this. The darker-haired boy seemed to lose all his energy at that, his shoulders slumping and his breathing becoming a little heavier. But he wasn't sure how to finish that, staring up at the invisible wall that prevented them from moving on. With every minute it held them up, Teiwa's chances of surviving grew slimmer and slimmer. Maybe that was what Hiruto wanted. He obviously was aiming to whittle down their numbers with these seemingly pointless games and fights. Teiwa would just be another number to him. Haku's eyes hardened again at that thought, angrily slamming his hand into the invisible barrier, still a little slick with his friend's blood. Come on. Naruto looped his arms around his friend's shoulder, seeing as with that last little act of frustration the energy truly left Haku. However, amazingly, as Haku pulled his hand away, a sticky red imprint of it was left floating there, seemingly on nothing but air. Naruto caught it out of the corner of his eye and turned, watching with slightly widened eyes as the kanji around the handprint of Teiwa's blood pulsed excitedly before changing to an energetic green. Before the blonde's eyes, the bloody handprint was slowly absorbed into the barrier as the invisible wall itself slowly fell, leaking away in a large gate-like opening. Wow! It was incredible to watch as the shimmering wall of light slowly evaporated away, leaving a space large enough to fit an entire group of people through. However, the edges of the opening were wavering slightly, so before Haku could even figure out what was going on, the blonde had slung him over his shoulder. He dashed across and grabbed Teiwa, but more gently, and nodded at Fu as the mint-haired girl wordlessly followed him through the barrier in twin bursts of speed. Behind them the gaping hole slowly shrank until the invisible wall was once again complete and impenetrable again. What just happened? Haku was confused as Naruto jogged over to a nearby building that was in at least decent shape, putting both his quarries down on the dusty stone floor. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he felt chakra flood his body again like a warm soup on a cold day. Even Haku seemed to notice the change, gaining enough of his energy back to stand up and glance back towards the hole in the great wall they had just passed through. I'm not entirely sure. Naruto looked back as well, noticing that from the other side the floating kanji of light that made up the barrier seemed a little dimmer. But I think Teiwa's blood deactivated the barrier, at least for a short while. Haku frowned as he looked down at the redhead's almost peaceful face. But then does that mean? Naruto just nodded, also glancing down at the now infinitely more mysterious former Otokonoichi. Yeah, I think Teiwa might be an Uzumaki. She must not have known though, obviously. After all, Naruto hadn't made his own last name secret, so something would have come up there between them. But how? Naruto simply waved the boy off as his face became more serious, crouching down beside Teiwa and lighting his hand up with green chakra. No time for that, we'll have plenty of time after we've healed Teiwa. Haku just blinked his shock before nodding dumbly, still a little dazed from his exhaustion and the entire situation. Alright. Naruto just nodded absently, not even registering the boy said anything as he completely devoted himself to what he was doing. He ran a green-lit hand up and down the redhead's body, checking for anything and everything that would need to be healed in order to stabilize the girl, starting with the chest wound. Haku glanced up worriedly as Naruto hummed in thought, his eyes focused on the girl, but he didn't disturb him. As good as Haku was at healing, Naruto had been trained by Tsunade directly. Right here he was the healer and Haku was just the inexperienced onlooker. However, with every frown that creased Naruto's brow or thoughtful hum that seemed less hopeful than Haku would have liked, the ice wielder grew more and more worried. Finally, though Naruto looked up, the green glow from his palm fading, Haku felt like melting into a small, relieved puddle as a smile lit up Naruto's face. You don't need to worry anymore, Haku, Teiwa will be fine. The blonde stood up, clasping his friend's shoulder with that same warm smile lighting up his face. You did great, Haku. If it wasn't for you she really would have died back there, as it is now she'll be fine. Naruto left out the fact that a large reason why Teiwa was still alive was because she had taken the injury with nature chakra still filling her system, and that had done a lot to lessen the damage, but he knew his friend was in a fragile state of mind right now and needed all the cheering up he could. Phew, come on, I'll need you to work off the slight damage the ice will have done to Teiwa's system and safely get her metabolism back up again. The min-haired girl simply nodded, already tying her hair up as Tsunade had instructed her to when dealing with complex operations. Now that the imminent danger had passed, Haku sat down wearily against a shattered wall, looking up at the sky as Naruto and Fia began making preparations. However, after a few moments, curiosity finally got the better of him. What exactly are you going to do? Naruto looked across. Having been cleaning his hands by condensing water around them, it was something he had learned from Shizuku's memories. We're going to induce a mild form of Tsunade-sensei's mitotic regeneration. It'll grow back the damaged or missing tissue by replicating cells that are already there. However, instead of her full body technique, we're going to localize it to her wounds to reduce the impact it would have on her lifespan. Haku just nodded, understanding only a little of what Naruto was talking about. He had never felt more envious of the boy's tutelage under the famous medic Nin than he did right then. It sounds complicated. Naruto simply nodded as he continued to scrub his hands. Teiwa's main risk right now was bacterial infection from her open wounds, and while Fia would be dealing with that as Naruto dealt with the wounds themselves, he didn't need to be adding to her concerns. It is. Normally it would take something like Tsunade-sensei's yin seal to accomplish, both for the enormous amounts of chakra and the splitting of it into yin energy. However, I can do both of those things myself. It's going to take some time though, so I can take it slow. If I do something wrong, the new cells could easily become cancerous and divide too much. Haku just nodded again, wisely keeping his mouth shut and allowing the two more competent medics to do their work. In the meantime, he took glances out of the building they were taking shelter in, trying to catch a glimpse of Uzushio from where they were. It couldn't be far from here. As Naruto worked, he couldn't help but feel like there was something wrong. However, he did his best to put it from his mind so it wouldn't distract him. Haiden remained in the clearing Haku had left him in, his body covered in a thin layer of ice that wouldn't break or melt even under an A-ranked fire ninjutsu. To the side of him the air began to warp and twist almost as if a small whirlpool of air had opened up, rather appropriate for Uzunokuni. A moment later and a single figure was standing there, his Akatsuki cloak gently fluttering in the breeze. His world orange mask with the single eye hole on the right side turned to the frozen Jashinist, observing him calmly even as the effects of Uzushio's seals became apparent on his body. Interesting, it is just like you said, I cannot expel my chakra. Slowly Black Zetsu rose from the ground beside the man, making sure not to fully emerge or risk being caught in the seal's effects as well. As long as he was still partially connected with nature, he could use the Mayfly technique to get away, regardless of his chakra being externally blocked. Then it is a good job your space-time technique does not rely on externally controlling your chakra. The orange-masked man simply nodded before walking over to the frozen Akatsuki member. How interesting, it appears they have a Yuki amongst them, or the Kyuubigen hierarchy has somehow managed to combine elements and form Hyuton chakra. Though that's unlikely, yet I could have sworn the Yuki had been wiped out in the Kiri Civil War though, they were too dangerous to be left alive after all, and I'm looking at perfect evidence for that. His voice was deep and low, but it held a curious edge like a scientist discussing an experiment with a colleague. He did a once-around of the frozen Jashinist before smirking underneath his mask. This really is interesting. Haiden's immortality always was a point of interest for me. I would so love to thaw him out to see if he could survive through having every cell in his body burst after the water in them expanded as ice. That was if I didn't end up shattering him by accident. I can sometimes be so careless when I work after all. Bakzetsu simply stayed to the side and watched in interest as the man took a hold of Haiden's left arm. With a swift movement he slammed the side of his palm into it, shattering the ice and completely detaching the Jashinist's forearm from the rest of his body. In any case, I will be taking the ring back, you have no need for it now after all. It was almost as if the man was talking to the statue of a man, unaffected by the fact he was now holding a severed arm. After a moment or two though, it seemed to disappear in a swirl of displaced air, seemingly sucked into the dark eye hole of the enigmatic orange mask. A moment later the man followed in a similar fashion, leaving Haiden exactly where he was, still perpetually frozen in place, sans his left arm of course. Kakuzu wheezed slowly, making his third attempt at standing up from where Naruto had left him against the tree. However, his weakened, frail legs wouldn't support him yet, and he only slid back down the tree uselessly. He would have cursed his frustration if he wasn't so ashamed of how weak and pathetic his elderly voice sounded. It was even worse because he couldn't access his chakra. Just like the brat had said, it was like he was suddenly cold inside, void of something drastically important. Pathetic. The air warped next to the frail man as Toby stepped out of his technique, touching down on the ground without a single sound. To allow a mere child to do this to you, to leave you in such a state. Kakuzu looked up at the new arrival, blinking his confusion as he stared up into the darkened eye hole of the bright mask. Toby. The masked Akatsuki member didn't even seem to hear him, simply staring at him coldly. I had thought you would put up more of a challenge. I even had a small hope you would win, but here you are, finally showing your true age after all this time. Kakuzu was confused. In the Akatsuki, Toby always had a bright, cheerful, and higher-pitched voice. Now it was deep, darker, and even foreboding in a way. It was unsettling how different the enigmatic man seemed. Oh well, in the end you served the purpose you were set. Now tell me about the Kyuubi Jinhyuriki. Kakuzu could only stare uncomprehendingly up into that dark hole in the mask, seeing past it to the glowing red eye it hid, complete with 3 encircling tomo that began to spin lazily. He became lost in those spinning tomo as their rotations grew faster and faster until finally his world became dark. In the final stop on his trip, Toby once again reappeared, this time in the burnt and scorched landscape of Fuse Battle, staring down dispassionately at White Zetsu's limp form. He simply stared for a few moments, noting the absence of the ring on the humanoid's hand as his own hand curled into a fist. He looked around, observing the damage and trying to glean what he could about the Nanabe Jinhyuriki's abilities from the aftermath of her fight. This place truly is cursed. I can see why he warned me away from this place. The masked figure sighed, giving another glance to the fallen Zetsu with a single narrowed eye. Another ring lost, and I can't even be certain why. He grunted, looking up at the sky in irritation. Just being here and knowing his chakra was locked like this was aggravating. It made him feel weak, and that infuriated him. No wonder he had always spoke about how annoying the Uzumaki could be. Finally he controlled himself, letting out a deep breath as his hand unclenched, his eyes becoming cold as a smirk crossed his hidden features. Well, we can't be down a ring like this, it's too inconveniencing. A chuckle escaped his lips as he gave a small nod thoughtfully. It was about time I paid a visit to a certain snake anyway. With that the man simply disappeared in a vortex of displaced air, vanishing as if he had never been there at all. So, she's stable. Haku's voice quivered with emotion like it never had before as the young Yuki stared hopefully over Naruto's shoulder at Teiwa's still body. Fu still knelt by the girl's side, keeping a careful watch over her now slowly healing injuries. However, her skin had regained some of its natural, tanned hue and her breathing was regular and normal. Naruto stood in front of him, wiping his hands with a small, happy smile of his own. Yeah, Teiwa's strong, I knew she would pull through. Haku just nodded dumbly, never taking his eyes off the redhead as Naruto tossed the cloth he was holding to one side. But now that we know she's okay, we have to move on. Hiruto's still waiting for us in Uzushio, and who knows what that madman's been doing while we were here. Haku just nodded again slowly. Naruto wasn't sure he was even listening to what he was saying. Someone needs to stay with Teiwa, to keep watch over her and make sure her injuries don't open up again, I was thinking. Haku's eyes suddenly snapped around to the blonde, alert and focused with determination. I'll do it. Naruto just smiled softly, a hint of amusement in his rippled eyes. I was going to say it should be Fu, she has more medical experience than you, and if something goes wrong wouldn't you feel better knowing she's there on hand? Haku paused, wavering a moment as his brown eyes flickered between the redhead and the monk. His head dropped slightly, one of his long bangs falling in front of his face. I still want to stay with her. I just need to. He was expecting Naruto to tell him otherwise, to stop thinking with his emotions like he obviously was. However, the blonde simply laid a hand on his shoulder briefly, already walking past him. I figured you might say something like that. He chuckled lightly, stopping when he was shoulder to shoulder with the darker-haired boy. You're pretty low on chakra anyway, even after that rest. Haku looked up, surprise evident in his features as he looked around, however Naruto was looking right past him toward the ruins of Uzushio. Plus. His voice dropped to a whisper as the smirk on his face grew slightly teasing, I have a small feeling that your face would be the first thing she'd like to see when she wakes up. Haku gained a suddenly blush over the bridge of his nose, but he quickly recovered when he realized Naruto had carried on walking toward the village. Wait, you're not taking Fu? Naruto just chuckled, absently waving a hand as he walked off, not even bothering to turn his head. Like I said, I'd feel more comfortable with her tending to Teiwa. Tell her that, would you? Knowing her, she'll try and run off after me. Haku just nodded as he lost sight of Naruto, the blonde disappearing down a hill. The Yuki never saw as Naruto's face lost its amused smirk, his features hardening and becoming set with determination. Naruto's Shakugao clicked with every step against the hard concrete beneath him, the rings jingling in time with the bell in his hair. He moved forward steadily into the darkness of the underground passageway, only occasionally lit by a candle bracket on the wall. He was right in the heart of the village, some distance below it as he followed the direction his water sense was telling him Hiruto was in. Even if he hadn't had the ability, though, Hiruto had left large, rather obnoxious signs pointing the way for him. Occasionally he would pass the symbol of the village inscribed on the walls, the once vibrant red paint cracked and peeling. The area he was in didn't seem too affected by the war that had ravaged the island nation, in fact it seemed relatively untouched by it. He would have guessed it was some kind of underground bunker-like area, possibly for storing supplies or maybe even for evacuation. However, he thought better of it when his senses told him this long corridor simply led to a single room, nowhere near massive enough to act as a civilian shelter or a storage room. Finally, though, he felt as though he would get some answers as he passed the final corner and walked into the rather large chamber, this time more brightly lit by bright glowing seals that lined the upper walls of the room. There you are. We finally meet face to face at last. Please come in. Hiruto was there waiting for him, smiling brilliantly in his flamboyant white clothing as he raised his arms to the boy. However, Naruto paused in the doorway, his eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the ground in front of him, looking for seals that might act as a trap. He didn't see any though, which made him frown while Hiruto's grin only grew. Oh, come now, my Victor, don't be shy, is it incentive? Is that what you need? Naruto looked up in confusion until he saw Hiruto take a step to the side, revealing the tired and weary form of Onoka, chained up against the far wall, her head hung low. Onoka! Naruto took a step forward to rush to the girl's aid, but unfortunately for him he fell straight into Hiruto's trap. The white-haired man suddenly slammed his hand onto the nearby wall and Naruto could see the chakra he was pushing into a suddenly lit-up seal there. Before he knew it, the ground underneath him came alive with light as a previously inactive seal sprung to life. The blonde could only manage to take one more step forward before intense exhaustion washed over him. His eyes widened as he felt his chakra being leached from him and into the large sealing array inscribed on the ground. Aha! Yes. The moment has finally arrived. Hiruto bounced happily on the balls of his feet as he turned to a previously unremarkable wall behind them. Black kanji seemingly snaked their way in from nowhere, circling and slipping over one another in great chains of symbols until one massive, complex sealing array had formed against the wall. It burned with chakra, Naruto's chakra to be precise. The blonde could see where his stolen chakra was being channeled as the massive array lit up. How? Naruto ground it out through gritted teeth, fighting the strain of having his chakra forcibly stolen. There was no sealing array here before. Hiruto turned to him, still wearing that beaming grin as he practically skipped over the blonde. Of course there was, my Victor. He said it tauntingly now in that chipper, victorious voice, mocking the downed blonde. Naruto was desperately trying to hold onto his chakra through his Preta path, but the seal on the ground was far too powerful. He had a feeling it would be possible in Sage mode, but his control was too messed up to even consider gathering Senjutsu. You simply couldn't see it because there was no chakra in it yet. The white-haired man mockingly touted a finger at the teen with a smirk. You played your hand too early, my blonde friend. You let me know you could see chakra when you stared up at the barriers. He chuckled to himself as he turned back to the far wall where the new sealing array was pulsing almost expectantly. On any other day those eyes of yours would positively fascinate me. It's not often you come across an entirely new Jujutsu after all. However, today is my day. The day I prove all those half-brained idiots wrong. He laughed almost madly to himself as he walked back towards Anoka, lifting her chin with his finger. Even thought the girl's eyes were dazed and unfocused from exhaustion. They called me crazy. That Uzushio was nothing but a barren ruin picked clean years ago. He grinned to himself, however the expression was becoming more and more vicious as his hold over the redhead's chin grew tighter, causing Anoka to whimper. I spent years picking through these ruins, copying and studying every dormant seal, every little inscription that hadn't been burned away or stolen. Then I found this place, hidden where no other prying eyes had looked yet, deep within Uzu's heart. But it wasn't to be, I couldn't crack it, not as I was. So I studied. I learned. I mastered every seal I could find, but it still wasn't enough. He finally dropped Anoka's head, letting it fall limply back down with another small whimper. I was no Uzumaki. Their blood didn't run in my veins, so I couldn't access the island's defenses that I had so painstakingly put back together. He grinned though as he stood back up, looking down at Anoka and throwing his hand out dramatically with an extravagant flourish. But fate saw fit to hand me her. A real, breathing Uzumaki with their oh-so-precious blood running through her veins. He turned back towards the blonde, running back over with childish glee to skid to a halt just outside the draining seal's area of effect. From there it was only a matter of time before the island's amazing defenses were under my control. You experienced them yourself, the barriers designed to localize any fighting to specific areas where the rules could be changed to suit the Uzumaki fighting style. The chakra-suppressing seal that spanned the whole island to discourage invades passively, and the massive barrier array around the village itself, only respondent to the Uzumaki themselves. He grinned viciously as he turned back to the wall where the seal seemed to be finished glowing. But don't you see? That was only the tip of the iceberg of Uzumaki genius. This is their vault, buried deep under the village. It must contain their secrets. Centuries of sealing knowledge that can be mine to learn and control. He turned again, his cape billowing out behind him as he pointed dramatically at Naruto. You were the final puzzle piece. I needed someone with incredible chakra in order to activate the seal. Even this Uzumaki girl didn't have enough. He waved his hand at the chained girl, the reason for her exhaustion becoming apparent now, making Naruto scowl and try to lift himself up again. Oh, don't bother trying to break that seal beneath you, boy. You need Uzumaki blood to deactivate it, and I'm afraid the only supply of it around here, beside that remarkable girl you brought yourself, is right here. He pointed to Anoka as his smirk became crueler. But I don't think she's in any condition to lend some, do you? Naruto just growled again, straining against the seal's affects. However, he paused, looking down at a slightly shaking hand with wide eyes. Perhaps it wasn't like he had thought. Maybe his name wasn't just some randomly chosen last name. Tentatively he began to reach his thumb towards his canine tooth. Now. He was shocked out of his daze as Hiruto stood proudly in front of the massive sealing array, a kunao in his hand. Let's see what's behind the door. He reached over to Anoka and roughly grabbed her hand, quickly slicing across her palm and thrusting the bloody hand onto the sealing array. The massive sealing array pulsed even brighter in Naruto's eyes as the massive stone wall suddenly split, revealing an almost invisible seam that slowly widened, revealing the blackened room beyond. Chapter 76, Clouds 14. There can be no deep disappointment where there is not deep love. Martin Luther King Jr. This is it. Hiruto almost screamed it out as the massive stone door ground open, sliding along invisible tracks with a great wrenching sound of stone scraping stone. Finally, with a tremor-inducing thump, they stopped, unable to go any further due to the walls perpendicular to the great earthen door. There was a moment of deafening silence in the room as both Naruto and Hiruto couldn't help but try and peer into the darkened room beyond, seemingly a great chamber slightly larger than the room they were already in. The blonde's curiosity overwhelmed him as he strained his eyes to pick up even the slightest detail in the darkened room. However, he needn't peer for long as a moment later long-dormant seals slowly hummed to life, gradually illuminating more and more of the large underground chamber. Ever so slowly a massive library-like room was revealed, with shelves upon shelves of scrolls stacked up to the vaulted ceiling, with even more empty to receive more. You could practically feel Hiruto's excitement like an aura in the air as he took a trembling step forward on slightly shaky legs. This is it, the Uzumaki treasure I read about. It's finally within my reach. He hopped about excitedly from foot to foot before striding in more confidently, an ecstatic grin on his almost hysterical features. However, he paused when he heard a grunt of exertion from behind him, turning with an almost serious expression to see Naruto still straining against his invisible bonds as his chakra continued to be leached away. I won't let you. His voice was strained under the exertion of losing so much energy so quickly. However, now the seal was complete and had all the chakra it needed. The draining of his own had lessened and become more tolerable. Oh wow, you're still conscious and moving. Hiruto seemed genuinely curious as he observed the young monk. That seal, as far as I could tell, was designed to be used by 5 fully grown Uzumaki members, and it would still leave them drained. You really are a chakra beast, aren't you? Even the famous Kisame Hoshigake would probably be out of it from that seal, and here you are, struggling against it. He sighed, giving a dismissive wave as he turned away towards the room. As fascinating as that is, though, like I said, more important things. With that he gave another extravagant flourish towards the library and without another word rushed right in. Naruto sank back down, struggling to keep his shaking limbs under control as he fought to rein in his escaping chakra. Now that the seal had slowed in its leaching, it was easier, but by no means easy. His breathing was becoming ragged. Finally he just gritted his teeth, figuring he had little else to lose right now than that small childish glimmer of hope that had always resided in his heart over his true family. He quickly bit into his thumb before smearing his blood on the ground. For a few heart-rending moments nothing happened. However, just as that small ember of hope deep in Naruto's heart was about to fade entirely, it burst back into life as the seal glowed a welcoming green before fading entirely. For a few moments Naruto just lay there, panting as he felt his chakra stabilize. However, after another moment or two, a bright, ear-to-ear grin split his face. He had family. The idea was just alien to him, but he had it, real, honest-to-blood family. However, his gaze darkened as he looked up, spotting the retreating form of Hiruto's cape walking into the now lit room beyond this chamber. That man was about to disturb something precious to his family. He wouldn't allow it. He staggered to his feet, his head feeling a little faint with the little chakra running through his body, little to him anyway. The chakra that was coursing through his pathways would have been enough for multiple average jounin with some to spare, but for him, used to almost Baijuyu level reserves at his disposal, it was like running on a near-empty tank. He walked forward, slowly regaining control of his body as he moved, eventually rounding the massive doorway to spot Hiruto standing by one of the shelves, one of his hands gripping the chain that still bound Anoka's hands together. No, no, no. Hiruto had an angry scowl on his face as he threw what appeared to be one of many scrolls to the side, onto a small pile of them next to his feet. No, this isn't right. Where are the jutsu? Where are the sealing techniques? He cast aside another scroll, letting go of Anoka's chain as he frantically began reading through scroll after scroll that he plucked off the shelf. Birth certificates. Marriage licenses. Who cares about this crap? Where are the techniques? Where is the treasure? He stopped, his eyes going wide, as he heard a slightly croaky chuckle from behind him, turning slowly to see Naruto illuminated in the doorway of the large library. You idiot, don't you see? Hiruto got over his shock quickly, too overcome by his rage at seeing the blonde still standing. He didn't even care that the monk had somehow managed to escape what should have been a foolproof trap. What? What did I possibly miss? He was spitting out the words in his frustration, the scroll he held in his hand beginning to bend from his tightened grip. Seeing that made the blonde frown. The Uzumaki obviously didn't care about techniques. What use are they to the dead? Their treasure isn't some ultimate sealing jutsu, it's family. Hiruto looked confused by that, dropping the scroll in his hand from his now limp grip. He blinked, looking around the massive room and all the scrolls contained within. Each was labeled with a name, imprinted proudly in bold kanji so that the memories of those contained within would live on past the siege of the clan. It was no wonder this room was guarded above all others if this was what the Uzumaki were trying to preserve. No, it can't be. Hiruto shook his head, bringing a hand up to clutch his temple as he kept looking around, feeling each of those boldly imprinted names mocking him just like his colleagues had. It's some kind of trick. There must be seals on each of the scrolls hiding the real information. It's just to throw people off. He began laughing hysterically as he grabbed another random scroll off the shelf, the inscription reading, Katsumi Uzumaki, in proud black kanji. I just need Uzumaki blood, it solves everything. He spun, reaching for Anoka, however Naruto beat him to it, straining his weary chakra system as he raised a hand. Banshao Tenin. Hiruto's hand closed on nothing but air as Anoka soared across the room, landing safely in Naruto's arms as the blonde continued to level a steely gaze as the white-haired man. It's over, Hiruto, there's nothing for you in this room. The white-haired man simply trembled in rage, the grip on the scroll in his hand tightening to the point where it just snapped in half, the delicate glass ends shattering and cutting the man's hand. It's not over yet. I just have to keep looking. The secrets of the Uzumaki will be mine. I've come to. He didn't get any further though as his blood dripped onto the floor, triggering a seal that reacted badly to the improper blood staining the ground. The dangerous kanji glowed an ominous red as Naruto's eyes widened, hand coming up to pull the man away from it. He was too late though, his tired arm not moving nearly fast enough as lightning suddenly sprung from all sides of the seal, centered on the white-haired man. His scream cut through the air as his body was burned and scorched from the intense electricity. By the time Naruto finally pulled the man out of the seal, his skin was reddened and in some cases blackened from the incredible heat and his limbs were twitching uncontrollably. There was a horrible stench of burned meat in the air as well as the scent of ozone, and Naruto couldn't help but cringe as he set the now certainly crippled man to one side against a wall before doing the same with Anoka, channeling small amounts of his chakra into her to help her regain some energy. It seemed to work though as the girl managed to lift her head to look up at him, her eyes no longer unfocused or cloudy. Naruto. Her lips curled up into a small smile as she recognized the rippled orbs she was staring into and were looking back at her, filled with concern. I told you we were family, I knew it. The young blonde smiled back as the girl's head lolled forward again, unconsciousness finally taking her. The blonde made sure she was okay again before finally standing back, holding a hand to his head at the sudden blood rush. It had been a very long time since he had felt quite this drained. Normally his chakra felt practically infinite. However, he got over it quickly. It was all over now and Hiruto had been dealt with, at least for now. The blonde looked over at the man, twitching occasionally from the intense electricity running through his body. Without medical attention he would probably die from his burns, his body going into shock and shutting down. However, Naruto wasn't entirely sure what to do. He walked over to the man, looking down at him as the victor. He would decide this man's fate, whether he lived or died. A large part of the blonde thought the man was undeserving, that he was the reason Teiwa nearly died and deserved the same fate. However, with a sigh the monk knelt down, his hand glowing green as he began to deal with the worst of Hiruto's wounds. Ultimately it was not Naruto's place to decide who lived and who died like that. The man was defeated, he would get what was coming to him when Anoka recovered. If anyone got to decide the white-haired lunatic's fate, it would be her. After all, she had been his prisoner for possibly months. When he had dealt with the most life-threatening of his wounds, Naruto got back up, walking towards the library again and taking another look around, a small lilting smile taking over his face. No matter what Hiruto had said, this room contained a priceless treasure. As Naruto let his hand drift along the many scrolls on the shelves, he knew that each name was a member of his family. Each name was a connection to something greater than him, and as he continued to glance at and ultimately memorize every single name in that room, an overwhelming sense of belonging rushed through his body. Finally he reached the far end of the room where a great mural was lovingly painted to the wall, still looking as fresh as the very first day it was drawn. It was an enormous spiral, circling and winding out from a center point, and occasionally along its length there was a name. As the whirlpool-like design got larger, it branched out more and more until at its edges it was a complex and intricate series of branching lines and names. With a start, Naruto realized it was one giant family tree, possibly containing every single Uzumaki that was documented in this room. Occasionally little symbols would be stamped next to certain names, other clans' insignias to indicate marriage out of the clan. There were a lot of them. Naruto just smiled as he traced the main branch of the whirlpool as it slowly got thinner and thinner to accommodate more and more names. Somewhere in this mural was his mother, or his father, and in another life, his name might have been inscribed here as well. Slowly he managed to tear his eyes away from the history of his family, turning back to the small pile of scrolls Hiruto had so carelessly discarded to the floor. One by one he picked them up, replacing them on their respective shelves until he came across the one the man had crushed in his hand. Carefully he unraveled it before grabbing a blank scroll from the end of the shelf, seemingly resting there for this very purpose. Slowly and meticulously he began to copy out the information inside to the new scroll so that none of his family would be forgotten. Uzushio may have been destroyed, but the Uzumaki were far from dead. The next week was one of recovery for everybody, in some cases physically like Teiwa and in others, emotionally, like Naruto. However, the entire island seemed to have a certain calm about it, the ruins once again returning to just that, ruins. However, as Naruto sat atop the remains of an old concrete building, tilting dangerously to one side, he couldn't help but feel like a new life had returned to his ancestral home. Hiruto had been locked away until something could be decided about him, but that was far from the young Uzumaki's mind as he gazed out at the ocean from his lofty perch. Ryo, for your thoughts, cousin. Anoka appeared by his side in a flicker of motion, settling down on the tilted rooftop with a small smile on her face. Naruto just returned the small gesture, still not quite used to the new way Anoka would address him. It was still just so alien to think he had an actual family. He knew the family he had built himself through his precious bonds was important, but the security of knowing that there were people out there that shared his blood in some small part was indescribable. I was just thinking it'll be sad to leave this place, it really is beautiful when I try to imagine it as it used to be. Anoka's face turned down at that, her smile saddening as she followed Naruto's gaze out to the ocean where large whirlpools could be seen raging at random intervals around the coast. The blonde had learned from Anoka, who had succinctly learned about it from one of Hiruto's rants, that the whirlpools that gave the country its name used to be natural, until the Uzumaki harnessed them into a sort of initial defense. However, as their sealing knowledge grew, the need for the archaic defense mechanism became redundant. However, the whirlpools remained as an echo of the past. So you're really going then? Naruto nodded slowly, taking in a deep breath of the salty air. He wouldn't be able to smell it for much longer. Yeah, it's great knowing that after all this time and everything I've gone through I have a home I can return to if I wanted. He smirked, patting the dusty rooftop and looking around at the wrecked village. And trust me, I'll be coming back here. He lost the smirk as his features became more pensive. But there's still something I have to do in this world. Until I fulfill my purpose, it's not my place to settle down like this. Anoka still seemed saddened. Naruto wasn't the only one to have recently found out there was still a part of their family out there in the world, and she was remiss to let it slip by her. But then, what's your purpose? At that the smile returned to the blonde's face as he looked around, the sunlight from the afternoon sun catching his hair and lighting it up as he beamed. I still don't really know, but I guess that's all just part of life. He chuckled to himself before letting out a long breath, looking back toward the ocean. In any case, there are promises I made that still need to be fulfilled. I broke one once and it nearly tore my heart apart. It's only thanks to my friends that it didn't. I never want to go through that again, so until I can secure peace for the people I care about, my purpose in this life has not been fulfilled. Anoka just stared at the monk for a few moments, enraptured by his passionate speech before allowing a small, heartwarming smile to appear on her lips. You know, I didn't know our family, just like you, but at least from what I heard from Hiruto, and from what I saw in the vault, I would like to think they would be proud of that dream. She leaned over, wrapping her arms around the slightly taller teen and hugging him tightly before standing up, giving one last glance around at the ruins of her home. I can let you outdo me. I'm a proud Uzumaki too, so I'm going to do whatever is in my power to rebuild our home. I won't let another of our family go through what we did, so I'll make sure there will always be a place for us here. Naruto just nodded, a small unspoken bond forming between the two as they share their dreams. I think our family would be proud of that as well, so I wish you luck in your path. I'll be back at some point to take my place in my home. Anoka just grinned, giving a small salute as she walked toward the edge of the building. And I'll make sure there's always a place for you here. With that she dropped off the edge, leaving Naruto alone to his thoughts again. The blonde turned back to the sea, thinking about the last week and all the revelations it had brought to both him, and the people he cared about. He would be moving on soon, like always did, but that didn't mean he couldn't savor moments like these while he could. Haku. Naruto waved his hand over to the darker-haired boy, noticing that Teiwa's eyes had begun to flutter, a clear sign she was close to waking up. The young Yuki flashed over so fast he was like a blur, immediately looking over Teiwa's body before settling for her eyes, which were slowly opening. Ugh, damn, it feels like Jirobo was jumping on my chest. What happened? The young redhead slowly opened her eyes. The world was rather bleary at first, but a pair of concerned brown orbs were certainly clear to her. Haku. The ice user quickly nodded with a smile on his face as Teiwa blinked to clear her eyes and shook her head, peering up closer at the boy. Haku. The Yuki grinned as he nodded again, tears just beginning to percolate in the edges of his vision. Yeah, it's me, Teiwa. The redhead smiled weakly, reaching up a hand to touch the boy's cheek. Haku. Her smile suddenly morphed into a scowl as the hand gently reaching up became a fist that squarely impacted with Haku's cheek, sending the boy reeling. You fucking idiot. To the side, Naruto, Fu, and Anoka had large sweat drops hanging off the sides of their temples as Teiwa suddenly jumped off the bed, straddling Haku and grabbing him by the front of his kimono, shaking him comically. Why the fuck did you go and die, you shithead? She continued to shake the boy back and forth, causing swirls to appear in the Yuki's eyes. Teiwa. The girl finally stopped shaking the poor effeminate teen long enough to turn and glare at Naruto, her head still a little fuzzy from just waking up. What? The blonde flinched slightly at the powerful gaze until Teiwa blinked, realizing who she had shouted at, her eyes widening. Wait, so I'm not dead? Naruto shook his head quickly and a small smile began to spread over the redhead's face. However, he gulped as it immediately turned into a frown, quickly morphing further into a scowl as she roughly got off of Haku only to stride over towards Naruto. The hell, Blondie? You revive me with that messed up reanimation jutsu? Am I a fucking zombie now or something? Naruto's sweat dropped again. Teiwa must have been really confused after waking up or something. However, he quickly put his hands up, taking a subconscious step backwards away from the seething former Kunoichi. No, I swear. Haku managed to freeze your body before you could die, we just healed you, no reviving at all. Teiwa paused mid-step, taking in Naruto's words before turning back to Haku, who had just managed to get up and dust off his kimono top. The redhead immediately gained a small bush over the bridge of her nose as she thought back to what she had at the time thought to be her dying words, although they appeared to be a little less dying now. Likewise, Haku seemed to be a little flustered as the two moved closer together, a faint trace of pink dusting his cheeks. Well, thanks, I guess. From the side, Anoka leaned over to Naruto, unable to tear her eyes away from the unfolding drama. Has your friend always been this tsundere? Naruto just turned to the girl, clearly confused. What's a tsundere? Anoka just waved him off as she continued to watch the two blushing teens. Never mind. They both turned back as Teiwa finally seemed to work up her nerves, red now more predominant on her face as it slowly worked towards the shade of her hair. Well, you know, that shit I said. I thought I was dying and, well, you know, however the girl's eyes went suddenly wide as Haku ducked in, stealing a small kiss from her while she babbled. However, after a moment or two her surprise gave way to acceptance as her eyes became lidded and she leaned back into the intimate gesture. After another few moments, Anoka coughed awkwardly into her hands and Teiwa's eyes snapped open again as her hand reached up to smack Haku right in the cheek. The boy staggered back, hints of confusion in his chocolate orbs as he looked at the now heavily blushing girl. That was for freezing me, you idiot. It was stupid and fucking reckless. She hesitated for a moment before leaning back in and kissing the pale-skinned boy on the same cheek tenderly. And that was for saving me, I guess. Over on the side of the room, Anoka now had hearts in her eyes while Fu and Naruto exchanged a brief glance before leaving the room, dragging the other Uzumaki with them before she pounced on the new couple. Naruto smiled at the memory. Ever since the island, Fu and him had been wondering when their two friends would finally work up the nerve to confess how they properly felt to one another. Naruto might have even placed bets with Fu if he wasn't a monk. After all, they weren't subtle about it even if the other seemed completely oblivious. The blonde wondered if that was what the whole tsundere thing Anoka was taking about meant before quickly shaking that out of his mind. The week had been filled with heartwarming moments like those, especially now that Haku and Teiwa were finally open about their feelings. So what, I'm an Uzumaki because my blood deactivated some barrier seal here. Naruto nodded, backed up by Anoka. The three of them were sitting in a quiet, relatively sound building that was only missing its roof. But I mean, this place is pretty fucking huge. The Uzumaki had to have other clans or families living here, right? I might just be related to one of them. Naruto could tell the girl was desperately trying to deny it in her own mind. Different people took life-altering news differently, and Teiwa was just so used to the concept of having no kind of real family that the knowledge she was wrong was too much for her. Actually, the Uzumaki were well known for their red hair. It's very likely you were related to them. Anoka spoke with a grin on her face, happy to convince the other girl that they were family. Naruto just ran a hand through his very much blonde hair with a slightly disappointed frown. Teiwa frowned as well, the options for not believing this becoming slimmer and slimmer in her mind. So that would make you guys my cousins or something, right? Naruto and Anoka nodded, the latter with an excited grin on her face. It's great, we could be anything from direct cousins through our parents to very distant relatives that probably would never have spoken to one another even if Uzushio hadn't been destroyed. I think it's exciting not to know, it means we aren't constrained by what we are to one another, we can just be family. Naruto smiled thoughtfully at that, not having considered it but rather liking the idea. Teiwa just looked down, her brow furrowing from her own thoughts. So what does that change then? Teiwa seemed genuinely confused by all this, and Naruto knew it must be hard on her. Once the adrenaline had left his system, it had hit him particularly hard as well. It doesn't have to change anything, to me you're still just Teiwa, except now I can call you family as well. On the other hand, it could change everything. We aren't just nameless outcasts anymore, we have a home to always go back to or to ignore entirely as just a ruined island, people to count on thanks to blood or to treat the exact same way. It's up to you. With that, the young monk stood up, placing a firm hand on Teiwa's shoulder before walking out, his shakujo clinking with each step. He paused outside though with a wince as he heard Anoka immediately rush over to Teiwa, badgering her new cousin with a multitude of questions. The blonde just quickened his pace, not envious of the former Oto Kunoichi's position right now. When Anoka wanted to talk, it was hard to get her to stop. The blonde was broken from his reminiscing as he heard the grunts and shouts of sparring break out somewhere below him. It was probably Fu and Teiwa going at one another again. Ever since the redhead had lost to Haiden, she had been particularly aggressive about sparring to shore up her strengths. She had even sucked it up and asked Naruto to help her, so he gave her tips on her taijutsu while she was in sage mode. The girl had a tendency to let the power of the nature chakra go to her head, sacrificing her technique for brute strength and power. It was effective when under the influence of senjutsu, but up against an equally powerful, or in Haiden's case unique, opponent it just wouldn't cut it. However, she hadn't been the only one to have been shown their weakness during this whole sordid affair. Haku had been shaken by his now girlfriend's near-death experience, and Naruto was sure he was off somewhere working on his speed or technique. Even Anoka seemed to be getting into it, although Naruto wasn't sure if she was serious or just happy to go along with the group. It was obvious the Uzumaki girl hadn't had many of what could be considered normal friend interactions, not that anything Naruto or his friends did could really be considered normal. In any case, it was a good thing, as the girl had been very easily beaten by Hiruto, and getting stronger could only be a good thing. Even Naruto was not exempt from all this. Fu ambled aimlessly through the ruins of what she assumed to be training grounds. It was hard to tell with the debris and various craters strewn about the village. She kept thinking about how Uzumaki Genin might train here, perhaps learning a new jutsu or going over some sealing technique with their instructor peering over their shoulder, looking for any mistakes to correct. The min-haired girl sighed. It always made her nostalgic to think that her own childhood might have been like that had she not been a Jinchuriki. Of course, she probably would have never met Naruto, and such an idea for her now was almost unthinkable. She turned a corner only to come across a rather curious sight. In front of her for about 100 meters seemed to be a field where the laws of gravity ceased to exist. Small and large pieces of debris alike floated randomly through the air as if they were celestial bodies not bound by the constraints of the earth. Right in the center of it all sat Naruto in a deep meditative state, his eyes closed and legs crossed with his hands upwards, knuckles together. Naruto. Fu tried to reach the meditating blonde, but she got no reply, even though she knew that at this distance Naruto should have been able to hear her. She figured he must be talking with his tenants, which also meant he most likely wouldn't wake up any time soon. With a small shrug, Fu stepped into the null gravity field, immediately feeling strange as weight ceased to have any meaning for her. She tried to put her foot down, but all it succeeded in doing was pushing her away from the ground. For a moment she just twisted about in the air, confused and disoriented, however she got her bearings after a moment and grabbed onto a large chunk of a building that was floating nearby. With a shove she pushed herself towards Naruto, the debris floating off until it was out of the field where it promptly fell back to the ground with a crash and a small plume of dust. The min-haired Jinchuriki floated lazily through the air, actually rather enjoying the feeling of being weightless like this. Occasionally she would have to push off another floating rock as air resistance slowed her down or navigate around some debris, but she soon reached where the blonde sat. She dropped gracefully to the ground as she reached the small 2-meter radius circle where gravity existed again. Fu gently tapped Naruto on the shoulder, waiting a few moments before the boy finally opened his eyes, the debris that had been previously suspended falling to the ground in a cacophony of noise and dust. Naruto blinked a moment before looking up with a smile. "Hey Fu, can I help you?" The girl blinked before pointing to the west where the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon. "We were about to eat." She looked around, observing the now gravity-occupied clearing. "What were you doing out here?" She gave him a quick look before he could give her the obvious answers of meditating or training, and the blonde wisely rethought his next words. "I was trying to see if I have reached my peak with the Rinnegan." Fu raised a curious eye but allowed the monk to continue. "I need to know if this is it, if this is all I am able to do. Depending on the answer that I find, I have one of two options: either continue seeking further power from my eyes, or learn something new." Fu just nodded, joining Naruto where he sat. "And?" She was curious now, so food could wait, however Naruto just gave a shrug. "I'm not sure. So far the abilities of my Rinnegan have only presented themselves in dire situations or through intense training. When I think I have reached the limits of a technique, I suddenly find there's a new one, like an expanding puzzle in my mind that I am only beginning to collect key pieces for." He raised a hand and a nearby piece of debris floated into the air as the gravity around it was suddenly reversed. "Learning to make things lighter was one of the first things I learned, but it was only after Sora suggested it that I tried making them heavier." He clenched his hand and the rock fell to the ground much faster than it should have, leaving a small crater. "Maybe you should do both." Naruto smiled at that, glad for the input. He shook his head though. With enemies like the Akatsuki he couldn't afford to spread out his training. It would be better to master his own abilities than try learning something entirely new if it wasn't necessary. "Well, I'm sure it will come to me given a bit of time." He grinned, getting up from his cross-legged stance and offering his hand to Fu, who gladly took it. "Now come on, I'm hungry." The two walked off back to where the others had taken over Hiruto's old camp. Naruto knew that as long as he had his friends with him, an answer would always come in its own time. Chapter 77, Ember's Eye. Book 11, Embers. Bury the pain of losing your loved ones into the arms of your friends. Urza Scarlet. Naruto stared out over the glittering waters that marked the natural boundary of Uzunokuni. Over in the distance he could just about spot the violent edge of one of the island's many whirlpools. He thought about it as he watched the waters swirl, the endless currents pulling and tugging in a myriad of directions, yet ultimately leading up to the same converging point at the center. It was very representative of life. It could take any number of paths or turns and you could struggle until your last breath, but the end result would always be the same. It would only take the most remarkable, or valiant, or even luckiest of beings to escape the swirling vortex out into the calmer, peaceful waters surrounding it. The blonde chuckled lightly, wondering when he had become so pensive that he had almost begun to contemplate the cycle of samsara itself. He supposed it was only appropriate given what his eyes represented and were named for, paths included. He sighed as he turned, feeling a hand rest lightly on his shoulder as he smiled at Fu, the two of them turning to face Teiwa, Haku, and Anoka. "You know, I really hadn't expected this." Despite the slightly saddened tone to the blonde's voice, he had a small, happy smile on his face regardless. "I always knew our paths would have to diverge at some point, just not so soon." The news that Teiwa wanted to stay in Uzushio with Anoka to help rebuild their family had come as a great shock to both Naruto and Fu. Then the fact that Haku would be staying with her, to see where their newfound relationship would take them, while less shocking, was no less upsetting for the pair. "Hey, it's hard for us too, you know." Despite her best attempts at acting unperturbed by the whole situation, there was the smallest of cracks in the normally volatile redhead's voice. Haku simply nodded, his eyes still projecting that same saddened, melancholic expression he had worn since deciding to stay. Choosing between his friends and Taewya wasn't as hard as he might have expected, but it was still a choice he would rather not have made. He had been genuinely happy traveling with the peaceful but optimistic blonde and stoic but warm Verdette the past 3 years. While he was sure he would continue to be happy with Taewya, it was still a difficult thing to say goodbye, at least for now. The ice user paused for a moment, his brow furrowing as he stepped forward, pulling first Fu, then Naruto into long hugs. I owe you more than I could begin to repay, not only for saving my life, and for saving Taewya's, but for saving me from myself. You showed me that I really could live for myself, that my worth was greater than that of a tool, even though I do not regret my time with Zabuza for a second. He sighed, taking in one last look at the pair as the words struggled to reach his tongue. Like I said, I can't even begin to repay that debt, but I still want to thank you, for everything. Naruto simply smiled at the boy, and even the edges of Fu's mouth quirked up a bit at the heartfelt words, showing more than enough for those that knew her. You shouldn't worry, you've more than made up for it simply being a friend to us. Haku smiled lightly, even if he didn't look entirely convinced. To reaffirm his statement, Naruto quickly returned the friendly hug. He didn't make it too long though, for him it wasn't to say goodbye after all, he would be seeing his friends again. After that Haku seemed to quieten, unsure of what to say anymore or even if anything more needed to be said. In the brief moment of pause, Naruto turned to Taewya, failing to keep the mildly expectant gaze from his features. The redhead simply looked back at him, her usual harmless scowl slowly creeping over her features. What? You expect some kind of pansy-ass goodbye or something? She huffed, having to look away for a moment to mask the slight catch in her voice. It was a small but noticeable voice in her head that whispered that in this world any goodbye could be one's last, a remnant of a harsh childhood full of disappointments and unfairness. Naruto just smiled at the girl, not having expected much else from the confident, independent young woman he had truly come to enjoy knowing over the last few years. He too knew the harsh realities of the world, but it was his quiet, hopeful optimism that kept him from shying away from open displays of companionship, without which he was sure he would have gone insane long ago. You don't need to say anything, Taewya, you can say anything you like next time we talk. It was short, abrupt, and rather anticlimactic, just the way he expected a goodbye with the newfound Uzumaki girl. Therefore it came as a shock when he turned to walk away, feeling content with the farewells already said, when a slightly smaller hand grasped his own. Before he really knew what was happening, he was spun around and practically thrown into a rough, mildly awkward, and unpracticed hug. For a moment his rippled eyes widened in shock and confusion, staring down the flowing red mane of his longtime friend's hair as he felt her arms squeeze him a little too strongly for a friendly hug. After only a tiny moment's hesitation, he wrapped his own arms around her in turn, feeling her body tense around the unfamiliar contact. It was over in a few seconds, the two pulling away from one another as Taewya looked down awkwardly, not having thought much beyond the rather impulsive hug that had even taken her by surprise. However, for once that stubborn part of the redhead did not speak up, telling her to make some sarcastic remark. Thank you, Naruto. Her voice was small and a little unsure, but she quickly covered it up as she managed to just about lift her head to meet the taller boy's eye, some more confidence entering her tone. I mean it. For saving me, for freeing me, for giving me another chance, for allowing me a life I would have never dreamed of before, for opening up something. Her eyes flickered over to Haku in a split second, a brief movement that Naruto just about caught. Something I couldn't have even imagined happening for me. She took a deep breath, seemingly collecting her thoughts after basically splurging whatever was on her mind. She wasn't used to being so open with her words like this, and to her emotions were things to be kept hidden, precious and personal. It's all because of you, and like Haku, I owe you more of a debt than I could ever hope to repay in this lifetime. She chuckled with genuine mirth, her posture finally relaxing into something more recognizable of the normal redhead everyone had come to know. But at the same time, I know you would never hold me to anything, even if I might never quite understand why. Naruto just nodded, a large, warm smile spreading over his features as he practically felt the glow of Taewya's released emotion flowing through her words. After a few moments of silence though, Naruto realized everybody was looking at him, expecting him to say something, even though he wasn't entirely sure of just what to say to something so utterly heartfelt from the most unexpected source. I am not quite sure what to say. Like I said, I didn't expect this so soon. The blonde looked down, once again feeling that rush of sadness at the thought of parting from such good friends, people he had lived with for the past 3 years. However, when he looked back up, his features were firm in their warm, soft smile. I never really knew what it was like to have friends or family before the temple took me in. Even there I received only a glimpse of a normal life I might have had. All of his friends looked down at that, each thinking of their rough past and their rocky starts in life. However, they each looked up as Naruto directed his gaze to them, first to Onoka, then Fu, then Haku, and finally Teiwa. Being with all of you is the closest thing to family I will ever have in this life, that I can guarantee you, so in a way, I owe each of you my own debt. Teiwa and Haku's eyes widened at that, and even Fu seemed a little surprised, each never having though Naruto felt that way, or at least so strongly. However, I know I'm going to repay that debt someday, because this isn't the last time we'll meet. His smile grew a little, raising the general air of the small beach they were standing on. So how about no more goodbyes, all right? Without any warning, the Rinnegan bearer touched his hand to the ground, and in an enormous plume of smoke a great, drill-beaked bird stood before them, observing the group curiously with its own ringed gray eyes. In a flash, Naruto and Fu were atop it, precariously holding onto the black rod protruding from its back. Take good care of Uzushio while I'm gone. He smirked fondly as he looked across as much of the island as he could one last time. I'll hold you to your promise, Onoka. He had to shout the words as the enormous bird began flapping its wings in great, sweeping motions that had the 3 teens on the beach holding their clothes as they flapped in the sudden wind. Wow, he really knows how to make an exit, doesn't he? Onoka finally broke the silence that had settled on the beach, much to the mildly amused chuckle from Haku and Teiwa. Are you really sure about staying? It must be amazing to travel with somebody like that. Both Haku and Teiwa sighed fondly, both looked out to where the small dot on the horizon finally shrank out of sight. Yeah, it was. The two had left Uzunokuni late in the morning, so the sun had already long passed its zenith in the sky by the time land could be seen below them. The great bird they rode on made lazy arcs through the air before coming to a surprisingly gentle landing in a thankfully barren field somewhere near the coast of the large island nation they had arrived at. Fu dropped off the summons first, thankful to be away from the strange drill-beaked creature. She was no stranger to flight, but this particular bird always sent a chill down her spine when it looked at her with its Rinnegan eyes. It simply unnerved her, as they were a slightly different color to Naruto's own, a deeper metallic gray compared to his more vibrant violet. It's been a long time since we were here. The blonde dropped off the bird next, patting his massive summon when he landed, despite the bird not even seeming to notice the contact, or even his presence beyond a quick glance. It was almost as if the bird was trying to ignore them, anxious to get away for some reason, which was odd considering it should have simply been a construct of chakra created when Naruto needed a summon, no more free thinking than a shadow clone. It doesn't seem to have changed all that much. Naruto simply shrugged to his friend, looking around at the small, neat little forest they had landed in. They had caught glimpses of Nami no Kuni from the air, and Fu was right, not a lot seemed to have changed, at least structurally. However, they were almost unprepared for the difference in the village as they finally emerged from the forestry and onto the outskirts of the town they had stayed in those 3 years ago. Wow! The streets were bustling with life where before they were stark and empty, people too afraid to walk outside for extended periods in fear of being spotted by Gatta's thugs. In the same vein, the general sense of oppression that had existed amongst the populace was practically non-existent. If Naruto hadn't been there to see the poverty and strife of the downtrodden people first time, he would have never imagined this little thriving community had ever been anything other than what it was now. It was simply and probably couldn't sum up the complete feeling of the nation, but the only way Naruto could really describe the change was happiness. I don't believe how much has changed. Fu just nodded, glancing around as various people flowed around them, chatting, shouting cheery greetings and just generally going about their business. It seemed like a fairly mundane, normal street to most, but to the two that had seen all of this before and none of the in-between, it was like standing in a dream. Finally a grin split Naruto's face as he began moving through the crowds, effortlessly slipping between jostling people as Fu followed behind him with ease. It took another few minutes, but finally they reached a familiar house in a peaceful forest glade that they remembered. Except not quite, as the wood was cleaned up and repainted, and the neat little flower garden that used to exist just outside of the homely porch had blossomed into a full bouquet of brightly colored flowers. A young dark-haired woman sat outside, a soft smile on her face as she worked through patching up what appeared to be a pair of brown worker's pants. Tsunami. The woman looked up quickly, a look of intrigue on her face as she regarded the two teens approaching her. The slight confusion in her eyes quickly vanished as she noticed the bright spiky yellow hair and familiar Shakujiao traveling alongside an equally unique set of mint green bangs. Naruto? Phew. The three had gone inside and were sitting around the dinner table, which Naruto couldn't help but notice was new, a large improvement over the old, weathered one he remembered sitting around as a younger monk. He gently sipped from the tea Tsunami had graciously offered and had to nod his head in appreciation. It was just as good as he remembered it. Tsunami just removed her apron, hanging it up on a nearby wall before joining them, that same perpetually soft smile still alighting her features. It is really good to see you two again, safe and well. Naruto nodded again, this time in appreciation of her concern. Did you two happen to get a look around the village before stopping by? Another nod, and Tsunami's smile only seemed to grow as she settled back, a content sigh escaping her lips. It's wonderful, isn't it? How much is different from back then. I even have fleeting moments where I forget those times entirely. Everything is just so much better now. Naruto took another sip before releasing a sigh of delight. It really was good tea. I could barely believe it myself. I could never imagine so much could happen in only 3 years. Was this really because of Gauta's death? Naruto may not have been around to see the small businessman get his throat torn out by a vengeful Zabuza, but he had at least found out that had happened while he was reviving Haku. However, for just a moment Tsunami's smile slipped a little, turning more melancholic. Actually, as bad as things were under Gauta's thumb, the man at least kept the nation economically stable. With his death people celebrated, but once the initial shock and reverie died away we quickly begun to realize the country was now without leadership of any kind. We were poor already and just didn't have the resources to kickstart our economy. Naruto frowned at that, wondering just how intrinsically Gauta had worked himself into this country's workings for his death to completely destabilize it. However, we were lucky. The warmth returned to the woman's face. With the bridge completed we were once again connected to the outside world, and a young noble from Hinokuni noticed the situation we were in. He gave a substantial donation to help us get back on our feet, and everything you see here today was a result of his kind actions. That took Naruto aback for a moment, but in a good way. Such selfless altruism was rare nowadays and it was good to see. However, Tsunami quickly laughed, a delightful, tinkling sound. I'm sure he probably did it to raise his profile in the courts or some such. Naruto simply shared the laugh, secretly hoping that wasn't the case, ever the optimist. So where are Tajuna and Inari? Tsunami took a quick glance over to the brown work pants she had been repairing as Naruto asked before looking back, her soft smile back. Both are in Konoha at the moment actually, working on the reconstruction job our nation was hired to help with. Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion at that. Reconstruction? What happened? At that Tsunami raised her own brow in surprise. You hadn't heard? It was very big over the recent weeks. Naruto just chuckled sheepishly, bringing a hand up to rub the back of his head. I was away from civilization for a while, you could almost say I was stuck on an island. Tsunami looked at the blonde monk oddly for a moment, sparing a glance over to Fia, who simply shook her head in moderate exasperation. Well, it seems Konoha was recently attacked. Naruto's head shot up at that, his hand freezing behind his head. Wait, attacked? By who? Was it the Akatsuki? The blonde may have been trying to sever those thin ties to his former home in his mind, but there were still innocent people there, people he didn't want harmed because the Akatsuki were looking for him. Tsunami just seemed confused by the outburst but looked up in thought anyway. No, I believe it was a place known as Soragakuer that attacked them, apparently using some kind of machines that allowed them to fly. The woman chuckled lightly like she was sharing gossip between a group of young mothers. Then again, who can say what's rumor and what's the truth with all those fantastical things shinobi can do anyway? For all I know, some shinobi can walk through walls. Naruto simply frowned, thinking back to that group of flying men he remembered spotting on the boat journey over to Oni no Kuni. He had a feeling those weren't rumors at all. Supposedly they dropped explosives all over the village, and from what father told me when he came back on his last weekly break, it left a lot of the village damaged. She sighed, looking towards the picture on the wall showing their small family. At some point the ripped-out portion that held Kaizo's face had been re-added. Naturally Inari just had to follow his grandfather, wanting to see a real-life shinobi village for himself, even if it was just to repair the buildings there. She smiled, looking up at the two and noticing how close they sat to one another with a knowing smirk. He really looked up to you too, you know. You made a large impact on him while you helped our nation. He may never become a shinobi, and I can only hope as much for my own sake, but many of his beliefs came from seeing how you both approached the world. She chuckled again, wiping a small imaginary tear from her eye as she looked out the window to where the sun was already beginning to dip below the horizon. You should see him, acting stoic and mature around the girls. She gave a poignant loom at Fu, yet on the inside he's the same kind and caring little boy Kaizo raised him to be. At that even Fu smiled lightly, remembering the slightly irritating little boy that had constantly tried to attack her with a wooden kunao she herself had given him. I'm glad to hear it. Tsunami smiled as she took another sip of tea before her eyes widened a little, realizing how long they had been talking. Oh, listen to me, just prattling on, was there any particular reason you came to visit? Naruto simply chuckled and waved the woman off. After the hardship the nation had gone through, the dimple fact she could sit here and just talk without concern was a great thing. No, we were just passing through on our way to Aim no Kuni. Fu looked him with slight surprise, not having heard of this particular destination before now. She had, though. They were heading to Kaminari no Kuni to warn Kiribi of the danger Akatsuki posed. Naruto simply gave her a small glance, conveying that he would talk to her later about it in private. He had meant to tell her before, but it was a little difficult to hold a conversation with the high winds from riding atop his bird summon. Oh, I hear that country is rather isolationist. The woman looked down in thought, but it seemed that was really the extent of her knowledge on the little rainy country, and her bright smile was back in a moment. Well, I suppose I should offer you to stay the night. It's the least I could do after all. Naruto was about to kindly decline the offer so as not to impose on the woman's hospitality, but surprisingly Fu beat him to it. That would be very nice, thank you Tsunami-san. The woman simply beamed as she got up, already busying herself to get the rooms ready. Sometimes it just felt she had so little to do with the two boys gone, for her father could barely be considered a man with the childish way he acted. It would be nice to have some company for a short time. The blonde looked across at his companion confusedly until she gave a small, completely out of character wink, standing up to help Tsunami and leaving Naruto just sitting there, trying not to gape in surprise. So Aim. Fu's voice was so innocent that Naruto had to blink a moment as he stared at her, wondering what this stranger had done with his Fu. After a moment he realized there had been one too many seconds of awkward silence, so he quickly joined her sitting on the cozy little bed with its crisp white linen sheets. Tsunami had apologized for the lack of space, but this was their only guest room. However, her voice had only contained a mischievous mirth as she left, leaving Naruto once again confused. Once again the stifling silence on the small room became apparent as Fu looked at the blonde queerly. Ah yeah, Aim. I never got around to telling you guys. I had meant to when we were traveling so we didn't have to involve Anoka, but then Teiwa and Haku stayed behind and it slipped my mind for the moment. Fu simply patiently waited as he explained. I talked to Kakuzu after we fought. Seeing Fu's questioning glance he clarified, the old man you found near me. The verdette nodded quickly. He told me something troubling. He looked down at that, genuine concern on his features as the old Takinin's words played through his mind again. It seems I am not the only one in this world who possesses the Rinnegan. He practically felt the sharp intake of breath from his friend as her orange eyes widened, wondering why he blonde had withheld something so important this long. Isn't this a good thing? Maybe you could learn more about your abilities, or why you have those eyes. Isn't it something you wanted to know? Perhaps this person is family. Naruto nodded slowly. In a way he could probably learn some of that from the man, but not under the circumstance Fu would expect. The man who possesses the Rinnegan is the leader of the Akatsuki, a man named Pain. An oppressive silence fell over the room as Fu simply absorbed that information. He's our enemy. Naruto frowned, remembering how much he had thought about this in the quiet moments as they recuperated on Uzu. I don't know, but he is the leader of the group trying to capture the Jinhuriki. It feels more like an enemy of coincidence than anything else. But is it really coincidence? Fio looked around, her eyes burning vehemently. She loved Naruto, and anybody that was his enemy, reasons be damned, was her enemy too, not to mention this man was after her for the very same reason. What does that matter why he has the same Jujutsu? He is trying to kill us just to get at Chumei and the Kyuubi. The fact he has the Rinnegan only makes him more dangerous on our end. At that she fell silent, struck dumb by her own words. It had taken a few moments to really sink in. All that power she had seen within Naruto, the overwhelming ability she herself could never hope to achieve, was in the hands of somebody trying to kill them. There was also the fact this man was probably older than Naruto and much more experienced with his own Jujutsu, with far less restrictions on how he used it if his goal was anything to go on. I just don't know. The green-haired girl looked back across, spotting the conflicted expression marring the blonde's features. She paused, her own expression softening as she realized how this must be affecting Naruto. Given that most Jujutsu were genetic traits passed between family, it was highly likely this pain was related to Naruto, yet the blonde would no doubt have to face him at some point, under less than friendly circumstances. She could see it was slowly tearing him up inside, and she knew why. Naruto needed to seek this pain, and while part of his reason may have been to understand any possible connection between the two, it was more to see how much of a threat he was to both him and her. The blonde had only recently found out just who his family was, reconnecting with not one but two of his actual blood relatives. To now find out that he had another, only for it to be his enemy, she couldn't imagine the turmoil running through the young monk's mind. So, instead of trying to understand, she attempted to help, gently reaching across and placing her hand atop his. Naruto looked up, broken from his thoughts by the soft contact, to see Fio looking at him intently. However, before he could say anything, the mint-haired girl had reached across and swiftly stolen a kiss. If you keep thinking about it right now, it will only make you stress. You will lose focus and become less effective, and that will help nobody. Sometimes you need to focus more on the most important detail instead of all of them. It sounded slightly cold, more like what a jounin might say to their genin student, but Fio tried to convey as much of her warmth and concern over her words, and it just about seemed to work as Naruto's shoulders visibly relaxed. Fio took that opportunity to lean in again, this time extending the kiss as Naruto gently reciprocated, simply enjoying Fio's presence for the moment. He was a little disappointed then when the girl gently drew away, standing up to walk over to the door as Naruto watched on, eyes slightly lidded. Slowly and almost uncharacteristically teasingly, Fio closed the door behind her, turning back to face the now mildly confused blonde. He opening his mouth to say something, but Fio was already there, a hand against his lips to quieten him as a small, but increasingly red blush crept from the bridge of her nose down to her cheeks. Do you remember what we were talking about before we were attacked on that ship? Almost instantly Naruto's cheeks reddened to match Fio's. He had a good memory after all. Slowly he took a gulp, now starting to understand why Fio had insisted on staying here tonight instead of traveling into the night. Fio, do you think that's... Again a single finger was pressed against his lips as Fio gently climbed onto the bed, now straddling Naruto's lap as she stole yet another kiss from the teen. Don't think about too many details, remember? Her voice was practically a whisper as she pulled away, a soft smile on her lips and her eyes closed. I don't know a lot about these types of things, so we do whatever is comfortable, right? Naruto found himself unable to do anything but nod, eliciting a further smile from the girl he was sure he loved. Good. It was more of a breath than a word, but Naruto had little time to ponder it as in one smooth motion Fio reached around and pulled her top off, exposing her upper body to the warm air of the room. Admittedly, this was not the first time Naruto had seen Fio like this, however in this setting, with them so intimately close, it seemed so different. Sitting there with Fio on his lap, he couldn't help but remember, or perhaps realize truly for the first time, just how beautiful the Jinhuriki was. Her caramel skin was so exotic, and that was only enhanced now she was baring her breasts, a cute, flustered blush on her cheeks as he said nothing. Slowly he pulled off his own top, just doing what felt comfortable, like Fio said. You really are beautiful, Fio. Any response the girl might have had, became an unintelligible mumble as Naruto captured her lips, rolling them around so they were now properly on the bed. As if by some long-forgotten instinct his hand came up, sliding across her supple skin until they found her chest. Hesitantly, and then more confidently as her slight, quivering moans urged him on, he began to gently play with her soft, but firm breasts. It was a unfamiliar but not unwelcome visceral pleasure simply having that soft, yielding flesh in his hands, Fuyu's moans reverberating in his mouth as they continued their passionate kiss. It seemed perfect, however Naruto hadn't experienced anything that was to come that night yet. Chapter 78, Embers 2. There are two kinds of fights. As long as we place ourselves in battle, we must always know the difference, a fight to defend life or a fight to defend pride. Yuka take Jai Yashiro. Naruto took in a long, deep breath as he gently ran his hands through Fuyu's verdant hair, playing with the individual strands as the girl slept, huddled against his form. They were both sweaty and the cool morning air had the hair across his body standing on end, but he still couldn't do anything but smile as the snoozing girl murmured something unintelligible into the pillow, blissfully asleep. As much as he didn't want to move from this unbelievably comfortable position, the late morning sunlight was already streaming in through the windows and they had kept Tsunami waiting for long enough. Phew. He gently shook the girl's shoulder, immediately making her curl further into the warm embrace of the covers in a vain attempt to stave off reality. In the end though, as it always did, consciousness prevailed, and a bleary-eyed but still lightly smiling Jinhuriki slowly rose up, her upper body still bare. Naruto gained a light blush looking down on her body, still covered in just a thin sheen of sweat from their previous activities. It certainly brought back a lot of recent memories, very good memories. Must we get up now? The blonde raised an eyebrow. It was very unlike Fuyu to act petulant, even if it was only half seriously said. Then again, last night Naruto had discovered an entirely new side to Fuyu he had never imagined before. The very light and already fading nail marks on his back were certainly testament to that. Yeah, come on, I can smell breakfast downstairs. It was like an instant change in the girl. She practically shot out of the bed, still as naked as the day she was born. The blonde simply chuckled to himself as he watched her quickly dash about the room, gathering up clothes that had been haphazardly strewn across the room randomly. Most amusing were the fishnet shorts the two had somehow managed to lodge atop the curtain bracket. Even Naruto didn't remember how that happened. After a moment or two though his stomach grumbled noisily and he too got up, joining Fuyu in her search for their elusive clothing. The two left Nami no Kuni in considerably higher spirits than when they entered, greeting people in the streets congenially and sparing a few moments to those that recognized them. Naruto was surprised and inwardly pleased and a little excited by the impact the pair had managed to make on the little nation. Many people remembered how they had helped them when the country was impoverished without asking anything in return. By the time they actually managed to reach the great bridge connecting Nami with the mainland it was already past noon, although that didn't stop them marveling at the amazing construct. Kaiba Bridge. Appropriate. Naruto had to nod at whoever decided to name the bridge that. It really was a beacon of hope, telling the downtrodden that there was always a way out and to never give up. However, there was only so long the two could spend staring at a bridge and soon they were on their way again. However, Naruto was happily surprised when Fuyu hesitantly linked arms with him as they walked, enjoying her body pressed up against his side as they moved through the forest. So why don't we simply fly to Ame no Kuni? They had been walking along in pleasant silence for a while, sometimes idly chatting about some of the things they had seen in Nami no Kuni. Naruto simply smirked at the question though, wondering if Fuyu would ask. It was almost as if he could no longer quite predict what the girl would say. It was almost as if she had changed overnight, losing some of that shy, introverted edge she had. Really, after all this time you're tired of walking? Naruto couldn't help but jest back at her. After all she had gone silent and without complaint all these years now. Fuyu just gave him an even stare in return, making him chuckle half amused and half sheepishly. The girl could manage intimidating rather easily. I would think getting to a Megakure would be rather important considering what we found out. Naruto shrugged slowly. He had obviously considered the idea himself before dismissing it. The Akatsuki isn't going anywhere. In fact, if we wait long enough they would quite happily come to us. But in any case flying would be a bad idea. We would have to cut right over High no Kuni, putting us at risk of attracting Konoha's attention. As indifferent as I profess to be to my former home. Fuyu raised a single eyebrow at that. I really don't want to involve them any more than I want to confront possible family. Fuyu's eyes narrowed briefly, searching Naruto's face for any hint that he was hiding something, but looked away, satisfied. We could fly around the bordering nations. Naruto shrugged again, more nonchalantly this time as he picked the pace up slightly, responding to Fu's subtle encouragements that she thought they should be traveling faster. Same problem really, especially as one of those nations we would have to fly over contains Takigakur. Fu looked down at that, just the smallest of frowns briefly passing over her features. It didn't go unnoticed by the blonde and he had to suppress a slight sigh. It didn't stop him from gently placing his arm around his lover's shoulders in comfort. Just as Konoha still held less than pleasant memories for him, the scars the caramel-skinned girl had received, emotionally at least, had never truly healed, they had only been moved out of sight. Trying to move the conversation onto something other than her painful past, Fu looked up, her face molding into a picture of thought. How about summoning us there? Naruto paused in the middle of the path, looking around at Fu slightly incredulously. I would need to actually be there already to summon you. Fu nodded, walking on as Naruto moved to join her again, still staring at her strangely. It really was odd to see her so talkative, especially about such an apparently inane topic. What about a clone? Naruto almost paused again, but Fu just carried on walking, so he stopped himself before he could. You know, in all this time I have never once tried to summon myself with a clone. In fact, Naruto couldn't remember an instance where one of his clones had ever actually summoned anything. This time it was Fu who paused to look at Naruto oddly. She sometimes wondered if the teen had more power than he really knew what to do with. She had just gotten a very succinct answer. Really? What do you do all day? Naruto actually chuckled at that, looking around just in time to see Fu's slight smirk slip off her face as she masked it behind her usual placid expression, although it seemed a little strained. Well, let's see. Most recently I got up, meditated, went through my chakra control exercises. You and I had SE-. He received an impromptu light-hearted punch to the arm from a suddenly blushing mint-haired Jinchuriki as the verdette managed to impressively look everywhere except at her blonde traveling companion. He chuckled again at her expression, wondering just where this side of Fu had been all these years he had known her. It was like meeting a completely new person. Maybe that next step in their physical intimacy had been just what she needed to finally crack that shell around her she had built all those lonely years in Taki. It wasn't just him either. Coming through Nami, he had noticed that when people would recognize them, Fu would be far more animate in their conversations than she normally might. She would actually talk to them, even smiling when one or two of the younger children would call her Oni-chan. It was definitely a change Naruto could support. He enjoyed seeing the girl he loved finally breaking down those final few barriers and reintegrating herself into somewhat normalcy. You know, I was joking. Naruto was snapped out of his pleasant thoughts as Fu's mumbled words reached his ears, the girl still managing to find the ground impossibly interesting. Yes, I know, but you are much cuter when you blush. He nearly broke out laughing again as he spotted the shade of red that had violently invaded the bridge of her nose start to spread to the edges of her cheeks. He supposed there was still one aspect about Fu he could rely on. The teen Jinchuriki certainly didn't know how to take a compliment. Anyway, I still think the clone is a good idea. Naruto raised an eyebrow before remembering the conversation they were just having. At this point Fu had just about managed to compose herself, the blush nothing more than a light dusting of pink on her cheeks, barely noticeable with her complexion. Oh? How so? I would still have to get the clone there, even if it could summon us. Honestly, the idea of summoning himself sounded ill-advised. If something were to go wrong, then there would be no way for him to fix it, as it would be him it affected. However, he decided to humor the girl for a while. After all, there was little else to talk about on the long forest path that stretched off seemingly endlessly into the shade of the trees. You could henge the clone into some kind of bird, let it fly ahead and then allow it to summon us once it reached a sufficient distance. Naruto nodded for a moment in thought, however Fu immediately noticed it was put on for show. She frowned cutely, crossing her arms under her chest and unconsciously highlighting her assets. You don't have to mock the idea. Naruto quickly shook his head, an amused smile fighting against his fabricated mask of seriousness. No, it's a good idea. In fact, I can only find one flaw in it. Fu blinked, unsure of whether Naruto was actually being serious or not as she leaned in a little closer unconsciously. Naruto's voice naturally had a way of drawing one in, joking or not, and she found herself immediately curious. What? Naruto just looked up at a random tree, hand on his chin as he struck an obviously over-exaggerated thinking pose, pausing for a few moments just for the suspense. I have no idea how to perform a henge. Fu almost face-faulted into the ground, only her natural unflappability and general poise stopping her. It didn't stop the smile from spreading over the blonde's face as he watched her incredulous reaction. How can you not know a basic technique like that? In hindsight, Fu couldn't remember an instance of Naruto ever actually using the fundamental shinobi techniques, but she had least assumed that at his power he would know something so utterly basic to even an academy student. Naruto simply gave a non-committal shrug as they continued on down the winding path. The sun was making its steady descent down the sky, so the many shadows of the trees had begun to stretch out eastward. I'm not a shinobi, remember. I don't know the basic clone or the substitution techniques either. Fu blinked at that, trying to think of an instance of her friend using either jutsu. I only know the very fundamentals of the henge from when I was trying to create an invisibility technique, not the actual technique itself. Fu nodded at that, remembering her amusement and intrigue as Naruto created what he dubbed the moving henge. So does that mean dash? Fu stopped mid-sentence as she noticed Naruto had stopped, a frown flashing across his brow as he looked of somewhere to the west of them. The min-haired teen followed his gaze up to what looked like an old fortress up on a hill, only its silhouette was really visible, backed by the sun. What is it? She turned back to her friend but already saw him carrying on down the path, that same frown still marring his features. Two shinobi are fighting in an old fortress up there, powerful ones. It was strange, their signatures that he could sense through the water vapor in the air were familiar and at the same time, similar to one another. However, he couldn't quite remember where or when he had felt this chakra before. It wasn't like with his practically eidetic memory, chakra signatures were more something he felt and were more difficult to discern from one another. He felt as though it was right on the tip of his tongue just as he felt another presence enter his senses, this one instantly familiar due to the sheer magnitude of it. Same Hado was right then, it is you. Practically all of Naruto's muscles tensed as one as Kisame's harsh tone sounded through the forested area, quickly followed by the very same man walking out of the tree line. He wore the usual Akatsuki robe along with an all too cocky grin as he lugged the massive wrapped sword atop his shoulder. You know, Same Hada has been bugging me for a long while now to come and find you, little monk. It just can't get enough of your delicious chakra. I don't know what it is, Same Hada just says you taste like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Naruto almost quirked an eyebrow at the large wrapped sword that was practically vibrating in anticipation atop the former Kirinin's shoulder. What does the Akatsuki want now? I thought you couldn't come after me until the other Baijuya were sealed. Kisame raised his brow at that, his smirk widening to show a row of sharp and suitably shark-like teeth. Well, aren't we a well-informed little monk? Naruto simply remained impassive. He had learned a lot more than about the Akatsuki's leader from Kakuzu. Kisame's grin never slipped even as a tense silence fell over the group, each knowing that the first to move would be the one to instigate the fight. In any case, I'm not here for the Akatsuki. He looked up in mock thought, a hand coming up to his chin in a casual gesture that seemed out of place in the tense situation, although I suppose this will further the goal. Naruto began slowly building up his chakra, feeling for the nature energy surrounding them and drawing it in as slowly and subtly as possible. Fu had told him what she knew of the two Akatsuki members they had yet to actually face in a fight, and her information on the former Kirigakure shinobi was surprisingly in-depth. Apparently Kisame hadn't exactly been subtle in his skills while he was still working as a hunter nin. His massive chakra reserves were well known, thus his nickname of the tailless tailed beast. There was also his sword, Same Hada, a sentient weapon with the ability to absorb chakra as it shaved into the enemy. Of course, as a member of the Akatsuki he would have only gotten stronger in his time as a nukenin, at least on par with the others they had faced, and probably stronger. No, this is for Same Hada, not Akatsuki. I like to treat my blade every once in a while. Now hold still so Same Hada can have a little taste. Anything else the massive blue-skinned man might have said was lost as Fu suddenly shot forward, a crisp orange cloak of chakra appearing around her body faster than a civilian could blink. Two vicious swords of water appeared in her hands, stained violet by the cloak of chakra, as her rapidly beating pair of wings took her on a low skimming path across the ground. However, Kisame simply remained in place, actually swinging his still bandaged sword off his shoulder just to rest it on the ground casually. "What, you thought I would come alone?" Fu didn't make it halfway across the distance between them before the ground in front of her was blown outward in a conflagration of flame and broken earth. She diverted her course in time, pulling up so harshly she felt the sudden shift in direction pull at her bones uncomfortably. "Haha, I finally get to prove to you my art, yeah?" Naruto sucked in air through his teeth as he looked up, spotting the form of the blonde Akatsuki he thought Fu had dealt with back in Mizu no Kuni. He rode on a large white dragon, probably made of clay given what Fu had told him about the crazy artist. He hadn't sensed him because he was too high up, well out of his passive range. He worried that meant the Akatsuki knew about his water sense, or at least were preparing against the possibility. "Your fights with me, Nanabe." Before Fu could decide what to do, an entire flock of small clay figures, no larger than hummingbirds and shaped to match, swarmed from the surrounding trees and shot right at her like deadly little bullets. Naruto watched with slightly narrowed eyes as the min-haired Jinhuriki was chased into the tree line, disappearing into the shade as she weaved around trees in an attempt to shake her small but maneuverable pursuers. Deidara laughed with an insane glee as his own mount dived down to chase after them and witness the result of his art. Naruto and the blue-skinned swordsman were left alone again, a harsh quiet settling back down even as dulled, muffled explosions echoed through the forest. "Oh, so cold leaving your little girlfriend alone with the mean old artist. From what I was told about you, I had expected you to go running off at the first sign your friend was in trouble." Kisame's smirk took on a more vicious edge as he hefted his sword back up into a more offensive stance. He was naturally the type to play about with his opponents, but this young teen had taken down Sasori and Kakuzu. He was not one to be underestimated. "Fu can handle herself, I trust her." Despite Naruto's confident, even tone, he couldn't quell the small spark of worry he felt in his chest for the teen. True, she had dealt with Deidara before, but at the time they had thought he was soundly defeated. The other blonde now had only time to prepare to face Fu again, and he didn't want to know what that twisted artist had come up with for his friend. "How did you know we would be here?" Kisame grinned, ignoring the agitated vibrations from his sword as it practically begged him to start fighting already. "That's the best thing, isn't it? I had no idea you would be here. Me and Deidara were just supposed to keep people away from the two up there. Us meeting up is just a coincidence." He causally motioned to the massive fortress built into the hill where Naruto could still feel those same two shinobi fighting with a large, careless swing of his sword. "Same Hada can feel your chakra from miles away though, no matter how hard you suppress it, the smell is just too exquisite for it." Naruto spared a glance to the sword which was still quivering just from being in proximity to him. He supposed it must be all the Baijuyu inside of him. However, it seemed Kisame had grown tired of simply talking as the massive blade was finally raised into an offensive stance. "I suppose there is no peaceful way to settle this." Naruto supposed he had to try at least, even if the cruel glint in Kisame's beady eyes told him everything he needed to know. "Of course there is." Naruto raised an eyebrow but didn't allow the tension to leave his body. He had nearly gathered enough chakra to enter sage mode. "You come with us quietly and allow us to rip the Baijuyu out of you and your little girlfriend." The shark-like man grinned even wider as he took a step forward, hefting his weapon to point at the young monk. "I'll even spare you one of your arms or legs, how's that sound?" Naruto simply released a single breath in a long sigh as he closed his eyes, mildly disappointed. "Sorry, no deal." When his eyes slowly opened again, they burned the color of molten gold, the air around him shimmering with repressed chakra. One of Fu's shimmering wings of chakra carelessly shaved through the trunk of an old tree as she ducked and weaved in tight arcs as she once again found herself trying to outrun the annoyingly persistent creations of the former Uegaku shinobi. She could feel him, flying up above her and occasionally throwing taunts down at her, mixed in with new swarms of his lethal sculptures. The tree behind her crashed to the ground, taking out a few of the little white hummingbirds that in turn exploded and carved great swathes from their numbers. In that brief moment or respite, a single arm of bright glowing chakra shot from her cloak, grabbing onto a nearby sturdy bough and allowing her to swing up in a much tighter maneuver than the clay birds could match. Deidara's eyes widened when he suddenly found Fu careening up towards him, moving so fast that the air at the edge of her flickering wings created small white trails. He tried to force his mount to turn out of her flight path, but it was too late, and not a moment later a spinning blur of orange drilled straight through the much larger dragon. Before the bomber could even detonate the clay, the corrosive properties of the Baijuyo shroud infected the pure white substance, wresting control away from him and allowing the dragon to fall harmlessly to the ground, already dissolving without the magnificent explosion he had been waiting for. "Don't deny me my art, yeah." Fu came to a hovering stop some distance above him, having had to slow down her spin without completely throwing herself off and losing control of her wings. It was always harder to use her drilling spin going up, but she managed, coming out of it in an elegant arc, looking down at Deidara with that same emotionless, disinterested expression that seemed to irritate him so much last time. Sure enough, a scowl broke out over his features as he thrust his hands back into the pouches on his waist. Fu noted that he had brought a lot more than he had last time. "Don't underestimate me, Un." He slapped his hands together, and when he brought them apart, 3 small clay dragons were wrapped around his wrists. They didn't stay that size for long though, and soon Fu was staring down at 3 large white dragons, each the size of the blonde's previous mount. "You're nothing more than a test. A stepping stone for my art to reach the next level and finally be enough for him." He spat the last word in contempt as he shot a scathing look towards the fortress that lay silently below them in the waning light of the evening. He didn't seem entirely focused on the fight, so Fu decided to remind him that he was in the middle of a fight as she darted down. Deidara looked around to see Fu take a deep breath, her chakra-shrouded chest expanding much more than should have been physically possible before she breathed out an enormous cloud of glittering dust that immediately caught the dimming light streaming over the horizon, reflecting it so many times it was like a small sun hovering in the sky. However, the mint-haired girl wasn't prepared for Deidara to suddenly burst through the cloud of dust. His long blonde bang moved to cover his usually exposed eye to reveal some kind of device over the other. A grin alighted on his face as he saw his opponent caught unawares, signaling for 2 of the dragons to break off and encircle the girl. "You think I wouldn't be prepared for your tricks? Your art is stale and lacks vision. My art is only evolving, growing, and becoming better, because my art is an explosion." Fu braced her body for the explosion she had been expecting, however there was no flash of light or burn of fire. Instead, she was surprised to feel something soft and sticky wrap around her body, and when he opened her eyes she saw that the 2 dragons had indeed exploded, but into a softer, almost liquid clay that had proceeded to cover her in a bubbling white paste. His eyes widened at the implications of that even as Deidara's grin widened, his hands moving into an all too familiar hand seal. Katsu. The sky lit up in a plethora of yellows and oranges as a great plume of flame rose into the sky, quickly washed away as a great shockwave of air ripped across the sky, scattering clouds and blowing smoke across the entire area. Deidara strained his eyes to peer through the smoke, looking for the falling, charred body he wanted to see. He had seen how the girl moved the last time they fought, and he knew he had to somehow restrict her movements if he wanted to catch her in his art. Clouds began to gather above him, darkening the sky as the low rumbles of thunder began to make themselves known. Slowly rain began to fall, dispersing the dust enough for Deidara's enhanced eye to pick out a small, curled-up form within the smoke. Slowly Fu unraveled her body, the bubbling, incoherent 6-tailed cloak she had been forced to form slowly receding into her body until only wings remained to keep her aloft. Her body was littered in light burns and her clothing was charred, but she was otherwise unhurt. Deidara's eyes narrowed in rage as his hand curled into a fist, however before his scathing, enraged remark could leave his lips, the sky chose that moment to unleash its wrath. The first strike cracked the earth beneath Naruto's feet as he blocked it with a thick black rod of chakra. Kisame's strength was immense, but with nature energy surging through his system, Naruto was actually stronger, and bit by bit he was able to start pushing the larger man back. However, Kisame wasn't a master swordsman for nothing and was easily able to use Naruto's momentum against him, allowing the younger teen to lunge forward as he suddenly changed his grip, spinning around to gouge a pound out of the blonde's back. Same Hada met its mark but only received a few strips of cloth and a cascade of sparks for its efforts as it ground against the monk's tough Azura path before Naruto jumped away. The Rinnegan bearer frowned as he shucked his light, airy Haori, leaving him in just his loose brown pants and traditional sandals. The chakra rod in his hand crumbled away into dust as the chakra holding it together finally fell apart, too much of it absorbed by the hungry blade. It would appear he would need something more permanent to face such a blade wielded by such a skilled swordsman. His hands were quickly wreathed in blue and red flames before being brought together. Banbutsusuzu, Tonbagari. He brought his hands apart and in between them a long, intricately carved wooden pole began to appear, engraved lovingly with light golden patterns of winding vines that looked so detailed it was as if the plants themselves wreathed the shaft. At the base of the weapon a long plume of fine red threads cascaded down, brushing the floor gently. The top though was tipped by a razor-sharp and curved blade that glinted dangerously in the dimming light trickling through the trees. In under a few seconds Naruto was carefully holding a long, gleaming naginata in his hands that even Kisame had to stop and appreciate for a few moments. Heh, nice blade, bit of a presumptuous name though don't you think? Naruto simply allowed a small smile to tweak up on the corners of his mouth as he settled back into what looked like a well-practiced stance, his weight towards his back foot. Why don't you find out? Kisame grinned broadly as he once again altered the grip on his blade, opting for a strong one-handed grip, and he rushed forward, the ground under his feet bursting back as he sped forward. His first lunge was dodged as Naruto slipped to the side, using the advanced senses nature energy gave him to preemptively predict the strike. He ducked under the follow-up swipe that passed over his head, so close he could spot the individual scales writhing beneath the clean white bandages wrapping the blade. He tried to sweep Kisame's legs out from under him, but the man simply drove his sword into the ground, blocking the finely crafted naginata from connecting. Heh, you're a good kid but stick to stuff you know, blades are my thing. Naruto just smirked as he revealed the hand he had taken off his blade to point at Kisame's chest. Good advice, Shinra Tensei. With his blade planted firmly into the ground, Kisame didn't even have time to widen his eyes before his body was wrenched backwards by a bone-crunching invisible force. Naruto gazed into the small line of destruction the large Akatsuki member had gouged through the forest. After a few tense moments he staged back into the small clearing they had been using as a battleground. His robe was hanging off his body, so he quickly shucked it, leaving him in the same state of dress as Naruto. I didn't think you monks were the eye for an eye type of people. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly as he span his blade and returned to a ready stance next to where Samehada was still planted eye on the ground. He would have to keep Kisame as far from that blade as possible to give him enough advantage to finish this quickly and get to Fu. I liked that Haori. Kisame grinned as he spat out a wad of blood, experimentally twisting his torso to make sure he had full maneuverability. However, before either could make another move, rain began to fall from dark, angry clouds that hadn't been there a few minutes ago. Moments later there was an enormous flash of light as the skies were viciously rent open. Chapter 79, Embers 3. It is our choices that show us what we truly are, far more than our abilities. J.K. Rowling. Everyone for a mile around the old Uchiha fortress froze, looking up towards the heavens as a great beast of pure light roared for one long, inexplicable moment. Vaguely, a single-minute figure could be seen hovering in the sky, framed by the light of the magnificent beast of energy, but only for a fleeting moment before it was sent crashing back into the fortress. Naruto and his swordsman opponent had done their best to ignore the great gouts of flame being sent careening into the clouds, even as they had caused a small storm to gather and rain to fall. However, something like this was impossible to ignore. Up in the sky the bomber and the Nanobijan Hiraki were likewise transfixed by the incredible sight, at least until some lingering electricity up in the clouds caused Deidara to wince as a stray arc ran the length of his arm. Both were snapped out of their dazes as Fu's reformed wings burst into action, sending the lithe teen right at the former Iwanin. The crazed blonde wasn't caught unaware though, as he threw his hands out, crafting small but deadly birds of clay with astounding speed, throwing them out one by one on an intercepting course with the incoming drill of a girl. Katsu. The thin, insectoid wings naturally curled around the verdette on some base instinct as the familiar cry sounded out above the harsh pelting of the rain. However, when no intense explosion came, no burning sensation as the air around her was set alight, Fu hesitantly uncurled. Deidara's creations were struggling just to stay airborne, never mind explode. In fact, one or two had already slowed down enough to drop from the sky. The girl floated there in the air, watching the little sculptures carefully as they flew on by her lamely. She even swatted one away with the back of her hand only for it to practically dissolve and fall from the sky. A quick glance over to Deidara told her this was not part of any plan if his angered and frustrated expression was anything to go on. Even the massive dragon he was riding on seemed to struggle to move its mighty white wings, and the only reason it seemed to have not succumbed to its fellow artwork's fate was the hand Deidara had firmly pressed against its head. Fyu only realized what was going on when she noticed that the fine hairs on the back of her arms had risen slightly due to the intense lingering electricity in the atmosphere. Earth Chakra. She nodded to herself. Deodara's sculptures must have relied on some form of perverse earth-natured chakra, so naturally lightning would be its weakness. The tiniest flicker of a smirk crossed the Nanobi Jinhiraki's features as she floated there in the sky before flashing through a set of rapid hand seals. Sutin, Mizukiri. Water from the atmosphere, of which there was plenty thanks to the lingering storm clouds, gently condensed around her clenched fist until a long thin katana made of pure water rested in her grip. It was her own personal refinement of her former village's famous water-cutting sword, sacrificing substance for a keener edge. It would last long against any normal sword, or even most strong jutsu, however for her purpose it was perfect. Don't get cocky Jinhiraki, a sword isn't going to help you here. Not when you can't even get close to me, yeah. Fyu didn't say anything, focusing on the blade in her hand and the way her chakra ran through it, converted to water nature as it left the tenketsu in her palm. Slowly she altered the chakra, rubbing it and exciting it until a small, chirping-like noise filled the space around her and the water sword began to glow with a brilliant inner light. Her hand began to vibrate uncontrollably and a wince passed over her features, so she quickly pulled up a one-handed ram seal before slowly and meticulously passing through the one-handed seals Haku had taught her. It had taken the pair a long time to figure out just how to use this particular ninjutsu, drawing on Haku's experience combining chakra natures and Fyu's natural abilities to weather the failures. It was always dangerous to work with lighting chakra, especially when you weren't quite sure what it was you were trying to do. However, with Fyu's natural healing she could plow through the pain of a few shocks. Though that didn't stop the irritation she felt when the blade still caused her hand to go numb, but with the burns littering her arms that may have been a mixed blessing. Raiten, Arashikiri. The crackling in the air stopped, replaced by a low, irritating hum that had the hairs on the back of Deodara's neck rise. However, he tried to put that off as he finally felt his chakra return to normal, no longer affected by the lingering electricity in the air. Ha! Too late, girly. Time to appreciate my art, yeah. The clay dragon he was riding seemed to regain its normal movement as its wing beats grew stronger, lifting the med bomber higher into the sky. Fyu ignored him though, focusing on the blade in her hand as the quiet hum grew louder, matching the rain pouring against both their skin. Deodara's eye twitched dangerously as he stamped his foot on the dragon once, the large, bulbous tail that seemed to be made from many increasingly smaller balls of clay shortened by a single ball. A moment later and a smaller, chibi version of the dragon was spat from his mount's mouth, unfurling and shooting down at Fyu in one smooth motion. Katsuga! Deodara tried to cry out his signature line but was drowned out as three things happened near simultaneously. Fyu's eyes snapped up to the incoming missile, a crisp orange cloak of burning chakra surrounded her form, and she brought the hand holding her blade around in one smooth arc. The red-stained blade of water and lightning snapped out, elongating to almost ridiculous proportions as it sliced straight through the little clay dragon, causing it to harmlessly split in two neat halves before falling to the earth, rendered inert by the lightning chakra. However, it hadn't stopped there. Deodara felt the word choke in his throat as he gulped once, shakily bringing his head around to look as a thin line of red slowly spread around the circumference of his left arm. Not even a moment later he cried out in agony as a massive spurt of blood sprayed through the air. The white dragon he rode slowly split apart, the two halves falling to meet its smaller counterpart and allowing Deodara to drop down with them. The former Iwanin barely seemed to notice the fact he was falling, his eyes were transfixed by his left arm, or more specifically the stump that had once been his arm. The arm itself was falling beside him, just out of reach and steaming from where it had been cleanly sliced through. The blonde bomber was lucky the supercharged attack had cauterized the wound even as it was slicing through, or he probably would have already gone into severe shock from the blood loss. As it was, he was able to shakily grit his teeth, contorting his body in midair so his one workable arm could reach around into the pouch by his side. However, even as he was turning, he could only cry out again as bright bolts of searing pain lanced up his right arm. Fyu had met his dive, screaming down towards him and stabbing what remained of her jutsu, now a mere flickering dagger of water, right into his exposed hand, the tip of the blade, stained red for an entirely different reason now, emerging from Deodara's one remaining mouth hand. Arg, damn it, you bitch! Deodara tried to punch the girl off of him, but he could barely make a fist from how numb and stiff his hand had gone. In any case, Fia pushed off of him, only adding to his momentum as he fell and creating distance between them in case he had anything else up his sleeve. The chakra cloak had receded, it was only there to minimize the damage her jutsu would do to herself after all, and maintaining it for too long would only be detrimental, Komei helping her or not. She watched dispassionately as a large dust cloud was raised where Deidara crashed into the ground, her wings quickly beating to bring her down to the ground. She wasn't going to be fooled by a decoy and let him escape this time. Suten, Sukouden no Jutsu. Kisame's voice roared above the sound of the pelting rain as the water drops were absorbed into his growing technique, a great shark of glowing blue water that hung over his head before shooting forward, swimming through the air like it was water. However, it harmlessly dispersed as it slammed into a wall of invisible, unpassable force that carried on through the technique, ripping up the ground and nearly throwing Kisame back through the trees again had the large blue man not flickered out of the way in a well-timed shunshin. Shinra Tensei. Naruto lowered his arm, his burning golden eyes searching throughout the clearing for any sign of his opponent. He had managed to maintain his position near where Samehada was still planting into the ground, but Kisame was making it difficult for him to stay there. The superior swordsman had already managed to disarm him of the Naginata, proving that even without his iconic blade he was a force to be reckoned with. Naruto had also painfully learned that his Prita path was all but useless against Kisame's water jutsu, as even if he absorbed the chakra in them the force of the water was still enough to hurt him. Right now though it felt as though Kisame was merely playfully poking at his defense, testing it out in order to find his limits. He never stayed in one spot long enough for Naruto to try and grab him with a Banshao Tenin. It was coming to almost the point where Naruto felt like leveling the clearing around them in order to smoke him out. However, his eyes flashed with victory as he felt Kisame pause in the trees through his water sense, his chakra building up for a jutsu. Instantly Naruto's hands found themselves instinctually grabbing the ram seal as his head flicked around to his target. Gadua, Kyuzari. There was a momentary sound of struggle along with Kisame's grunts and muttered curses, but after a few seconds the large shark-like man was brought into the clearing, bound almost head to toe in deep obsidian chains tipped with vicious hooks. Naruto didn't particularly enjoy the rather cruel appearance of his outer path's chains, but they were certainly useful. Hehe, so this is the power of the Rinnegan. It's so frightening. Despite his situation, Kisame still had that same self-satisfied smirk on his face, although he couldn't hold back the occasional wince as he felt his chakra being slowly siphoned away through the black chains. What do the Akatsuki want with the Baijuya? Despite the information Kakazu had given, that was the one thing the ancient Takinen couldn't answer. Kisame just chuckled though, glancing about at his restraints as though Naruto wasn't even there. This is pretty interesting, never seen Leader Sama use this one before. It almost reminds me of that annoying, loudmouth redhead I fought all those years ago. The vicious grin returned as he glanced back towards the blonde again. Didn't help her back then either. Sushin, Daibakuzu Ishao Urha. Naruto barely had time to widen his eyes as Kisame's chest suddenly puffed out before the swordsman spewed out an absurd amount of water. Enough that he should have died from dehydration more than 100 times over from it. The crushing pressure of the gout was enough to break Naruto's concentration as he was swept away from the blue-skinned man and his now freed sword. However, moments later he felt the flow of the water change, now drawing him in, back towards the epic entree. He didn't hear the name of the jutsu being called out, but he could see its effects as an enormous dome of water was formed atop the forest, bending trees with its enormous weight. Naruto had to marvel at the magnitude of the jutsu. For such a thing to be possible when Kisame wasn't even a Jinhiriki was astounding. The dome of water even eclipsed the hill and fortress nearby, now blurred and unrecognizable from within. Naruto floated there for a moment, calming himself down so his body wouldn't use more oxygen than it needed to. However, his eyes widened as he felt a presence approaching rapidly. Only a burst of wind chakra from the Tenketsu across his right side managed to move him out of the way in time for a speeding creature to go shooting past, inches from carving into him with sharp claws and glinting teeth. It had only been for a moment, but Naruto's Rinnegan had managed to capture every inch of Kisame's frightening transformation. He couldn't be sure, but the blonde suspected Kisame had somehow fused with Samehada as the blade was nowhere to be seen. The shark-like traits of the man had been exaggerated tenfold, a large fin sprouting from his back as his body grew and morphed to accommodate its new aquatic needs. Even as he was figuring this out, the swordsman was coming around for another pass, This time Naruto was sure he wouldn't be fooled by a burst of chakra to move him out the way. Instead he brought his hands up into an old classic, a seal he hadn't used in a while. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The words were muffled by the water, but the effect was unchanged as 5 copies of the monk popped into existence, his refined chakra control making it so there wasn't even a burst of smoke to herald their arrival. Instantly each clone began swimming off in a different direction, using bursts of well-timed chakra to power their way through the water as quickly as possible to escape the dome. Kisame spun to a stop where they had been, looking at each of the fleeing clones in turn before a cruel smirk grew on his flattened features. Using the shark's tail that came with his transformation, Kisame suddenly powered straight down in a seemingly random direction away from any of the fleeing clones. However, it was quickly revealed there was method in the seeming madness as his clawed and webbed hands shot forward, raking through seemingly empty water. However, his grin only grew as 4 lines of blood rewarded his efforts as a 6th Naruto shimmered back into the visible spectrum, wincing from the new wound across his chest. Silly monk, I can sense everything in this dome, visible or not. Oddly, the man's voice seemed unimpaired by the water and carried to the blonde easily, his cruel, playful tone not lost on his ears as he clutched at his chest. Kisame quirked a brow when Naruto said something, however it only came out as bubbles, so whatever was said was lost on the shark-like being. However, the laugh at the end wasn't missed in the slightest, and before Kisame could spin around to lash out with his tail, the Naruto in front of him disappeared in a burst of smoke. His beady black eyes widened in surprise. That hadn't been a clone, he was absolutely certain of it. Same Hada could detect things like that easily. Outside the water dome, one of the clones Kisame had deemed unimportant enough not to chase down watched curiously as the ceiling matrix faded away, leaving a blinking but at least in one piece Naruto standing there, looking over his body frantically. Once he was sure everything had come across in the summoning, he grinned with a small unnoticeable sigh of relief. Good thing that worked, boss. Naruto looked up, remembering his clone was still there and remembering how the copies usually liked to address him. It really had been a while since he used them in any significant way, and now the technique might have just saved his life. Yeah, I'll have to thank you for the idea later, even if it was unwholesomely reckless. Who knew what could have gone wrong with Naruto trying to summon himself? The sheer statement made one want to scratch their head in confusion. At least it was good to know it worked for the future. Maybe it's better she doesn't find out. Both blondes paused for a moment before giving a simultaneous nod. At the same moment, small shivers ran down their spines. They didn't think that the fact it was her idea would dissuade Fia from the fact Naruto had done something that he himself had called needlessly reckless. Both monks were snapped out of their momentary pause by the joint memory of a not-so-lucky clone being viciously ripped into by the still amphibious Kisame, no doubt looking for the real one amongst the stragglers. Naruto's features hardened as he looked back towards the dome, the clone disappearing into smoke behind him as he began to run towards it. However, instead of diving in, he began running up the surface, showing a remarkable combination of surface clinging and water walking simultaneously. His sprint was short-lived as he was suddenly forced to dive out of the way of a leaping pair of watery jaws. He managed to stay on the surface of the water, but without his forward momentum and thanks to the odd angle of the dome it proved difficult to stay that way. He got to his feet and started running again, using bursts of wind chakra to propel himself up, dodging more and more watery sharks as they appeared from the dome seemingly without warning. Luckily, in Sage Mode, Naruto's senses were heightened to the maximum, almost like a form of brief precognition, at least as far as hostile intent went, and he was able to reach the top of the dome. Looking down into the clear waters, he managed to catch a glimpse of Kisame just finishing off the last of the clones within the dome. The blue-skinned creature that the swordsman had become barely managed to look up to where the original was stood before the blonde monk slammed his hands down onto the surface of the water. Shinra Tensei. Now, Naruto could have expected many things to happen as he sent that enormous wave of pure gravitational force through that dome of water, such as a large shockwave, or for the force being spread out too much amongst the medium for there to be much of an effect beyond being a deterrent. However, he had certainly not been expecting the entire dome to suddenly quiver dangerously, nor for Kisame to suddenly writhe inside his own jutsu, blood coming from his mouth and ears in great inky sprays that spread out around him, turning the water pink. The intense gravitational wave had not caused a shockwave like Naruto had expected. Instead, it had simply ramped up the already large pressure inside the dome by increasing the weight of every single molecule of water by a factor of almost 10. Kisame's body couldn't handle the sudden water pressure, akin to being at the bottom of the ocean, and despite his body's changes to accommodate aquatic life, no amount of induced transformation could have prepared him for forces that could rend steel like it was paper. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise when the jutsu beneath him was released, the water pouring out in a great tidal wave in every direction. He struggled to maintain his balance as the water level dropped all the way to the ground, but just about managed it, landing softly on now very wet earth. The destruction the released jutsu had caused was truly remarkable. Trees in every direction for over a mile were rent back, bent like reeds on a riverbank. Now Naruto had to somehow locate his opponents in all this mess. He sighed before stretching out his senses. At least there was plenty of water to spread his chakra through now. Fu's wings fluttered once before allowing her to drop to the dusty ground with barely a whisper, quickly folding into her back before fading away as the chakra once again became insubstantial. Slowly and carefully, without taking her eyes off his body for a moment, the girl walked towards Deidara's unmoving form. Only the occasional twitch as his body convulsed gave away the fact he was still alive, whether it was from the electricity from her jutsu or the pain of losing an arm she didn't know. A light groan escaped his lips as she finally stood over him, wondering what to do with him. The decision had been taken from her last time by the bomber's impromptu self-detonation, which had obviously been a decoy. However, now he was really here, in the flesh. It would be easy to kill him, to create a water sword and separate his head from his shoulders. He would never be able to hurt anybody ever again. More importantly, he would never be able to come after the two of them ever again, and the Akatsuki would once again be down a member. However, a small voice in the back of her mind stayed her hand and made her pause to think what Naruto might do. She wasn't entirely sure herself. The blonde's was a difficult mindset to assume. He always seemed to find a way of resolving things without killing, for better or for worse. She looked down at Deidara. He was broken, crippled, and at her mercy. If she walked away, it would only give him a shot at her back. Missing arms could be reattached, wounds healed, but hatred festered and only grew with time. To leave Deidara alive would simply be leaving one more enemy for them to face in the future, and he would only learn from his mistakes and grow stronger. However, once again her hand was stayed as it clenched into a fist. She was no longer Takigakure's weapon. The honed and trained killer they had turned her into. She didn't want that life anymore. There was already so much blood on her hands. Her gaze hardened again. She had killed people far more innocent than this man, under the orders of people far worse. What was one more stain on her soul? Naruto would never kill this man, but maybe that was why she was here, to do the things that he couldn't. To protect him where he would only make himself vulnerable. She could do that for him. She could be Naruto's weapon because she could choose to be. She could do the things he wouldn't let himself do, yet still had to be done nonetheless. Problems didn't solve themselves just because you wanted them to. After all, you had to put in some effort on your part, even if it wasn't something you would enjoy doing. In her indecision, though, she left herself open to attack, and it seemed the blonde Iwanin was coherent enough to realize this as he suddenly grabbed her leg with his remaining arm. He pulled, throwing the Jinchuriki off balance before launching himself at her, scratching and clawing at her until he was on top of the girl. He wore a manic, crazed grin as blood dribbled from the corner of his mouth, using his good arm to tear off the tattered remains of his Akatsuki cloak. Fu couldn't help the grimace as she saw the bomber had another large mouth, this time right over his heart. This is it, Nanabi Jinchuriki, this is my final art. This is what will shake the world and forever emblazon my name in the minds of this land as the greatest artist. Slowly his skin began to become translucent, highlighting what Fu at first thought were veins but quickly realized were chakra pathways. They had become black and thick enough to be visible, something that certainly wasn't healthy. You can run, but you can't run far enough. His body slowly faded away, just leaving the black lines of his chakra pathway in the shape of his form. Because art. Fu began running, her legs not moving fast enough for her as the black lines began to converge around the bomber's former heart, compacting and condensing. Wings sprung from her back to propel herself forward, but it wasn't enough. She still just couldn't get away fast enough. Is an explosion. There was a moment of utter serenity and silence before Fu knew nothing but white. Naruto had found Kisame within the minute, his limb body laying lamely on the ground, his chest barely rising and falling. Whatever transformation he had been under was reversed, and Same Hado was lying a few feet away, looking equally damaged, with the bindings having come undone to reveal the blue scaly thing that lay hidden beneath. Many of its scales were broken and the sword itself seemed to be whimpering on the ground, trying to slowly edge towards its master. Moments later Naruto had both the sword and the swordsman bound in his chains again, to make sure they wouldn't try anything again. Kisame was in a kneeling position with his head low and his arms pulled out to either side, except this time Naruto had also summoned a good portion of sand to restrain the rest of his body to prevent his repeating the same maneuver. The blonde sat down, letting his injuries get to him as he gently rubbed the gashes across his chest. He would need to see to those soon, but for now. Why are the Akatsuki collecting the Baijuya? What does your organization gain from all this? Kisame chuckled weakly, still managing to wear that same grin, although it seemed decidedly less cocky when he was bound in this way. Please Gaki, what makes you think I would say anything? Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly as he rocked forward, crossing his legs to get more comfortable. Kakuzu said something similar. Kisame let out a choked laugh at that, some blood escaping the corner of his mouth as he did. Nice try, but if you want to be intimidating to someone like me, gain a few years first, then a few pounds. Naruto kept his face stony as he rocked back again, pondering what to do at this point. You'll eventually tell, I have other ways of finding out after all. Kisame merely grinned. The Akatsuki knew there was no way he was escaping this, he was too low on chakra and Same Hado was too damaged to help him there. However, all he needed was a single opportunity, an opportunity that came as the ground suddenly shook violently, a single beam of light stretching high into the sky far from them before a single second of silence. Naruto and Kisame both were transfixed as an enormous explosion, larger than anything the two could have imagined, reached into the sky, possible a mile in radius. Phew. Naruto stared in shock at the titanic blast, his concentration on the chains binding Kisame slipping as he stared in horror. The shark-like man swiped the opportunity, wrenching against his restraints so that his neck was free and quickly spitting out a ball of water to surround himself. He was still bound in the chains, but the sand had sloughed off him, too heavy to maintain its shape due to the water. His muscles bulged incredibly as he brought a single hand up to prick his thumb on one of his sharpened, shark-like teeth. Naruto turned just in time to see him run through the last hand seal, pressing his palm against the edge of the water prison. Suppose you won't be getting that information now. But that was a good fight, Gaki. Kukiyos no Jutsu. A burst of smoke filled the small sphere of water, dissipating to reveal Kisame had summoned a small pack of sharks that made quick work of attacking him in his bloodied, defeated state. Naruto tried to pull the man out of there with the chains, but the sharks had bitten clean through them in their attempts to tear away at the swordsman's flesh. The former Kirinin simply closed his eyes and bore it all in perfect, stoic silence. Naruto couldn't tear his eyes away from the horrific sight of his enemy being eaten alive by his own summons until the sphere of water had turned completely red. For another few seconds he simply stared in disbelief, wondering just what could drive a man to do such a thing in the name of an organization like the Akatsuki. He would have to come back and give his enemy a proper burial, if there was anything left of him that was, but for now. Phew. The blonde raced off in the direction of the blast, the massive corona of light still hanging there in the sky. On the way he absently grabbed his Shakugao from where he had planted it in the ground earlier. Oddly, it didn't even look wet, but Naruto had little time to ponder that as he raced off towards his friend and lover, praying that she was okay. Fu's eyes blinked open, calming her breathing when she realized she hadn't felt the searing heat or blinding agony of the blast she had been trying to outrun. In fact, all she had felt in those last few seconds was an odd, distorting feeling that left her with an uncomfortable sensation in her stomach. She saw nothing but cloudy gray skies above her as well as trees that seemed to be bent at rather odd angles. Good, you weren't knocked unconscious. Fu was instantly on alert at the deep, resonating voice, jumping to her feet and darting her eyes about until they landed on a man up in a nearby tree. Her muscles tensed as she saw the signature black cloak with red clouds of the Akatsuki as well as the orange, swirled mask that hid the man's face from her. Oh, so hostile to the one who saved your life. Fu simply narrowed her eyes, making the man sigh as he leapt from the tree branch to land near her. So predictably dull. I suppose you are wondering why a member of the Akatsuki saved your life? Or perhaps how? He turned his head, looking towards where the bright blast was still raging in the sky, not looking like it was going to burn out any time soon. It really was a rather remarkable technique. Fu didn't allow her confusion to get to her, It didn't matter how she had been taken miles from the blast in what appeared to be a split second, but why? I'm Toby, by the way, not that it really matters. In any case, I saved you because having you dead would simply be an inconvenience, something you and that blonde-haired friend of yours just seem to love doing to me nowadays. Fio kept a wary eye on the man, controlling her chakra in preparation for a technique. However, this simply made the man sigh again, this time in mild irritation. Oh, very well, if it will make you feel better. He opened his arms out wide and Fio wasted absolutely no time in darting forward. The ground beneath her feet began crushed into two small craters by the force of her run. She came to a skidding stop behind the man, her quickly created water sword disappearing as she turned, a frown on her face. She had clearly cut right through the man, but there was no resistance whatsoever, like he wasn't even there. Satisfied yet? Fio's frown deepened as she raced back around, slashing over and over again at the man who wore the Akatsuki's uniform, but to no effect. He simply stood there and allowed all her blows to pass right through his body. Finally she stopped, taking a few steps back and allowing her water sword to dissipate again, however she kept her guard up in case it was some kind of ploy. What do you want? The mint-haired girl could practically feel the cruel smile the man was giving her behind the mask as he stopped forward, finally casting some light on his mask so that Fio could see what lay behind the single darkened eye hole. That's simple, I want you to kill the man you love. The blood-red eye hidden in the darkness of the mask spun hypnotically as he spoke, each syllable becoming more and more muffled as Fio felt her vision descending behind a haze, losing herself in that spinning black circle framed by the most brilliant red. Chapter 80, Embers 4. Patience has its limits, take it too far and it's cowardice. George Jackson. Naruto had to almost physically stop himself as he found himself running blindly through the trees towards the site of the explosion. It raged on ahead of him, like some great ghost of light reaching up towards the sky as if in some ancient prayer. The shockwave had already traveled past him, bending the trees that had been crushed in the previous tidal wave back the other way. Many couldn't take all the differing pressures and had snapped completely, reduced to kindling by the opposing forces. Now the blonde was having to deal with the intense heat washing over the area, however that was more tolerable, especially when Naruto was completely unconcerned by anything other than Fio's safety, including his own. He came to a stop near a blackened tree stump, taking deep, calming breaths to clear his mind of his distress. Once he had and he could think a lot more clearly, he remembered the various tools in his arsenal to help him with situations like these. Instantly he brought his hand about to summon Fio to him. It would be the fastest way to make sure she was safe. Kukiyo dash. Naruto stopped, gazing oddly at his hand that was trembling just a scant few inches above the surface of the ground. What if Fio wasn't okay and what he was about to summon to him wasn't the girl he loved, but only what was left of her? The young monk's eyes widened at the implications his own mind was giving him, horrific images of burned skin and darkened flesh flashing across his mind. His hand curled inwards shakily as he withdrew it from the ground towards his chest, almost protectively as he stared blankly at the dusty ground. No. He shook his head fiercely, snapping himself out of his own petrification. It was an alien sensation he hadn't felt for a long time, not since Mizu no Kuni. If anything, he was only delaying what help he might be able to give to Fio. She could be badly injured and he was just standing here deliberating over whether he could face her death. However, once again his hand paused above the ground, quivering with restraint as the words just couldn't make it past his lips. He slowly shook his head, his heart pounding in his ears as he straightened up, reaching out with his senses for any sign of his wayward friend. However, the air was just too dry, the heat from the explosion evaporating any water vapor to beyond useful levels. Charred and lightly burning leaves fluttered past his head, glowing pale hues of orange and yellow as they blackened and broke apart. The blonde stared at his own hand, as if confused by his own inaction. Quivering rippled orbs traced his palm as if it would hold the answer of what to do. However, he didn't find the answer there, but in the faint shine of the Mage Tama necklace hanging around his neck that glowed in the iridescent light of the various fires littering the forest. Gently he touched a finger to one of the beads, remembering when Fio had given him the gift. His eyes steeled at that. Even if Fio was dead, he needed to know as much. Naruto. This time Naruto's hand paused for an entirely different reason as the faint voice found its way through the trees towards him. Naruto turned so fast towards that voice it would have made the Raikage raise an eyebrow. just in time to see Fyu stumble out of the nearby tree line, seeming a little confused and lost. "Fyu, you're okay?" She had a few light burns and scalds across the skin he could see, and she seemed more than a little exhausted by her fight, but none of that mattered, she was alive. I am not sure. Orange eyes widened in surprise, faltering on her words as she was suddenly enveloped in a warm embrace. Naruto had crossed the distance between them faster than she could have believed, wrapping her in a warm, comforting hug that had her unconsciously sighing in relief. It was here when she knew it was over, here in these arms where she felt safe. "It doesn't matter, you're okay, that's all that matters." Fyu nodded, a faint smile on her face as she simply enjoyed the contact. Naruto was right, it didn't matter how she was okay, or even how she escaped the blast. However, as that thought came to her, she couldn't help but frown. Something nagged at the back of her mind, something inexplicable she couldn't quite grasp. As she opened her eyes, she found herself staring at the kunao she held perfectly balanced between her fingers, having gone unnoticed until now. Why was she holding it like that, pointed right at Naruto's back? Something about that didn't seem right to her, but once again the reason why only drew a blank within her mind. Almost as if in slow motion, she watched ponderously as she stabbed the small metal implement right into the blonde's back. The way she had done it would have lodged the blade right into Naruto's heart. A quick turn and he wouldn't even have realized what had happened before his blood pressure had dropped sufficiently and his body went into shock. It would have been a relatively quick death. Fyu had seen it a few times before. However, the last few dregs of nature chakra still within Naruto's system saw to it that his danger instincts kicked in just in time to move his body slightly to the left. Instead of piercing his heart, the clean, sharp blade merely nicked it, instead puncturing the lung. Before Fyu could twist the kunao to correct the slight error, Naruto staggered back, his eyes opened wide in disbelief and pain with the kunao still firmly lodged in his back. He tried to reach around and pull out the blade on instinct, but it was in an awkward position he couldn't reach. It was probably what saved his life. Fyu. He dropped to a knee, teeth clenched in pain as he tried to grab a hold of his erratic chakra system. He had already expunged the remains of the natural energy in his body. After all, if he lost concentration over that, then it would have been far more fatal than a knife to his back. "Fyu, what's going on?" Naruto grunted as he rolled to the side to avoid a fast leg swipe aimed at his chest that would have severely worsened his condition. "You moved, that will make this more complicated." Fyu stood back up straight, seemingly ignoring the various injuries across her body as she leveled an even, emotionless look at the blonde. Naruto wanted to cringe away from those eyes, so cold, so lacking in any kind of warmth or compassion. It was like the last 3 years might as well never have happened. However, he stood too, a generous distance between the pair as they stared across at one another. Fyu had to commend Naruto. Even with a rather serious chest wound, he was able to stand perfectly straight. It was no doubt thanks to his Azura Path's metal coating stopping the worst of the bleeding. "Fyu, what is going on? Why are you doing this?" The mint-haired girl didn't answer him, merely glancing across his body, picking it apart as she searched for weaknesses to exploit. This was the cold, calculated executioner Naruto had saved from Taki, not the friend and lover he had come to know after all this time. Wings burst from the girl's back, launching her up into the air with rapid but powerful strokes from the insectoid appendages. Fyu wasted no movements as she breathed out a cloud of very recognizable, glittering dust that quickly surrounded the area. At the same moment she brought her hands into the tiger seal. Rinpungaku dash. Shinra Tensei. Fyu never got the chance to ignite the dust as it was pushed back like the great invisible hand of a god had merely swept it aside. She stared down at the blonde at the center of it all, with his clothing torn and his upper half exposed, his hair falling across his eyes to shadow them, and standing amongst the smoldering remains of a forest in the wake of Deidara's last bomb he looked like some entity of destruction. However, when he lifted his head there was no anger in his eyes, only sadness and betrayal that was quickly masked by a cold steel. "I asked what was going on, Fyu." The amber eyes girl again chose not to answer as a liquid, bubbling mass of chakra slowly covered her form. This briefly made Naruto's eyes widen. The chakra cloak lacked any of its usual definition or crispness, meaning Fyu was forcefully drawing it against Komei's will. However, those thoughts took a backseat as 4 wings practically burst from the chakra cloak, as well as a long spindly tail that swayed behind the Jinhiriki menacingly. Naruto tried to gain a grip on the situation, but Fyu seemed determined on preventing him any kind of thought as she shot forward, her wings a blur and her body merely an orange blob as she schemed across the ground towards him. Shinra 10 Naruto brought his arm up, the words coming from his mouth by instinct only for him to trip over his tongue as instead of the vile orange mess of chakra he saw Fu, the real Fu, the girl he had woken up with not a single night ago after just having made love. His moment of indecision cost him as Fu flew right by him, a quiet descending over the burning clearing. Arg! Naruto fell to his knees, clutching at his arms as they leaked a steady stream of blood from the two large gashes across his forearms. Even his Azura path hadn't been strong enough to match Fu's Baijuyu-enhanced water swords, at least he had managed to bring up a quick defense or those gashes would have had pride of place alongside the ones Kisame had given him across his chest. However, the pain didn't stop him from bringing his hands up into the ram seal in preparation for Fu's second run. Suddenly the girl found herself strafing to the left and right as great tendrils of sand leapt to Naruto's defense, trying to indiscriminately swat Fu from the sky. Instantly the girl could tell this was Shukaku's work, not Naruto's, which could only mean he was Gado, Kyuzari. Fu was right and realized it just in time to divert her course, screaming up into the air as 5 black chains burst from the ground beneath her, swirling and constricting around thin air. However, they weren't fooled long and soon she was racing across the sky with the surprisingly dexterous chains in pursuit. However, where she would duck between trees they would rip right through them in their attempts to halt her. What the girl didn't realize in her haste to get away was that they were simply shepherding her in a loop back towards the clearing. Banshao Tenin. Fu's eyes widened when she realized what was happening, too late as her head spun around to see Naruto's outstretched hands. However, only one aimed at her, the other at a massive ball of sand hovering a distance away in the clearing. The two immediately began flying at one another as their respective gravitation fields towards between each other were amplified greatly. To her credit, Fu didn't even let out a grunt as he body crashed into the sand sphere, quickly being engulfed by the more malleable material until only her head remained outside, still burning with her Baijuyu's forcefully taken energy. Fu, talk to me, tell me what is going on. Again Naruto wanted to look away as Fu's cold, emotionless eyes met with his own as her head slowly turned to him. They were completely orange now, lacking any kind of humanity within as the dark energy's influence showed through. I would have thought it obvious, I'm trying to kill you. Her tone, while level and perfectly cold, was still warped and twisted by the chakra shroud, coming out as a growl. Naruto's eyes hardened as he brought the sand sphere closer, chains wrapping around it carefully as an added layer of restraints. Why? Fu's eyes narrowed as she continued to struggle against her bonds. However, while Naruto's body was weakened by his injuries, his control over the sand, aided by Shukaku, was absolute and it didn't budge an inch. Fu, why are you doing this? What happened? Still not getting an answer, Naruto's frown deepened. He took a step forward, placing his hand on Fu's forehead, wincing as the malevolent chakra burned him. However, the pain was dulled through the Azura path and he ignored it, instead sending a pulse of his chakra through Fu's system, trying to break the genjutsu she had to be under. She had to be, so he sent another pulse. There was no other explanation, she had to be under a genjutsu, so he sent another pulse. However, as Naruto sent powerful and disruptive pulses of his chakra through the girl's system, the shroud of orange chakra refused to recede. She still glared at him with those cold, unfeeling eyes as his attempts to break the increasingly unlikely genjutsu continued to fail. Finally he took a step back, a mix of anger and defeat across his features as nothing changed. He brought his hands up into a ram seal, stopping his chakra before pulsing out, even stronger. If Fu wasn't under a genjutsu then he had to be. However, pulse after pulse and he was left with exactly the same scenario. There it is. Naruto froze as the carefree but pleased tone floated around the clearing, making the blonde look up towards the man carelessly lounging on the branch of a nearby tree, the smoldering bark apparently not concerning him. There's the look I was going for, the defeat, the anguish. He hopped out of the tree, his feet not even bending the grass beneath him as he landed and not making the slightest noise, like he wasn't really there. You know, I had considered coming before you as Toby, but I think it would be insulting to you to talk to you as that idiotic persona. So instead here I am. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the man who shouldn't exist. Literally, Naruto couldn't even feel the slightest thing that could be called a presence from him. Who are you? Naruto found his hand unconsciously bailing into a fist as the man aimlessly wandered towards him. The frustration over this situation, the exhaustion he was feeling from everything that happened, it was all being directed at this Akatsuki robe-wearing man right now. Oh me? I'm nobody. Naruto's ringed eye twitched lightly at that. Something about that statement felt intrinsically wrong to the young blonde. His identity was everything to him, who he was to his friends, to his loved ones, it was all that mattered, that and who they were to him. For this man to so carelessly throw all that away with such a casual statement, it was like everything Naruto hated in 2 words. Oh yes, there it is again, the anger. I'm not sure if I should feel blasphemous or elated that I can make a monk feel such an emotion. After a moment here it appeared the masked man was actually considering this, his hand against what would have been his chin had the orange, swirled mask not been there, he simply shrugged. Ah well, you were never really that good of a monk anyway. After all. His voice became deeper, far more menacing as Naruto felt his one eye, hidden by the darkness of the mask's eye hole, bore right into him. Monks don't kill people, any. It was just for a moment, a fleeting moment. But as the masked man stressed that final word Naruto was back in Mizu, Shizuku's blood on his hand and Yagura's taunting smile in front of him. You did this, didn't you? He made no motion to few as his voice became icy cold but the man seemed to get his point either way, glancing over to the bound girl with an indecipherable expression thanks to the mask. How very astute, or maybe I just made it really obvious. In any case, suppose I did, what would it matter then? His voice had a lilting, mocking tone to it as he rocked back and forth, arms behind his back like some cheeky schoolboy who thought he had done the most hilarious thing in front of the teacher. What did you do to her? The masked man cocked his head to one side like a dog for a moment before glancing at Fu again. Couldn't you tell? It's a genjutsu of course. I had thought you would have worked that much out yourself. His voice spelled it out like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Naruto didn't realize it but just the sound of this man's carefree voice was causing his fist to tighten until his knuckles turned white. Why? Why are you doing this? It was a valid question, even if it took all of Naruto's reasoning just to ask as opposed to trying to crush this man against the ground for what he had caused Fu to do. If he had the opportunity to put her under a genjutsu he could have simply taken her, or killed her, this all just seemed too elaborate. Simple, I wanted this, right here. The masked man gestured around the clearing in a grand sweeping motion that seemed a little too theatrical for the tense situation. I wanted you to despair, to feel this defeat you do now so you could understand the unfairness of it all, the unfairness of this fake illusion of a world. Naruto had to fight back the snarl as it took every ounce of his self-control to take a shaky, but mildly calming breath. What for? He refused to give the satisfaction of a reaction to this man, or at least he wouldn't have had the man not spoken his next words. For peace of course. Naruto took a step forward, his violet rippled eyes flazing with anger for a split second. However, when his foot touched the ground again he was no longer in that smoldering clearing, but in the massive octagonal room of his seal. He blinked in confusion, glancing around at the assembled Baijuya he had appeared in front of for some kind of an explanation. Some of them seemed worried, like Shukaku and Madatabi. Others like Seiken and the Goba seemed more curious than anything while the Kyuubi had that same dispassionate, mildly irritated expression it always had. What's going on? Why am I here? He looked around, waiting for one of the mighty beings of Chakra to speak, yet whenever one of them looked like they were about to they sent a furtive glance towards the Kyuubi's cage. Finally though Shukaku broke the terse silence, having been fidgeting frantically before. Father was very angry. Naruto's confusion only grew until the Kyuubi's great rumbling voice echoed throughout the room. What the Tanuki means is, you were drawing on our chakra. Naruto blinked in genuine surprise at that, he hadn't even felt himself doing it, then again the only other time he had really called upon his tenant's chakra, even subconsciously, was against Yagura. The Kyuubi's giant slitted eye followed the blonde carefully before narrowing slightly. Just as you are thinking, you would have likely lost control again had I not pulled you in here. Naruto's frown deepened as he turned towards the fox, a glimmer of hope entering his ripple orbs. Then, you helped me? His trousers, scuffed up and torn as they were, rippled in the warm breeze the Kyuubi's snort of derision caused. Please Ninjin, nothing so mundane. I merely decide who uses my chakra. At that Naruto's head lowered slightly, his hair falling forward to shadow his eyes. That's it then. In the deafening silence of the seal, the light sound of a single drop of water splashing against cold concrete could be heard like a gong. Naruto looked down at the tear staining the floor before bringing a hand up to catch the one still clinging to his cheek. This is still the way it is, after everything that's happened. His voice was eerily quiet, yet all the Byakuya could hear it perfectly. Ning dash. My name is Naruto. The blonde's voice echoed as the sheer anger and emotion carried across the room like a physical shockwave. The Kyuubi's eyes widened slightly as with the shout, the cell door of his cage simply crumpled. There was no give, no strain from the metal, it was simply crunched into a ball like it was nothing more than tinfoil in the hands of a disinterested child. The monk himself was now hovering a few feet off the ground, his eyes still shadowed and his hands balled into fists. Why? His voice was no longer a whisper, clearly carrying across the room as if it were being projected by some speaker. Why do you have to make it this way? When his head lifted up, each Byakuya could see that his eyes were slightly red and there were a few tear stains across his cheeks. Just this once, why can't you help me? When it's few, when it's someone I care about, why can't you just stop with this needless hatred and help me? Slowly as he spoke, his voice became less saddened and instead, angrier as his frustrations finally got to him. However, after a moment of eye contact between the monk and the great fox, Naruto finally looked away, seeming to deflate as his anger just left him. Why? His dropped to the ground, not having even realized he had somehow traversed the distance between them, so he was standing right before the Kyuubi, inside the creature's cell. Somewhere behind them the remains of the cell door, previously having been floating like some piece of astral debris, dropped to the ground with a resounding clang, apparently breaking everyone out of the silence that had enveloped the room. What is this? Naruto looked up, blinking once with deadened, lifeless eyes up at the beast who was right in front of him, its snout so close that each breath was sending warm gusts over his body. Who is this pathetic ninja standing in front of me, bawling like some worthless child to its parent? A little life returned to Naruto's eyes as his hands baled into fists again, anger flooding his system. My name is Naruto, not Ninja. A growl rippled from the fox's throat as red eyes met purple and the two silently stared each other down, neither one giving way. No, it isn't. I know Naruto Uzumaki, this weak, feeble child is not the bearer of my father's eyes. Naruto nearly shouted back to the risible tone spoken from the deep, resonating voice, but caught himself before he could, realizing just what the Byakuya had said. What? The fox rose up on its legs, rising to its full, impressive height that Naruto had the distinct impression was a lot smaller when he was younger, however its eyes never left the blonde's. Naruto Uzumaki stared me in the face and didn't flinch, the most powerful of the Byakuya. He refused the power inside of him, choosing to rely on his own. If the others in the room took offense to that, they certainly didn't speak up, too enraptured by the conversation going on. You, some crying little ninja that has given up, are not him. Naruto stared up at the enormous fox, blinking once, then twice, before wiping away the tears that threatened to continue leaking from his eyes. Maybe you aren't worthy of the eyes given to you if you continue to dishonor my father with this cowardice. The being of Chakra leaned even closer so its great snout, the nostril alone large enough to swallow Naruto whole, was nearly touching the boy. I would be more than happy to rip them from your skull. A vicious, menacing grin split the creature's snout as the two silently stared again. Then what should I do? Naruto felt as though he had at least calmed down somewhat, his voice reflected that as it became level and in control again. The Kyuubi just snorted, bringing one of its great paws around until one of its gleaming white claws hung steadily in front of Naruto's chest. With a single twitch of its finger it could have impaled the blonde as easily as it might crush some stray fly. Instead it lightly tapped him on the chest, pushing the monk back a step from the small, but to a human great, force. Why ask me? Are you not the one always screaming about making one's own path in this world or some other such nonsense? The voice was a growl, but for the Kyuubi the tone was light, almost indifferent, as if it had simply lost interest in the conversation. Naruto paused, staying quiet for a moment before finally looking away from the Kyuubi to his own balled-up fist. He regarded it for a moment before finally allowing it to relax. It was like a wave of relief passing through his body, washing away his frustration and allowing him to think clearly. He turned, walking out of the Kyuubi's cell and back towards the center of the room, pausing in the middle. "Thank you, Kyuubi." He looked up at the ceiling of the room where the various pipes representing his chakra branched off into the cages. What was keeping the seal in check? Mixed in among them were the pipes of the Baijuya's chakra, and the largest amongst them, the Kyuubi's. He supposed that pipe had always been there, for as long as he had been in this world, it was just as much a part of him as the others. "Naruto." The blonde froze, turning slowly to face the Kyuubi again, the great fox having once again descended to lie on its paws, a look of disinterest once again on its face as it trained only a single lazy eye on the monk. It was the first time the Baijuya had ever actually called Naruto by his name, ever. "You can stop referring to me by that ridiculous ninja title, my name is Kurama." Slowly, a soft, warm smile spread across Naruto's face as the full implication of that little, seemingly insignificant admission hit him. He gave a firm nod as his body began to fade from view, only his voice staying on, carried as if by some unseen wind. "Thank you then, Kurama." Finally the Baijuya were left alone, waiting for their cells to once again split apart as always happened when Naruto left. However, before that happened, Kurama noticed his fellow Baijuya all looking at him with varying expressions, but most noticeably shock. He let out a low, menacing growl as he stared them all down with one fearsome red eye. "What?" Naruto didn't even have to open his eyes to know his was back in reality. With his mind clear once more, he could feel everything again, the smell of smoldering leaves, the faint sounds of cicada chirps, everything. He slowly opened his eyes, pulling back his foot and standing up straighter, letting out a deep, calming breath to lower his heart rate for real before finally looking back at the masked man. "Remarkable, you didn't even take a second to rein in your emotions. Maybe you're a better monk than I give you credit for." It was funny, after facing the Kyuubi Kurama, this strange, aggravating man didn't seem to even faze him anymore. "Undo whatever it is you did to Fu." The man cocked his head to the side again, this time in the opposite direction than before, and if he wasn't wearing the mask, Naruto was sure he would have raised an eyebrow. "Oh, but then wouldn't that defeat the purpose of doing it at all? I don't think you seem to get it after all. What a shame." Naruto let out a slight chuckle at that, a chilling noise when the blonde had his hair shadowing his face to the point where only his Rinnegan eyes, lightly glowing in the dim light of the evening, could be seen. "No, you don't understand, I wasn't asking. You will return Fu to how she was." In a split second the earth behind Toby, or whatever he didn't like to call himself, erupted into a mass of sandy spikes, each tipped with the ends of one of Naruto's chains. However, as each spike skewered the man's body, he didn't even flinch, nor did he seem to be affected in the slightest. In fact, there wasn't even any blood, or sign the spikes had made contact at all, despite them having obviously gone right through him. "Interesting, even with me standing still like this you aimed for non-vital spots like my limbs." The masked man glanced about at the weapons that were supposed to have immobilized him as if he were simply observing some odd curio. Naruto's eyes narrowed marginally at the revealed ability, tens of possibilities running through his head in a split instant before a light smile formed over his features, something to which the man took immediate notice of. After all, the blonde wasn't supposed to be smiling, he was supposed to be in anguish. It made him wonder just what had happened in that split second. "That's an incredible ability you have there, to completely phase through an object as if your body was completely immaterial." Naruto nodded slowly as if he were thinking through the various possibilities such an ability would allow. It was like the ultimate passive-aggressive tool. Somewhere in the background the explosion had died out, allowing the surrounding area to cool, but more importantly, allowing water vapor back closer to the ground. Naruto could feel it. Around the spikes the man's body was definitely there, but wherever he was physically hit he could phase that part away. Selective immaterialism, definitely useful. It would also explain how you are able to stand on solid ground without just sinking right through it. Again Naruto nodded, slower this time. However, at this point he could almost feel the marginal frown that had passed over the man's features from behind the mask. By now Naruto had retracted the sand spikes, they would do him no good here anyway. However, he raised a hand, splayed out with his palm facing the ground as he pointed it at the masked Akatsuki. "What would happen if I made things a bit heavier?" Slowly he began to close his hand, and instantly the man felt his own body began to get heavier as the gravity around him was slowly but definitely increased. "Let's see," If you stay material you'll slowly be crushed into the floor, your body collapsing under its own weight. A slightly cruel spark alighted in Naruto's rippled eyes. This was the man who had nearly taken Fu away from him, who had caused him to fight the girl he loved. However, if you chose to use your technique, you will have to use it across your entire body. I'm not sure which sounds worse, being crushed, or sinking through the Earth's surface, a slave to its gravity until you are crushed by the pressure down there or incinerated by the heat. Slowly the man began to sink to his knees, his mask and the one dark eye hole still trained on the blonde. You wouldn't, you're a monk. Naruto's eyes merely narrowed, his hand closing a little quicker in response to the taunt. That's a very flexible term. He was about to close his hand, but before he could, the Akatsuki member growled, his body beginning to distort in a strange way as it swirled out of existence, centered around the visible, but darkened eye. Well played, Uzumaki, well played. Finally the man disappeared, but not before allowing Naruto to catch a glimpse of just what lay behind that darkened eye hole. The blonde's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of a fully developed Sharingan eye, barely even paying attention as the man finally vanished completely as he turned back to Fu. The girl was still cloaked in her Baijuyo's chakra, but it seemed to be visibly straining her to maintain at this point, so Naruto felt he had to act quickly before she could be allowed to hurt herself. He had an idea of just what the man had done now from that little glimpse at his jujutsu, memories of Yagura and the Sanbai's condition when it was first absorbed appearing in his mind. However, at the same time he couldn't quite be sure. In any case he had to try, consequences be damned. With that in mind he laid his hand against Fu's forehead, making sure his sand was spread evenly across her body as he began to slowly but surely siphon away her chakra. I'm sorry. I hope you can forgive me for this afterwards, Fu, Kome. Naruto slowly walked through the forest path, Fu in his arms carried bridal style as they traveled through the still night air. Naruto had unsealed one of his spare haoris to cover his exposed chest and had managed to bandage the worst of his and Fu's injuries, but had decided not to sleep near the fortress despite his mounting exhaustion. It was too exposed, and those two shinobi from earlier that were fighting there unnerved him. He wanted to be gone from there. However, as he was walking he noticed his eyelids beginning to droop, his limbs felt heavy and Fu felt even heavier, and it was beginning to become a chore to keep going. Gently, he set Fu down next to an old, weathered tree trunk and nestled in next to her, smiling as he finally got a bit of rest. He wrapped an arm around Fu and brought the girl in closer to him, sharing their warmth as he allowed his eyes to finally close. Just a bit of rest wouldn't hurt them, he'd get up in an hour and carry on going. At last that was what he told himself as he drifted off into a long, well-deserved rest. He never noticed the single cloak and shrouded figure watching them from up in the trees, the darkened eye holes of their stillest porcelain mask carefully observing them until they were sure he was asleep. They waited another few minutes before darting off, knowing this was something they had to report to their superiors. Check the description for the links to the author.